Infinite, this team is way too cautious. Chapter 1 to 25, Novel Summary. Current team members: Lu Mingqiu, Takanashi Hoshino, Amiya Shiro, Akemi Hamura, Sarin, Tamori Nao, Sato Kazuma, Blank, Kirito, Doma Amaru, Fujiwara Chika. Main God Plaza, Commercial Street. Passerby Reincarnator A, have you heard? High-level teams have been dying one after another lately. They say they didn't even see the opposing team in team battles before being wiped out by saturation attacks. Passerby Reincarnator B, more than that. I heard some teams that managed to escape were instantly killed with a single strike before they could even catch their breath. Apparently, that strike was incredibly fast. Even teams with time-stop abilities couldn't escape it. Lu Mingqiu, who was out buying necessities, said mysteriously, "Your information is too outdated. I just received news that even a super-level team was wiped out." This book is also known as Main God Space. This team is clearly super strong, but overly cautious, and in Main God Space, I can only exaggerate the facts when running for captain. Current world, Main God Space, later moving to Game of Life. Subsequent worlds: Black Bullet, The Fifth Holy Grail War, One Punch Man, Team Battle. Subsequent worlds to be determined: Grand Blue Files, Dragon Raja, Prisma Ilia, No Game No Life, Zero, Starting Life in Another World Dash, Puella Magi Madoka Magica, Charlotte, Honkai Impact Series, Chapter 1. Infinite, this team is too cautious. Author, probably a salted fish. Current team members: Lu Mingqiu, Takanashi Hoshino, Amiya Shiro, Akemi Hamura, Sarin, Yuri Nao, Sato Kazuma, Blank, Kirito, Doma Amaru, Fujiwara Chika. Main God Plaza, Commercial Street. Passerby Reincarnator A, have you heard? High-tier teams have been dropping dead lately. They say in team battles, they don't even see the opposing team before being wiped out by saturation strikes. Passerby Reincarnator B, more than that. I heard that teams who barely managed to escape were instantly killed by a single strike before they could even catch their breath. They say that strike was fatally fast. Even teams capable of time stop couldn't survive it. Lu Mingqiu, who was out purchasing necessities, heard this and said mysteriously, "Your news is too outdated. I just received word that a super-tier team was also completely wiped out." This book is also known as Main God Space. This team is clearly super strong, but excessively cautious, and in Main God Space, as the candidate for captain, I can only exaggerate the facts. Current world, Main God Space. Next stop, No Game No Life. Subsequent worlds: Black Bullet, Fifth Holy Grail War, One Punch Man, Team Battle. Subsequent worlds TBD: Blue Archive, Dragon Raja, Fate/Kaliad Liner Prisma Ilia, No Game No Life, Zero, Starting Life in Another World, Puella Magi Madoka Magica, Charlotte, Honkai Series. Volume 1, total 65 chapters. Chapter 1. Thanks for the invite. I just transmigrated and all my teammates are from anime. The cold winter wind whipped up icy frost, howling and rushing into the windows of a certain two-story building. The 17-year-old boy, who had just finished sorting through the memories in his mind, shivered from the cold wind. He snapped out of his daze, quickly closed the window, and only then let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the letter he had just opened. Dear Mr. Lu Mingqiu, you have been successfully given an exceptional admission to Castle Nore's Academy. Please proceed to the nearest airport tomorrow to await specialized pickup. We wish you a pleasant future academy life. Watching the contents of the letter in his hand, Lu Mingqiu's expression went from initial confusion and shock to calm acceptance and helplessness. The dramatic psychological journey was reflected in his current blank face. He looked up at the ceiling, then glanced at the cold wind battering the window outside, finally deciding to turn on the desktop computer placed on the desk beside him to further confirm his current situation. However, shortly after the computer interface opened, a familiar yet strange pop-up window suddenly appeared. The icy text on it finally broke Lu Mingqiu's composure, and a Chinese expletive immediately slipped out. "Oh my god," I censored. "You hit me with this right after I transmigrated? If you want me dead, just say so. Why torment a regular person like me?" Lu Mingqiu genuinely wanted to curse. He had transmigrated the moment he closed and opened his eyes. If it weren't for the memories in his mind and the cold wind outside bringing him back to reality, he would have thought he was dreaming. He had assumed it was just an ordinary parallel dimension, but then an academy dedicated to slaying dragons appeared. He didn't say much. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, especially since the Norreys behind the name clearly made it different. Even if it was that specific place, he only knew some information about that book through hearsay or fanfiction, and only a little at that. As for the plot, he was completely clueless. He would thank heaven if he could just survive. That much was acceptable. Fighting dragons could perhaps be managed by relying on bloodlines or similar things to try and survive, but the thing that appeared before him now was truly going to kill him. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? Yes or no? Looking at the painfully obvious pop-up window, Lu Mingqiu decided he couldn't handle it, so he chose not to touch the selection and instead directly unplugged the computer's power cord. This was not only swift, but also avoided a brutal round of torment. However, a certain person was still too young. The invitation of a certain existence doesn't care whether you choose or not. How could such a high-quality candidate be let go? Naturally, he was rapidly absorbed, kidnapped, and taken away. A cold sensation clearly invaded Lu Mingqiu's mind, causing him to involuntarily open his eyes and observe his surroundings. Feeling the faint coolness emanating from the floor, Lu Mingqiu looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. In his heart, he had already cursed the main god's space up and down the street, greeting all 18 generations of its ancestors, but he finally calmed down, preparing to face the upcoming difficulties. 1 second, 2 seconds passed. The friendly greetings from veterans did not appear. Instead, there were 6 people lying motionless around him, prompting Lu Mingqiu to reevaluate the current situation. Lu Mingqiu looked at the wristwatch on his right hand, glanced at the 6 somewhat familiar people lying on the floor, and looked up at the messy desks and the uncleaned blackboard, confirming that this was a classroom. He searched around and only found a few pieces of sports equipment like baseball bats and tennis rackets. However, things like backpacks were inherently useful, so he tidied them up incidentally. As for the 6 people lying on the floor, Lu Mingqiu didn't pay them much attention. He needed to clarify his surroundings before taking the next step, as safety was the prerequisite for all plans. From waking up to tidying everything around him, Lu Mingqiu only spent 2 minutes. Among the people lying on the ground, a red-haired youth had slowly woken up, looking around in confusion. Given the extremely unsafe circumstances, Lu Mingqiu's observation and calculation abilities were soaring. He naturally noticed any slight disturbance and spoke to the awakened red-haired youth. "Not bad. You are the one with the best qualities among this batch of newcomers." Since he was already here, and the team lacked a veteran or similar figure to provide initial introductions and guidance, he could only take on the role of newcomer instructor. The red-haired youth sat up, looking blankly at the people lying around him, just like he had been. He then glanced at the black-haired youth sitting on the desk, holding a baseball bat and wearing a playful smile while watching him. His gaze instantly became wary. "Don't look at me like that. I'm also just an unlucky soul who got dragged in. Think back carefully. The main god should have transmitted everything into your mind." The red-haired youth frowned. Hearing Lu Mingqiu's words, he recalled what he had done earlier, and his expression froze. He looked at the wristwatch in his hand in disbelief and said, "I thought this was some kind of prank. I never imagined such an incredible existence truly existed in the world. To put it bluntly, whether we live or die now depends on the mission issued by the main god this time. It's not as simple as taking a trip somewhere. Then what should we do next? I have something very urgent I need to do, otherwise my family will worry." The red-haired youth scratched his head, his expression full of distress, and his brown eyes flickered with an emotion called headache. "Instead of worrying about that, let's focus on surviving first." Lu Mingqiu poured a bucket of cold water on the other party, his tone implying a warning of danger. Then he stopped speaking, picked up a baseball bat, and handed it to him. The red-haired youth felt helpless. He now understood the situation. If he didn't complete the main god's mission, he would never be able to go back in this lifetime. He wondered if his little sister would cry and make a fuss when she found out. 30 seconds passed, and the third person slowly woke up. The pink-haired girl opened her eyes groggily, her golden and azure heterochromatic eyes staring at the unfamiliar ceiling. As soon as she saw Lu Mingqiu and the red-haired youth holding baseball bats, her expression also became wary, just like the red-haired youth before her. Lu Mingqiu looked at the girl in front of him, who had a halo shining above her head. A feeling of deja vu appeared, but he still explained the current situation along with the red-haired youth. One after another, in less than a minute, all 7 people, including Lu Mingqiu, finally woke up. After the explanation, they gathered in a circle to discuss this mysterious transmigration event. As the first one to wake up, Lu Mingqiu naturally took on the role of the topic initiator. Since we all understand the situation, let's introduce ourselves first. After all, we will all be members of the same team from now on, and knowing each other will help with future cooperation. My name is Lu Mingqiu, a prospective university student who received exceptional admission. My specialty is strong learning ability. Image, Lu Mingqiu. Image, Lu Mingqiu. Golden eyes. After Lu Mingqiu started, the others naturally introduced themselves clockwise. The red-haired boy said, "My name is Amiya Shiro. I am a high school student. My specialties are cooking, house maintenance, kendo, and kyudo." Image, Amiya Shiro. The white-haired girl said, "My name is Yuri now. I am also a high school student and a student council president. My specialty is advanced martial arts." Image, Yuri now. The pink-haired girl said, "My name is Takanashi Hoshino. I am also a student. My specialties are martial arts and proficiency in firearms." Image, Takanashi Hoshino. The brown-haired boy said, "My name is Sata Kazuma. I am currently out of school. My specialty is mastering the gaming field. You can ask me if you don't understand anything about that." Image, Sata Kazuma. The black-haired, braided girl said, "My name is Akemi Hamura. I am a student. I just got out of the hospital. I don't have any special skills except congenital heart disease." Image, Akemi Hamura. The purple-haired, golden-eyed girl said, "My name is Serin. I am an orphan and don't have any special skills." Lu Mingqiu. Thanks for the invitation. I just transmigrated, entered the main god space, and all my teammates are from anime. Image, let me see Hoshino's limit. New author, new book. I hope readers will support me. Please point out any areas that are poorly written so I can improve them later. Chapter 2. The classic zombie movie opening. The introductions from everyone finally caused Lu Mingqiu's calm expression to twitch slightly, and he couldn't help but size up his teammates again. Amiya Shiro, as an ally of justice, is an absolutely reliable teammate. It's just unclear how proficient he is in magecraft, and whether he can reinforce a baseball bat enough to achieve a one-hit kill. Yuri now, whose stealth ability allows for surprise attacks, ranks 3rd in the team's overall combat strength. Takanashi Hoshino, the only big daddy of the entire team. The halo above her head is impossible to hide. It's just unclear what the so-called mystery limit is. Sata Kazuma, aside from his knowledge of the gaming field, he has 0 combat power. However, he can still be anticipated in the future. Hopefully, the main god will be generous. Akemi Hamura, a famous, loyal, and fanatical devotee of Puella Magi Madoka Magica. However, judging by her appearance and the congenital heart disease she previously mentioned, she is not much better than Kazuma right now, but she has more hope for the future. If the main god has corresponding exchanges, she will also be one of the future big daddies of the team. After all, the time stop ability is truly useful. As for the last one, Serin, judging by her status as an orphan, she must have just arrived at the Babylon laboratory and hasn't reached the stage of being tortured yet. The core of the void is out of the question, but her future potential is not much less than Akemi Hamura's. Adding myself, a mixed-blood small fry with dragon bloodline, the balance of this team is truly subtly set. After Lu Mingqiu finished analyzing his teammates' situations internally, He spoke seriously. I understand everyone's situation. Please raise the wristwatches in your hands. Your specialties will be allocated based on the type of mission this time, striving to maximize everyone's benefits while ensuring survival. As Lu Mingqiu finished speaking, everyone simultaneously looked at the wristwatches in their hands. Immediately, a light screen visible only to them projected out, displaying the main mission of this horror movie. Main mission: survive for 7 days in a city infested with zombies. Reward: 1,000 points. Kill 10 zombies, gain 1 point. Kill a mutant dog, 10 points. Kill a special individual, gain 100 points. Side missions must be explored independently. Rewards are determined by completion level. Seeing a mission with such a classic opening, Lu Mingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure he felt immediately lessened, but his internal vigilance increased even more. Although the balance of his teammates was somewhat exaggerated, their strength was undeniable. For Takanashi Hoshino, ordinary firearms were basically ineffective against her, whether in terms of combat power or defense. Punching zombies and kicking lickers were effortless for her. Plus, having Amiya Shiro for support and reinforcement, if the micromanagement is stable enough this time, using this mission as a point-farming instance wouldn't be a problem. However, there was one thing he needed to confirm, otherwise, farming points would be difficult to discuss. As the mission was announced, the protective barrier surrounding them vanished. Lu Mingqiu walked up to Amiya Shiro and asked about magecraft. Although doing this was rash and risked exposing the fact that he knew certain things, the dangerous main god space would not allow him to be indecisive. He had to utilize all resources to ensure survival. However, the result was disappointing. Amiya Shiro had no idea what magecraft was. Lu Mingqiu secretly cursed his misfortune, immediately tried to subtly inquire about the other party's family background, and ultimately had to scrap his plan for detailed micromanagement. The plan had to be reordered. This Amiya Shiro, brought here by the main god, was the most envied individual among all Amiya Shiris, one from the magical girl Ilya timeline, truly a winner in life. Nevertheless, Amiya Shiro was still Amiya Shiro, possessing eyes full of justice and passion, which was enough to qualify him as a reliable teammate. As for Sato Kazuma, he was using his gaming experience to educate the ignorant Sarin and Akemi Hamura, who had long been detached from academic life, about what zombies were. He clearly wanted to demonstrate his usefulness. Takanashi Hoshino was cautiously observing outside the window, trying not to make any noise. Her eyes scanned the environment outside the school, noting down various high vantage points and even using a notebook found in the classroom to draw a simple map. One can only say that she truly is a student from Kavoto's. She possesses professional knowledge in this area. Since the main god's mission required them to survive for 7 days, they couldn't stay motionless in the classroom indefinitely. They would eventually have to go out and search for supplies, so the following personnel arrangement was finalized. Lu Mingqiu and Sato Kazuma were responsible for protecting the 2 vulnerable members of the team and transporting supplies, while the remaining 3 combat-capable members naturally formed a triangular formation to protect the people in the center. The sticks and tennis rackets Lu Mingqiu had collected earlier finally came in handy. However, the damage dealt to the zombies was ultimately limited, but it was better than nothing. Based on the analysis of movies and TV shows by Lu Mingqiu and Sato Kazuma, both of whom had some understanding of zombies, their current priority besides the basic requirement of collecting survival supplies was to search for firearms. After all, Takanashi Hoshino, the Big Daddy, was proficient in weaponry, and without a set of guns, the team's sense of security wouldn't be very high. Alert! However, surprises and accidents always happen. Just as Lu Mingqiu's group walked less than 10 meters out of the classroom, a howling zombie passed by and confronted them head-on. Arg! The zombie's dry, raspy voice let out a piercing sound. Akemi Hamura and Sarin, who were protected in the center by Amiya Shiro and the others, were startled and instinctively moved closer to Lu Mingqiu. Sato Kazuma, meanwhile, had turned pale and could barely hold his weapon steady. Lu Mingqiu, however, remained relatively calm. Ever since he was grabbed by the main god, he had memorized several psychological contingency plans. He was already fighting with all his might to survive. If he were paralyzed by fear of a zombie, he might as well just bang his head on tofu and die. The zombies slowly charged forward. Takanashi Hoshino, standing right at the front, remained composed in the face of danger. As a senior from Abitus, her strength was solid in front of her juniors, and she naturally had no fear of the so-called zombies. With a fierce smash of her baseball bat, the zombie's head was sent flying like a baseball, demonstrating the signature skill of Akemi Hamura's future senior. The group proceeded with some difficulty, encountering even biobirds. Along the way, they killed nearly 20 zombies and the flying biobirds, earning a few points. The main damage dealers were Amiya Shiro and the others, though Lu Mingqiu and a few teammates occasionally had to step in. After all, they needed to adapt to combat, or they wouldn't be able to handle more brutal fights in the future. Even Akemi Hamura, the weakest physically in the team, managed to swing her bat at a crippled zombie, which delayed the group for a few minutes. The journey was fraught with minor scares, but no major dangers. Killing their way from the teaching building toward the cafeteria, Takanashi Hoshino agilely climbed through a second-floor cafeteria window. She fiercely smashed a nearby zombie with her baseball bat, instantly blowing its head off. That made 10 kills, happily earning 1 point. After clearing the surrounding zombies, Takanashi Hoshino gave a signal, and Lu Mingqiu and the others subsequently climbed up. Chapter 2. Akemi Hamura was panting heavily, trying her best to keep her voice down, as zombies were extremely sensitive to sound. Because of this, everyone's pace had slowed considerably. Image: Serin eating cake. Image: Teacher Hoshino, I was wrong. Chapter 3. School Days in Resident Evil. Lu Mingqiu and his group quietly traversed the cafeteria corridor, looking around nervously, their vigilance at its maximum. Following the map on the cafeteria wall, they went to the kitchen but found little food, so they headed for the storage warehouse behind the cafeteria. However, this place was completely sealed off. The iron door of the warehouse had been bolted from the inside. To open it from the outside, they either had to force it open violently or enter through the window above the roof. Using brute force would easily attract all the zombies, and the group wasn't stupid. They naturally wouldn't choose such a self-destructive method. So, they resorted to the old way. Takanashi Hoshino used her superb Kivitoshin skills to successfully climb onto the roof and enter the warehouse through the window. Takanashi Hoshino dropped down from the window, the sound echoing in the empty warehouse. The warehouse was slightly dim, with the only light coming from the sunlight streaming through the window. Hoshino looked up at the warehouse environment and noticed signs of human habitation. Her eyes immediately grew wary, and she tightened her grip on the baseball bat in her hand. Seeing the warehouse door blocked by equipment, it was clearly done by humans. Takanashi Hoshino slowly walked toward the food storage area, trying not to make a sound. The warehouse was eerily quiet until Hoshino approached within 2 meters of the storage area. Whistling sounds of wind came from both the left and right. Hoshino skillfully sidestepped, used a bat strike and a kick to take down the attackers, and then finished them off with the baseball bat, rendering them unable to move. But before she could swing the bat a few more times, a whistling gust of wind attacked again. This time, the attacker's skill and angle were tricky, significantly stronger than the 2 guys who attacked earlier. However, this level of sneak attack was still ineffective against Hoshino. For someone who could dodge bullets when serious, it was basically the same as confronting her head-on. Hoshino instantly turned the raised bat, easily blocking the attack of a bamboo sword, and followed up with an elbow strike forward, skillfully and accurately hitting the opponent's abdomen, causing them to lose the ability to fight. After dealing with the 3 attackers, Hoshino looked toward the few people hiding in the corner of the storage area, then glanced at the 2 men and 1 woman lying on the ground, and said in a cold tone, "The few of you, stand still honestly if you don't want to get hurt." The warehouse door opened. Hoshino lazily greeted Lu Mingqiu and the others outside the door, pointing inside the warehouse as she spoke. "There are a few survivors inside. For safety, I've restrained them all. Also, the amount of food isn't much. We can only stretch it for 2 days if we ration carefully. Lu Mingqiu nodded, supporting Hoshino's actions. In this strange world, if you weren't ruthless enough, you wouldn't even know how you died. Entering the warehouse, the group sealed the door again, then looked at the other group of survivors who were tending to the 3 people lying on the ground. Hoshino had already explained the situation. Lu Mingqiu took a few steps forward and spoke frankly to the survivors opposite him. Regarding your sneak attack on my companion, I won't condemn it much in the current apocalyptic environment. After all, the human heart is more dangerous than zombies, and it's only natural for you to do this for safety. However, it's the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. We don't mind sharing food with you, but there's one condition: you must obey our orders. Otherwise, fend for yourselves. Lu Mingqiu's words were relatively polite, and he didn't immediately resort to violence. The survivors opposite were also in the wrong, and furthermore, they were outmatched in skill, with their only remaining combatants incapacitated. They had no choice but to compromise. Amiya Shiro was somewhat worried about this, but under the persuasion of Sata Kazuma and Yuri now, he gave up the chance to play peacemaker. He understood the importance of the bigger picture. Saving others required that they were worthy of being saved. Tell us what happened. This school is full of monsters now. How did you manage to get here alive? Lu Mingqiu asked the short-haired girl in front of him, and she answered honestly. Upon learning the situation, Lu Mingqiu looked at one of the boys lying on the ground with a strange expression, inwardly remarking that this guy was only alive thanks to the current biohazard outbreak, or else the kettle would have been boiled already. The survivors they found in the warehouse were the main characters from the Cleaver-themed anime series School Days. The girl who provided the information was named Saionji Sekai. The 2 people lying next to her were the male and female protagonists, Katsura Kotoha and Ito J, who, along with Saionji Sekai, were involved in a love triangle, even engaging in mutual destruction. However, Lu Mingqiu didn't care about any of that. Right now, he needed to ensure his teammates survived, then figure out the cause of the biohazard outbreak here to further increase the team's survival probability. Ito J never expected that this sudden biohazard outbreak would force him and his good brother to flee for their lives with their girlfriends. They barely managed to hide in a warehouse with food resources, only for another group of survivors to arrive less than 2 days later. Moreover, the strength of the opposing side was outrageous. Just one person took down both him and his good brother. Even Katsura Kotoha couldn't last 2 moves. Due to the disparity in strength, even though he saw attractive girls among the other survivors, he currently had no mind for such frivolous thoughts. Lu Mingqiu noticed Ito J's gaze, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. He subtly made a gesture, signaling everyone not to let down their guard. These preparations had all been made before leaving the classroom. Every aspect had been considered. Yuri now, in particular, sensed greed in Ito Makoto's gaze. She subconsciously moved closer to the 2 non-combatants in the team, blocking Ito J's line of sight. After some time, the 2 groups engaged in a sufficiently friendly exchange, reaching a preliminary consensus on cooperation, establishing the goal of escaping this zombie-infested school together. At the same time, based on the information provided by Saionji Sekai, Lu Mingqiu made the following strategic deployments. First, their food could only last 1 or 2 days. During this time, they had to find the spare key for the school bus. The approximate location of the key was inside the teacher's office building, but they didn't know which specific office, so they would have to search them one by one. As for the veracity of the information, that remained to be confirmed. At worst, they could reduce food intake, which would still stretch their supplies for 2 days, enough time to gather supplies and escape. Therefore, the arrangement for this operation was simple. Lu Mingqiu, who was reliable and strong in analytical ability, and Takanashi Hoshino, who had the highest combat power, would be responsible for going out to find the school bus key. Amiya Shiro and the others would stay in the warehouse to look after the physically weak Akemi Hamura, while also guarding against a counterattack from Ito J's side. No problem. With Miss Hoshino going with you, I am very relieved. Leave this place to me. Amiya Shiro understood the reason for their arrangement and agreed readily without delay. Lu Mingqiu also comforted Sirin and the other person in the team who were feeling down and then looked at Kazuma and said, "Following the trope of zombie movies, you need to be careful of any seduction tactics the other side might employ. After all, they have pretty girls, so don't fall into their trap." Hey, am I really that unreliable? Kazuma-sama is a true egalitarian. If they try anything on me, I'll definitely kick them. Sato Kazuma confidently stuck out his thumb, looking so proud he might as well have shouted, "Long live gender equality." That's all I needed to hear. After addressing the team's psychological concerns, Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino opened the warehouse door, taking the school map borrowed from Ito J's group, and began their operation, referencing the map. Image, Hoshino, let's go. Image, give us a fairy tale, Hoshino. Chapter 4, Interrogation. The whistling cold wind brushed against their cheeks. Lu Mingqiu, holding a baseball bat, and Hoshino moved between the teaching buildings, occasionally taking out a few zombies and earning some points. Standing on the rooftop of the teaching building, after dealing with the biobirds there, Lu Mingqiu looked down at the 100+ zombies shuffling around the playground below and said with a solemn expression, "With this many, going head-on is basically impossible. Hoshino, what do you think?" "Well, with my abilities, jumping from the top of the teaching building wouldn't be a problem. But if I take you, the noise would be too loud and easily attract zombies, which would be unwise. Besides, there are a few things I want to ask you." Hoshino's tone changed, and a cold sensation pressed against Lu Mingqiu's neck. Looking at the fruit knife near his throat, Lu Mingqiu sighed helplessly and said, "Ask, and I shall answer. I've found you strange from the beginning. Your deployments and plans seem overly familiar with crises like this, and your questions about Amiya Shiro were also odd, as if you knew him very well. But when I asked him before, he said he didn't know you. It's the magic you mentioned that made me suspicious. Can you explain?" Facing the threat of a knife held to his throat, Lu Mingqiu didn't panic. He had anticipated the situation when he questioned Amiya Shiro about magic and his family background. Having already prepared his explanation, he spoke honestly. Takanashi Hoshino, affiliated with Abydus Academy. Due to the academy owing the Caesar Group a massive debt, students either left or fled, and now only a handful remain. You and 4 of your juniors established the foreclosure task force to diligently pay off the loan. I wonder if the situation I described matches what you are currently facing. Silence. The sound of the wind on the rooftop abruptly ceased. Hoshino stared sharply at the man in front of her who had just laid out her and her junior's predicament. The hand gripping the fruit knife tightened slightly, and her voice trembled a little as she said, "You even know all this? It seems your relationship with the main god is unusual. Don't misunderstand. Just like I said at the start, I'm also just an unlucky soul captured by the main god. It just so happens that I know a little bit of information about your side. You know novels and games, right? It's a situation similar to that." Lu Mingqiu remained calm in the face of danger, giving a clear answer while simultaneously laying out his bargaining chip. "I know what will happen to Abydus in the future, and, in a certain sense, I was also involved. You can also address me by another title. The sensei from Shale." Ito J held the last remaining piece of bread in his hand, glancing at Amiya Shiro and Sato Kazuma across from him, who were staring wide-eyed at each other. He then looked toward Yuri now, but his good brother Sawanaga Taisuke blocked his view. "Damn it, they're going too far, only leaving us this little bit of food. Taisuke, we were the unreasonable ones first. It's not right to talk about them like that." The girl named Kuroda Hikari admonished the object of her secret affection. She had seen clearly that the pink-haired girl, who was only slightly taller than Setsuna, had easily dropped Katsura Kotoha to her knees with a single elbow strike. It looked effortless, meaning she had clearly held back. "Kotoha, are you feeling better now?" Saionji Sekai glanced at Amiya Shiro with a hint of fear, then immediately turned to Katsura Kotoha, asking worriedly, "I'm fine. The girl wasn't serious when she hit me, but it hurt a lot. I'm much better now." Katsura Kotoha offered a wry smile in response to her friend's concern. Ito-J finished his bread and came over to express his concern as well, which eased some of the pressure in Katsura Kotoha's heart. On the other side, Sato Kazuma looked at Amiya Shiro with blatant jealousy, protesting vehemently against his fulfilling Ryaju life. He took a bite of the ham in his hand and said, "Amiya Shiro, you bastard, you don't know how good you have it. You have 2 beautiful maids at home, plus a cute younger sister, and you're popular with girls at school. You even have 2 Ojusamas secretly showing affection. If that were me, I would have sealed the deal already." Ha ha, it's not as exaggerated as you make it sound, Kazuma. Sakura and the others are just friends, really. Watching Sato Kazuma clutch his head and howl, Yuri now turned her gaze to the oblivious Amiya Shiro and spoke to Sarin and Akemi Hamura beside her. The situations of Kazuma and Shiro belong to 2 extreme groups. I'm not surprised at all that this scene occurs when an otaku and a ryaju are put together. You must have heard the humor in it. Although I haven't been to school in a long time, I can tell that even though Mr. Kazuma seems loud and boisterous on the surface, he is indirectly giving Mr. Shiro guidance. So, Hamura, you understand this well? Is it because you've had similar experiences, or because you read too much romance manga? Naone, don't tease her. Hamura is getting shy just being talked about. Although Sarin hadn't attended school much, she could tell that Akemi Hamura was reacting sensitively to Yuri Nao's question. She immediately interrupted, pointing out the fact that Akemi Hamura's face was flushed red. The conversations between men and women are often similar, yet their focuses differ. The cheerful atmosphere spread among the group, dispelling the loneliness that arose since arriving in this strange world and bringing a faint warmth. Looking at Takanashi Hashino, who had put the fruit knife back into her waistband, Lu Mingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a slight hint of teasing, "Although you're a little different from the Hashino I know, that cautious and decisive personality is exactly the same. As for the answers you want, I will explain them to you one by one after this mission is over. I can tell you're not lying. After all, the reactions people make in extreme danger are the most genuine. Moreover, you explained earlier that you and I are members of the same squad going forward, and we cannot harm each other, or the main god will have corresponding countermechanisms. It seems you don't think I'm acting brazenly. Since you chose to trust me, I won't betray that trust. Otherwise, how could I gain the position of captain in subsequent communications? In a place like the main god space, where every mission constantly brings us close to death, I must utilize every resource available to keep myself and the team alive." Takanashi Hashino, whose height was negligible, looked up slightly at the serious Lu Mingqiu and didn't say much more, simply stepping forward and waving her hand, saying, "I've asked everything I needed to. Let's not keep the guys in the warehouse waiting too long. It's still dangerous outside. I don't care about myself, but if anything were to happen to you, it would be hard for me to find out about the future. Then this humble one will have to rely heavily on Miss Hashino in the future." Lu Mingqiu followed close behind, immediately cracking a joke appropriate for the current situation. The atmosphere between the two had completely shifted from the previous tension. Leaving the teaching building, the two slowly advanced according to their original plan, eventually taking a long detour to successfully reach the teacher office building and climbing in through a window. The environment they found themselves in was the men's restroom. Before the two could even exit the restroom, the sound of 4 limbs pounding instantly reached them. Hashino's gaze immediately sharpened. She swung the baseball bat forward, sending a mutant dog flying backward. "Looks like we're going to be busy along this route. Instead of joking around, try to keep your voice down." The two chatted, but their running footsteps never stopped, and in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Image, Blade Authority as teacher, sweeping little Hashino. Image, hurry up and get up, class is starting. Hashino. Chapter 5, Zombie Variant. The mutant dog's loud, long howl was cut short by the baseball bat. Lu Mingqiu caught his breath and looked up at Hashino, who struck true every time, instantly separating the zombie's head from its body. He then confidently stepped into a rather luxurious teacher's office. Rummaging through the office desk, Lu Mingqiu did not find the school bus key. Instead, He found several test papers and a few newspapers. Lu Mingqiu could only understand the Chinese language sections of the newspaper text. As for the crooked Japanese language characters, he truly couldn't read them, but he could generally tell that the item introduced news about the Jingxi area for a period of time. Lu Mingqiu flipped through a few pages. The pictures in the newspaper weren't particularly special, but overall, they seemed to show a hospital, or perhaps a medical enterprise. He temporarily stashed the newspapers in his backpack to show Amiya Shiro and the others later, hoping they might provide more clues. After searching the office thoroughly, Lu Mingqiu stepped out the door and turned his head to see Hoshino yawning lazily, looking quite relaxed. If one could ignore the blood-stained baseball bat she was holding, the sight might have been more pleasant. Lu Mingqiu shook his head. Hoshino wasn't discouraged by this, but simply waved her hand, signaling to continue moving forward. The two fought their way through the corridor, earning a few points, and entered several more offices to search, but besides items like lighters, cigarettes, and cosmetics, there was nothing else. It seems we've been tricked. The so-called spare school bus key wasn't in the teacher office. Hoshino sounded somewhat helpless, stating the fact in a lazy tone. If it's not in the teacher office, what about the principal's office? That place is the top of the school's pyramid, so maybe it's there. After all, the cooperative partner only said it was near the teacher's offices, not the specific location. Since you put it that way, let's go look. We need to find the key before dark and also look for any other usable supplies along the way. The two paused briefly to discuss, then resumed their actions, heading decisively toward the principal's office at the top of the teacher office building. The pair maintained a cautious pace while battling zombies, trying to keep the noise to a minimum, focusing on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Under Hoshino's guidance, Lu Mingqiu's technique with the baseball bat became increasingly masterful. Perhaps the so-called dragon bloodline was slightly stimulated by the fighting, as Lu Mingqiu's stamina and overall physical fitness improved. However, reaching the level required to activate the golden eyes was still a long way off. Chapter 3. However, this was good news for Lu Mingqiu. Compared to the beginning, where he would be out of breath after fighting just one zombie, now he could take down a zombie in a few swings without even panting. His progress was undeniably significant. To save time and effort, the two gradually became proficient in their coordinated fighting style. Lu Mingqiu would attract the zombies, and Hoshino would seize the opportunity to critically strike the zombie's head, completing the kill. Although this back-and-forth method was slow, it was extremely safe compared to a reckless charge, as it allowed for gradual progress. Half an hour later, the stairs leading to the top floor had been cleared. Lu Mingqiu exhaled, rubbed his arm to loosen his muscles, and took a short break. Hoshino, on the other hand, was observing the zombie deployment in the top floor corridor, calculating the shortest route and kill times in her mind. A few minutes later, Lu Mingqiu finished resting, picked up his slightly cracked baseball bat, and said, "We're very close to our destination. We need to use stones to lure away the extra zombies. That will make it easier." That's a good method. There weren't many zombies in the previous section, but the number of zombies in this corridor is several times greater than before. We definitely need to reduce the pressure. With their thoughts aligned, their actions were naturally swift. Lu Mingqiu watched with wide eyes as Hoshino effortlessly lifted a solid marble office desk from an office and threw it over 30 meters away with one hand. She truly lived up to her reputation as a formidable individual who could destroy a helicopter with 3 elbow strikes. Such strength would rank among the best even in Kavotos, where everyone is practically a Halo superhuman. The huge crash from above immediately attracted countless zombies. They rushed frantically like hungry devils towards where the marble office desk had fallen, some even jumping out of windows. The corridor was instantly cleared of zombies, which Lu Mingqiu hadn't expected. But this was good. It saved him the stamina he would have spent fighting zombies, giving him more energy to search for keys and supplies. Hoshino was also very satisfied with her maneuver. After all, zombies were still a bit unnerving. Not to mention the stench, their appearance alone was chilling. If her cute juniors saw them, they'd probably need to empty their magazines to feel safe. With one hand, Hoshino pried open the main door of the locked principal's office. She and Lu Mingqiu quickly stepped back. As they expected, a fat-headed, big-eared zombie lunged out, followed by 2 large and 1 small zombie. The situation this time was more severe than before. The fat-headed, big-eared zombie's size and appearance indicated it was a special, enhanced individual. Besides the 2 ordinary zombies, there was also a very fast small zombie. Hoshino's expression turned serious. Seeing the small zombie rushing at extreme speed, she decisively swung her baseball bat, sending it flying into the principal's office. She then strode towards the side of the large zombie, moving so fast that the zombie didn't even react, and one of its legs, which was maintaining its balance, was directly broken. Lu Mingqiu gripped his baseball bat tightly, his gaze drifting to the 2 ordinary zombies behind the large one. Seeing Hoshino instantly make a judgment and take action, he didn't hold back and engaged the 2 zombies. Thanks to his slightly activated potential from before, Lu Mingqiu could now handle 2 zombies with ease. In less than a minute, he beat them to their knees, then finished the fight with headshots. Just as Lu Mingqiu let out a sigh of relief, a certain premonition suddenly made him jolt. The dangerous sensation of impending loss of life made him quickly roll, narrowly dodging the small zombie's sudden claw attack. Getting up quickly, Lu Mingqiu saw the small zombie's claws stuck in the doorframe and seized the opportunity. He swung his bat mercilessly, with even greater force than before, clearly aiming for a one-hit kill. However, the small zombie reacted quickly, sacrificing an arm to dodge the fatal blow, and lunged at Lu Mingqiu, who was still recovering from his previous attack and hadn't yet gathered new strength. Deadly danger rapidly approached. Lu Mingqiu, in a moment of desperation, thrust his baseball bat directly into its mouth. As the saying goes, a foot long is a foot strong. As long as he wasn't scratched by its claws, he still had a chance to deal with it without injury. Lu Mingqiu pinned the small zombie against the wall with the bat, suppressing it tightly. However, the small zombie's strength was not comparable to ordinary zombies. Its mouth, blocked by the baseball bat, was still making gurgling sounds, and one of its hands kept reaching out to Lu Mingqiu. Just as Lu Mingqiu was in a stalemate with the small zombie, Hoshino's battle was also nearing its end. With terrifying force applied to the baseball bat, Hoshino used her full strength in the swing, aiming for an instant kill on the large zombie. With a thud, the large zombie's head was flattened under the terrifying force, as expected. But Hoshino decided to deliver a few more blows, and after a few more swings, the large zombie was thoroughly dead. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed through the corridor, followed by someone's outburst of curses. Damn it, why did it have to break now of all times? Lu Mingqiu sharply retreated the moment his baseball bat broke, and the small zombie seized the opportunity to lunge at him. And just at this critical moment, a fruit knife, whistling through the air, instantly struck the small zombie's brow, pinning it to the wall. Image, my savior, I shall. Image, it's exercise time, Hoshino. Chapter 6. Liquor. Seeing the fruit knife that had once threatened him now save his life, Lu Mingqiu couldn't help but look at Hoshino, who was retracting her throwing motion behind him, and said with lingering fear, "Good thing you were fast, otherwise I would have been infected by the virus. Don't talk about that yet, hurry and finish it off." Prompted by Hoshino, Lu Mingqiu quickly plunged the broken baseball bat, now sharpened, into the small zombie's head. He also pulled out the fruit knife and stomped hard on the bat's pivot point with his foot, ensuring the small zombie was completely dead. Just as Lu Mingqiu released his foot, the smartwatch on his wrist buzzed, and then a screen visible only to him appeared. Killed special individual mutant zombie. Reward 50 points. The main god's prompt arrived late, which also proved that the small zombie was completely finished. Gripping the fruit knife in his hand, Lu Mingqiu sighed in relief, then stepped into the school's principal's office with Hoshino. Seeing the unique Han cultural decorations before him, Lu Mingqiu's expression subtly changed. He didn't comment on the principal's hobby, merely finding a string of keys on a nearby coffee table. The car key is among these keys. Hoshino, look for any supplies we can use. We need to leave. The previous fighting caused quite a stir, and zombies might already be coming up. Hoshino nodded, without any unnecessary words, and began rummaging through cabinets with Lu Mingqiu. They found a very long rope of excellent quality, which could be used to make a simple grappling hook for scaling walls. They rummaged for about 5 minutes. Besides unopened bottled water and some canned goods, they also found a straight knife, cherished by the principal, made with modern craftsmanship. From its texture, it appeared to be imported from an ancient Eastern country. Looking at the straight knife in his hand, which resembled an ancient Tang Dao from a great Eastern country but wasn't a complete replica, Lu Mingqiu felt he finally had a handy weapon to use. He'd show it to Amiya Shiro later. Once he had the corresponding enhancements, he'd have Shiro replicate a few more, so he wouldn't have to spend points buying cheap weapons. He swung the unsheathed long knife, testing it on a table corner. It cut through in two as easily as slicing tofu. The quality was superb, much better than any samurai sword. Lu Mingqiu was grateful that this principal was a loyal enthusiast of ancient culture and had spent a fortune importing such a good knife. Otherwise, he might not have gotten such excellent equipment. Mingqiu, how long are you going to keep posing there? Hurry up and go, or uncle, won't wait for you. Sigh, Hoshino is so cute, yet she calls herself uncle. The world truly is unpredictable. Lu Mingqiu sheathed his knife, stepped out of the principal's office, and couldn't help but sigh, remarking, "People always have to go through some irreversible things to grow. Perhaps one day, after we deal with those dirty adults from the Caesar group, I, uncle, might call myself a beautiful girl. Let's not. The term uncle is a kind of contrasting cuteness in a way, and I'm already used to you calling yourself that. As for the Caesar group, it's not too late to deal with them once everyone is stronger and has the authority to return to their original worlds before the main god." The two chatted and laughed, easing the tension from their previous battle. The azure sky gradually gave way to an orange-red hue as the sun neared the horizon. Inside the warehouse, a dim light had already been turned on. Akemi Hamura glanced at the sky, a trace of worry flashing across her expression. Sato Kazuma, who was intently watching her every move beside her, noticed this and thoughtfully clapped his hands to draw her attention to himself, saying, "Little Hamura, don't make such a sour face. With Hoshino's abnormal strength, bringing Lu Mingqiu back will definitely be no problem. You have to have faith in them." Kazuma's actions also attracted Amiya Shiro and the others. Yuri now reached out and ruffled Akemi Hamura's hair, comforting her. "Little Hamura, I understand how you feel. In the past, I also felt powerless because of my own incompetence, but this time is different. You need to try to believe in some things and work hard to achieve them. That way, you won't betray this trust you have in yourself." Amiya Shiro watched the two comforting Akemi Hamura and couldn't help but smile, recalling the scene when he comforted his sister after she caused trouble. Surin also felt a warmth at the scene, but the next second, she felt a little lost. However, she quickly hid her low spirits to prevent everyone from worrying too much. After all, there were people who had worried about and comforted her in that icy environment, and she didn't know what kind of life they would lead after she left. Whether they truly recovered from their illness, as destiny claimed, or arrived in another hell, Surin still didn't know and couldn't accurately speculate. Amiya Shiro keenly noticed Surin's momentary look of disappointment, but seeing that she quickly recovered her mood, he didn't say much, only subtly gave Yuri now a look, reminding her. Yuri now received Amiya Shiro's signal, and her gaze also discreetly shifted towards Surin's location. She returned a look to Amiya Shiro, assuring him that he could rest easy and that she would handle the situation. The pair's silent communication was very subtle. After all, they were the only two members of the current team with combat strength, and their coordination when fighting zombies was highly tacit, making this level of eye contact more than sufficient. Twilight was approaching. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino used sound propagation as bait to draw away a large number of zombies, throwing stones far into the distance. Finally, before dark, they arrived near the cafeteria. All they needed to do was pass through the cafeteria corridor and climb out the window to reach the warehouse. Unfortunately, Things rarely unfold according to human thought and imagination. Surprises and accidents always occur. So, if nothing unexpected happened, the unexpected still happened. Lu Mingqiu finished off a zombie attempting a sneak attack with a single strike. Throughout this journey of continuous slicing, his proficiency with the blade had soared. Perhaps this was the experience constantly accumulated under life-or-death crises. Watching Lu Mingqiu become increasingly adept at dealing with zombies, Hoshino was also amazed by his adaptability and learning ability. If he had a halo above his head, he would undoubtedly become a Komodo's Superman in less than a month. However, based on her knowledge, she had never seen a boy with a halo before. Hoshino, don't drop your guard. It's almost night, we need to speed up. Oh, coming. Uncle, I was just thinking, I haven't lowered my guard. It's you, though you must be tired from cutting your way through. Do you need my help? Hoshino jogged over to Lu Mingqiu's side, carrying her baseball bat. The lazy smile on her face clearly indicated that she was in a good mood, and she immediately started joking. You were the one clearing the path earlier. No matter what, it's my turn to stand in front. I won't do anything too reckless. It's mutually beneficial and you need a rest, don't you? Lu Mingqiu answered very seriously, his expression solemn. He had only made it this far thanks to Hoshino's help. Now that his strength had improved somewhat, he couldn't overcome his inner hurdle without helping more. Well, since you put it that way, you definitely wouldn't be satisfied if I didn't listen. But you're much more manly now than that guy named Ito-J. Maybe some of my juniors would like your type. You mean Shiroko and the others? Who can say for sure about something like that? Lu Mingqiu waved his hand, not dwelling on the topic, and gave Hoshino an ambiguous reply. Just as the two were walking and chatting, the manhole cover in front of them suddenly slammed open. This instantly put both of them on alert for combat. The speed at which they drew the sword and swung the bat was lightning fast, slashing and knocking away the dark figure that rushed out of the sewer. Screech! Hiss! A serpentine roar echoed, inevitably attracting the surrounding zombies, while the last remnants of sunlight, before disappearing, illuminated the enemy's figure for Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino. Crap, it's a licker. Hoshino, we have to finish this quickly, or its cries will attract more zombies. We're too close to the warehouse. Image, the cuteness of glasses wearing, long-haired Hamura. Image, a picture of now, see what others think. Chapter 7, Infection. The sun on the horizon had already set below the skyline, leaving only a sliver of orange-red sky. Inside the warehouse, faint lights had been turned on, igniting a spark of modern civilization for the people within. It's almost completely dark. It looks like those two aggressive guys aren't coming back. When everyone is asleep tonight, how about we? Sawanaga Taisuke subtly glanced toward Amiya Shiro's side, then quietly suggested something to his good brother Ito Makoto, making a discreet throat-slitting gesture. Ito-J pondered for a moment and found himself somewhat agreeing with his brother's idea, but a lingering worry in his heart led him to outwardly reject the suggestion. Your method is too risky. If those two guys come back in time and we're discovered, we'll be in serious trouble. Moreover, they also have two other guys, especially the one in the green tracksuit, who is constantly watching us. Taisuke, don't be impulsive. The current environment isn't like before. If we provoke them, there might be consequences we can't handle. Kuroda Hikari also spoke up to stop Sawanaga Taisuke's idea. If the others overheard them, it was uncertain who would be ambushing whom tonight. It was safer to just behave honestly. Seeing that his companions had all rejected his proposal, Sawanaga Taisuke frowned, but ultimately gave up his previous idea due to their persuasion. Sata Kazuma stared intently at Ito Makoto and his group, who were about 20 meters away. Although he could clearly see them whispering, not being able to hear the content made him uncomfortable. He only wished Lu Mingqiu would hurry back so he could finally rest. Amiya Shiro could see Kazuma's distress, but he had previously offered to take over the shift, only to be refused. Kazuma claimed he couldn't lose face in front of the girls, or his previously confident image would be completely ruined. Yuri now looked at the darkening sky outside the window and frowned. She lowered her head to look at Akemi Hamura and Sarin, who were exhausted and already asleep resting on her shoulder. Seeing their slightly uneasy sleeping postures, she reached out and gently stroked both of their heads, humming a soft tune, imitating how her older brother used to lull her to sleep when she was a child. The melodious singing reached the ears of Amiya Shiro and Sada Kazuma, and both of them slightly shifted their gaze toward Yuri now. Looking at Yuri now, who resembled a mother comforting her sleeping children, Amiya Shiro and Kazuma's expressions became serious. They minimized their movements and lowered their voices. After exchanging a glance, they sat on either side, guarding the three people Yuri now and the two others in the middle, front and back. The liquor's roar spread across a 10-meter radius, and zombies inside and outside the cafeteria began marching toward the sound. Hoshino rapidly charged toward the liquor, swinging the baseball bat toward its head with an extremely tricky angle and immense force. While roaring, the liquor also sensed the danger. Standing on all fours, it quickly lowered its body, then took the opportunity to withdraw backward, dodging the incoming bat strike. Lu Mingqiu swung his knife directly at a zombie's neck, separating its head from its body, and then delivered a powerful kick, sending it flying into a full collision with the zombie lunging from behind. Looking at the zombies gradually closing in, Lu Mingqiu's gaze sharpened, determined to prevent the zombies from interfering with Hoshino's speed in killing the liquor. He tightened his grip on the knife, his eyes constantly tracking the routes of the surrounding zombies, and his mind rapidly calculating solutions. The brief skirmish came extremely suddenly. Even though Hoshino had similar experiences, being without a gun meant she was ultimately at a disadvantage. Her ability to keep fighting using only a baseball bat was due to her excellent physique and years of constant training. This was the first time she had encountered such an elusive opponent. The biological creature named Liquor was quite intelligent. Its choice of evasion tactics against a life-threatening entity truly redefined her understanding of biological monsters. But Lu Mingqiu had said they needed to finish quickly, so she naturally had no intention of holding back. Lu Mingqiu was one of only 2 members of the team who knew the characteristics of biological monsters. He must have a unique understanding of the liquor's habits, and combined with the liquor's sporadic roaring, it was clear that the longer they took to eliminate it, the more trouble they would face later. After dodging several attacks, the liquor's instinctual sense of danger made it increasingly agitated. It couldn't help but roar louder, attempting to attract other zombies to assist it. However, Hoshino was faster. She reached the liquor's side before it could open its mouth to roar, and the baseball bat struck its waist with immense force, causing its bones to snap instantly and its cry to stop abruptly. Hoshino seized the opportunity and raised the baseball bat, slamming it directly into the liquor's brain. The whistling sound of the bat cutting through the air, combined with her fierce golden blue eyes under the moonlight, created a scene of extreme, chilling intensity. Thud! Crack! The shattering of bone and the spraying of blood erupted simultaneously. Hoshino didn't forget to follow up, continuing to strike the liquor's head with the baseball bat until the main god's notification appeared, signaling her to stop. Killed liquor, reward of 100 points obtained. After quickly checking the information on her wristband, Hoshino immediately turned to look at Lu Mingqiu's location, a worried expression appearing on her face, and her eyes suddenly narrowed. Lu Mingqiu was repeatedly tapping the surrounding walls with his scabbard, the noise continuously luring the zombies toward him. However, the space in the cafeteria corridor was ultimately limited, and Lu Mingqiu was eventually forced into a corner, surrounded by dozens of zombies. Chapter 4. Damn it, a place like Main God Space is indeed extremely troublesome and dangerous. One careless mistake and you're dead. I was too relaxed before. Lu Mingqiu sliced a zombie's head with his saber, then fiercely used an Iron Mountain lean to charge straight into the horde, desperately carving a bloody path through the zombies. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands in this world. Lu Mingqiu couldn't possibly clear the zombie encirclement unscathed, and he eventually sustained injuries. His black hooded jacket was torn by zombie claws, and the claw marks on his shoulder were horrifying. Crimson blood dripped to the ground, causing Lu Mingqiu to grit his teeth and swing the blade in his hand with great force. All of you get lost. Just as Lu Mingqiu was growing increasingly fatigued, a clear voice, tinged with anger, reached him, causing him to look up at a nearby figure. He saw a petite yet upright pink figure, moving with both hands and feet. A girl with golden blue eyes, filled with anger, was staring intently at him. A pink halo above her head glowed faintly. The girl smashed a zombie's head with a single swing of her club, then her fists moved like shadows, sending one zombie after another flying, their heads exploding. After fighting her way through for less than 10 seconds, the girl arrived in front of Lu Mingqiu and grabbed him by the collar. However, due to her height, she couldn't lift him. "What are you doing, you idiot? Didn't you say you wouldn't do anything reckless? This isn't what you said." Facing Hoshino's merciless scolding, Lu Mingqiu was a bit afraid to meet her gaze, but he retorted stubbornly. "There are too many zombies around. If your area were surrounded by zombies, it would be impossible to deal with the liquor quickly. To clear space for you, this was the fastest method I could think of." Image: a Kami Hamura with glasses and pigtails. Image: Yuri now, AI. Chapter 8, Dispute Return. The dim nightscape shimmered with faint starlight. The moonlight, pure and silvery, slowly cast a gentle glow into the windows of the cafeteria corridor. Takanashi Hoshino held Lu Mingqiu by the collar with one hand, her urgency and anger evident in her eyes. But upon hearing Lu Mingqiu's blunt words, her expression shifted from anger to sadness. She lowered her head slightly and released her grip, saying, "Lu Mingqiu, don't assume you understand me in some matters and then presumptuously treat me like a frail little girl. A few zombies are negligible to me. So, please don't do such reckless things again, okay?" Hoshino's voice faded from loud to soft, and the speed of her emotional shift left Lu Mingqiu somewhat flustered. However, he quickly noticed that the baseball bat in Hoshino's hand was trembling slightly with her arm. Lu Mingqiu was not a dull person. He could see what Hoshino was truly afraid of. Her previous anger was merely a cover for her fear of a certain fact happening to her again. Just as he knew some of Hoshino's past from the game, he could infer what the current distraught state of the other party implied. The girl's current state was very abnormal. From the moment she arrived in this unfamiliar world until now, she had gone from initial confusion and vigilance to relaxation, then back to a sense of crisis. Everything happened too suddenly, leaving her little time to think. Most of her energy was focused on how to deal with these sudden events. When she was filled with uncertainty and fear about this world, someone who knew her identity and understood her appeared. She naturally had to seize this opportunity to clarify the reason and try to trust whether the other party harbored any hostility towards her. Evidently, Lu Mingqiu's performance throughout this journey passed the girl's assessment, leading her to accept Lu Mingqiu as a companion in her heart. Even though the girl had experienced a lot in the past and even claimed to be a grown-up old man, she was, from beginning to end, a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She would feel fear, worry, and terror, and even if she concealed it with a cold, lazy exterior, it would eventually erupt under a certain catalyst. No wonder Hoshino would later be deceived by that guy in the black suit. The responsibility and pressure on her were simply too great. If the time were extended, she would really break down due to certain things. One could only say that his reckless action this time had agitated the girl in front of him, making her feel that she would once again lose someone close to her, which led to that impulsive and irritable scene earlier. Even if I promise now, it probably won't matter. Although saying this might be a bit of a buzzkill and even make you unhappy, I must tell you a fact. Lu Mingqiu felt a bit helpless. His recklessness this time might cause greater harm and trauma to the girl in front of him, but as the saying goes, cut the Gordian knot. Although doing so would cause the girl to suffer a greater blow in the short term, Lu Mingqiu believed that with the help of Amiya Shiro and the others, Hoshino would definitely emerge from her shadows. "What do you mean, buzzkill?" The girl's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly looked up at Lu Mingqiu, who appeared helpless but serious, and involuntarily tightened her grip on the baseball bat, as if she would definitely beat him with it if he said anything that displeased her. "I've already been bitten by zombies. In a few hours, or at most 2 or 3 days, I'll turn into a biochemical monster like them. It's better to take my resources back, which will increase your chances of survival in this mission. Lu Mingqiu propped himself up, pointed to the zombies behind him, each with their heads blown off, then pointed to himself, saying, "Leave me behind. Let me fend for myself, or kill me before I turn into one of those monsters. This is the only thing I, as a member of your team, can do. After all, I don't want to attack you after I become a zombie." As Lu Mingqiu's words fell, a small, soft fist had already landed on his face, followed by the girl's angry scolding. "You bastard, do you know what you're saying? We've come all this way with great difficulty, and now you want to pack up and leave, even claiming to be kind and thoughtful for everyone. What do you take your life for? A chip that can be exchanged for money?" Hoshino truly couldn't hold back anymore. She really didn't understand how Lu Mingqiu's mind worked, but that didn't stop her from being enraged to the point of laughter, and then giving him a good beating. After a while, she picked up his saber, sheathed it, and then took out the rope she had unexpectedly acquired earlier from her large backpack. She tied that person Lu into a zongzi and carried him away directly, completely ignoring his struggling resistance, walking step by step towards the warehouse entrance. "Hoshino, don't be so stubborn. Deal with me before I turn into a monster, or it will cause a great disaster." "You big idiot, shut up. I know you're infected, and I understand the consequences, but so what? At worst, I'll personally deal with you before you turn into a monster, won't I?" Lu Mingqiu's face turned green, looking at the girl in front of him who refused to let go and was determined to fight him to the end. He knew very well that he possessed dragon bloodline officially certified by Castle College. Moreover, as an unawakened, minor character, if the biochemical virus were to activate that tiny bit of dragon bloodline after he died, then this world would likely give birth to a terrifying and out-of-control hybrid demon dragon. But unfortunately, Lu Mingqiu's resistance was futile, and he was ultimately brought back to the warehouse. A thumping sound came from the slightly bright warehouse door, with a frequency of once every 3 seconds, indicating the correct password. Amiya Shiro and the others quickly moved the equipment blocking the warehouse door, opened it, and welcomed Hoshino and the bound Lu Mingqiu inside. The warehouse door was sealed again. Amiya Shiro looked at Lu Mingqiu, whose face was written with anxiety, rolling on the ground like a centipede tied into a zongzi, and then glanced at Takanashi Hoshino, who was pouting but had sadness in her eyes. He suddenly felt confused, wondering what they had experienced outside to end up like this. Yuri now wanted to ask about the situation, but seeing Lu Mingqiu and the others' distinctly different yet equally urgent attitudes, she decided it was better to ask after they rested until tomorrow. Amiya Shiro made the same choice. As for Sato Kazuma, he was already lying down and asleep. After watching Ito Makoto and the others for a whole afternoon, he indeed needed a good rest. On the other side, Ito J was also very shocked to see Lu Mingqiu and his group return alive. He hadn't expected them to actually get the key and come back alive. They still remembered that when the crisis broke out, the teacher's office building had the most zombies. To return alive from such a dangerous place was simply a miracle. However, looking at their current state, they might have had a disagreement. Perhaps this was an opportunity for them to turn passive into active. Ito J's gaze flickered for a moment, but quickly became subdued, to avoid being noticed by Lu Mingqiu and his group. The next morning, everyone enjoyed breakfast. Hoshino also briefly described yesterday's events from beginning to end, naturally omitting some rather awkward details between the two of them. For example, the fact that someone spoke nonsense and got beaten for it. Image, Yuri now looking at you. Image, Serin is happy, everyone is at ease. Chapter 9. Updating Equipment. The morning sun cast a faint golden afterglow. Inside the warehouse, Amiya Shiro and his group gathered in a circle, looking down at Lu Mingqiu, who was tied up like a zongzi, his face expressing utter despair. Hoshino pointed to their companions around them with a serious expression, saying, "What do you say? Now everyone disagrees with your reckless actions. We're companions in a team, after all. You should at least consider our feelings." Facing the gazes from everyone, sharp as needles, Lu Mingqiu finally compromised. However, he still emphasized seriously. "All right, my mistake, I apologize. I shouldn't have been so reckless yesterday, but I still need to remind you, once you notice anything abnormal about me, don't hesitate. Use every method you can think of to deal with me, otherwise, a great disaster will befall us." Seeing Lu Mingqiu's resolute statement, everyone exchanged glances. In the end, both sides compromised. Lu Mingqiu picked up his weapon again as requested, obediently staying in the warehouse with Sata Kazuma and Yuri now to look after Sarin and Akemi Hamura. Strangely enough, Lu Mingqiu showed no abnormalities that night. Perhaps it was the virus's incubation period and the worst was yet to come. All they could do was watch. The only predictable outcome was that if he turned, he would have to be taken out immediately, leaving no trace behind. Lu Mingqiu sat at the front of the group, gripping his long saber and keeping watch over Ito Makoto's group opposite them. Hoshino took Amiya Shiro to the gymnasium on the east side of the school, which housed equipment and props needed by various school clubs. Many of the items inside would be suitable for their team members. Sata Kazuma curiously watched Lu Mingqiu, who looked completely fine. He was amazed that Lu Mingqiu had contracted the virus yet managed to hold on until now. If Kazuma had been infected, he probably would have turned into a zombie by midnight and been taken out by Hoshino's club. Speaking of which, what happened to your face? It looks like someone hit you. Kazuma started looking for a topic. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lu Mingqiu, had known each other for less than a day as future teammates, he felt he should show some concern for the guide who was the first to wake up and provide information for everyone. "Oh, you mean this? Last night I said some unpleasant things and Hoshino gave me a beating followed by a bandaging." Lu Mingqiu told the truth. While Hoshino was beating him last night, she also took out alcohol and bandages to treat his wounds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lively today. No wonder Hoshino kept glaring at you fiercely when she explained things this morning. You truly don't understand girls' psychology at all. As if you understand. Didn't you otaku learn all your dating experience from dating games? Dating experience from dating games is still experience. As the saying goes, art comes from life. There are plenty of moves in those games that are super effective against girls. As soon as games were mentioned, Kazuma got excited, his energy levels higher than when he chatted with that normie, Amiya Shiro, yesterday. Lu Mingqiu hadn't played many games, but not too few either, so communicating with Kazuma was largely barrier-free. However, the game titles, which were similar yet different across their two worlds, made their conversation extremely enjoyable. Listening to the two of them chatter endlessly about their understanding of games, Yuri now, although she hadn't played many games, could still understand bits and pieces. However, Sarin, who had lived in Siberia for years, and Akemi Hamura, who had spent years in the hospital, couldn't understand the specialized gaming terminology the two were using, even if their only access to the network was through a television. Speaking of games, Mingqiu, don't you think the main god is like a guild issuing quests, and we are the adventurers carrying them out? And the supplies we collect along the way are like the potions found inside houses in PC villages during a quest. Sata Kazuma began to analyze the existence of the main god space based on his experience. Lu Mingqiu remarked that while that interpretation was acceptable, there were still significant differences. While Lu Mingqiu was chatting and analyzing the main god to pass the time, Amiya Shiro had already followed Hoshino to the entrance of the gymnasium. Hoshino, carrying a baseball bat that was slightly bent and covered in cracks, glanced at the gymnasium entrance and the sealed windows before turning to Amiya Shiro and saying, "Try this set of keys to see if they can open this door. Maybe there are survivors inside." Amiya Shiro didn't decline. He took the keychain Hoshino handed him and began testing the keys one by one. Hoshino, meanwhile, stood ready, watching the door and the surroundings vigilantly. If there was any movement or threat, she would swiftly and decisively eliminate the approaching danger. The danger of the previous night was still vivid in her memory, and she never wanted to see Lu Mingqiu covered in wounds again. As time passed, Amiya Shiro finally found the key to the gymnasium. With the turning of the key, A click proved the lock had been opened. A stuffy, stagnant blast of hot air rushed out the moment the warehouse door opened. Following Hoshino's earlier reminder, Miyashiro quickly pulled out the key and stepped back, gripping the bamboo sword he had disarmed from Katsura Kotoha, and vigilantly watched the now-open gymnasium entrance. Not disappointing their expectations, the zombies inside the gymnasium heard the sound of the door opening and streamed out. Miyashiro and Hoshino, hidden on either side of the entrance, immediately began fighting. Hoshino's attacks were ferocious and aimed to kill in one blow, making Miyashiro's heart pound. His main task, however, was to restrain the other zombies. His bamboo sword was long enough that the zombies couldn't even touch him. Under Hoshino's relentless, high-speed assault, all the zombies in the gymnasium were eliminated in less than 5 minutes. Miyashiro, sweat dripping from his forehead, looked at the brutal scene before him and involuntarily drew a sharp breath, contributing slightly to global warming. Let's go. Head over to the storage room and see if there's anything you can use. Hoshino's movements were hurried, and Miyashiro could tell she was anxious. He grew increasingly curious about what had happened between her and Lu Mingqiu last night. Even though Hoshino had given a general account, some details were still missing. The two walked to the gymnasium storage room. Hoshino kicked the door open and flipped on the light. Inside, dazzling arrays of exercise equipment and club supplies were neatly arranged. Among them were perfectly intact iron baseball bats, which could replace Hoshino's old companion that was cracked and battered from constant use. Miyashiro immediately spotted the box labeled with the Kid Club equipment, which contained the items the group needed most for medium to long-range combat, his area of expertise. Hoshino picked up the oversized suitcase she had brought along. She had scavenged it from the caretaker's room at the entrance of the student dormitories, and it was perfect for loading the equipment from the gymnasium. Carrying a backpack and hauling the suitcase, Hoshino, armed with a brand-new iron baseball bat, stepped out of the gymnasium entrance with Miyashiro, who was also carrying a large bag and gripping a compound bow. They were returning fully loaded. Image: Sarin tilting her head and looking at you. Chapter 10. Heading to the parking lot. By mid-morning, sunlight blanketed the quiet school. Inside the cafeteria storage room, Lu Mingqiu looked at the equipment Hoshino had brought back and sighed with emotion. Although schools are places for teaching and learning, some club activities and their equipment are inherently dangerous. But in the face of sudden catastrophe, this danger has instead become the students' last line of defense. Looking at everyone each holding a baseball bat, a fruit knife hanging from their waist, and wearing makeshift armor made of books, they now had basic defense and counterattack capabilities. They wouldn't be so passive if they encountered a small zombie horde. Feeling the heavy sense of security provided by the books on his body, Lu Mingqiu stated that if they encountered the previous situation again, they definitely wouldn't be so miserable or suffer so many injuries. However, danger still lurked. Although Lu Mingqiu's group had attack and defense capabilities, only a few people possessed effective killing power against the zombies. Kazuma, now equipped, was one of them, but Sarin and Alkemi Hamura would struggle to deal with even a single zombie together, so they were not counted. As for Ito-J's side, Lu Mingqiu's group had already returned the original equipment, such as the bamboo sword. As for whether they would retaliate, considering the composition of Lu Mingqiu's group and the previous display of dominance, they wouldn't make a move anytime soon unless they had a death wish. Caution and suspicion had not disappeared during their interactions. Instead, the shortage of food made Ito Makoto's group even more wary of Lu Mingqiu's people. Miyashiro originally wanted to have a proper discussion, and Katsura Kotoha felt the same way, but Ito-J stopped them, looking toward Lu Mingqiu and saying, "According to the agreement we made earlier, we provide information about the school, and you're responsible for safely getting us out of the school. After that, we go our separate ways." Understood, understood. Now that we have the key, and the parking lot isn't far, should we act today, or hold out for one more day to search for supplies? Today. We've been in the school for quite a while now. Even if we scrimp and save, something unexpected will happen eventually. I don't need to elaborate on that. Since you've made your decision, we won't refuse. However, you must walk at the very front. Don't forget that. I understand. Ito-J gritted his teeth slightly. Lu Mingqiu's calm gaze made him very uncomfortable, but being dependent on others, he ultimately endured it. Once they were outside, he would definitely find a way to take revenge, especially on the person who had hit him on the head with a club earlier. He would make her understand his power. In front of the warehouse door, Hoshino's expression darkened when she vaguely sensed a greedy and furious gaze. She looked toward Ito-J's position, but was blocked by Katsura Kotoha, which made her face turn grim. However, she quickly regained her composure, reverting to her usual lazy demeanor. Lu Mingqiu, who was closest to Ito-J, naturally noticed the other party's unwilling glares. A cold light flashed in his calm eyes. After giving a silent signal to warn the others behind him, he looked at Ito-J and said, "Very good. Little brother Ito is straightforward. Without further ado, let's depart." Lu Mingqiu clapped his hands. Hoshino, standing by the warehouse door, gently opened it until Ito-J and his group stepped out first, where they met up with Lu Mingqiu's group following behind them. It seems some of them still haven't given up hope. I sensed some looks that made me very uncomfortable. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino were currently conversing quietly at the back of the line. Lu Mingqiu responded non-committally to Hoshino's words. To tell you the truth, those people are actually existences I know about from a certain thing, just like you. If it weren't for the biological outbreak, that guy named Ito-J would have ended up no better than being eaten by zombies. How so? Sounds like that guy was actually quite capable. Let's just drop it. If you heard it, you might beat me up. After all, that kind of thing isn't something you should see. I'm an old man who's seen everything. There's nothing you could say that would make me want to beat you. The atmosphere of their conversation was very harmonious, completely different from the friction between them last night and this morning. The group stopped and started along the way. Whenever they encountered zombies, Lu Mingqiu would charge to the front. He brandished the long blade in his hand with tricky movements, slitting throats with a single stroke and kicking them down before delivering a precise finishing blow. After 10 kills, he happily earned 1 point. Seeing Lu Mingqiu's skillful technique, Amiya Shiro stood guard at the rear of the group with peace of mind. Surin and Akemi Hamura watched Lu Mingqiu with admiring gazes, feeling a sense of joy in their hearts that the team had gained another pillar of support. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that a certain person was actually infected with the biological virus. However, since the person involved didn't bring it up, the group naturally skipped over this heavy topic. Damn it, how can that guy have such good luck to have such a good-looking weapon? Ito-J gripped the tennis racket in his hand, jealousy flashing in his eyes as he watched Lu Mingqiu's figure slaughtering everyone ahead. However, he eventually calmed down and didn't make any reckless moves. Half an hour later, the group arrived near the parking lot. Ito Makoto and the others led the way based on where the school bus was parked. Amiya Shiro held a composite bow, an arrow already notched on the string, ready to draw and aim at any enemies peering from a distance. As the group continued moving in one direction within the parking lot, they saw a large gray-black bus. Japanese text was written on the paint, along with the school's emblem. However, since it hadn't moved for several days, the surface of the bus had accumulated quite a bit of dust. "We're here. This is the one." Ito-J spoke. Lu Mingqiu's group moved closer. Amiya Shiro took out a bunch of keys and began trying them one by one. Hoshino stood beside Lu Mingqiu and Surin, watching the surroundings, ready to react at the first sign of movement. As he tried the keys one by one, Amiya Shiro felt nervous, not to mention the others who were staring intently as he tested them. Time passed slowly, and the anxiety in everyone's hearts gradually increased. The pressure on Ito Makoto also intensified. His gaze involuntarily scanned the surroundings, fearing that some noise would attract zombies. His hand instinctively rested on the bus. Ito Makoto's subconscious action, however, brought an absolute disaster upon everyone. Beep beep beep. Vroom vroom vroom. Wee woo wee woo. 3 different sirens echoed from the bus. The volume was so loud that it stirred up a storm of sound in the quiet parking lot. But it didn't stop there. Centered around the bus, other small cars that still had power reserves began a secondary broadcast as the sound waves spread. The long blares of various vehicles resounded everywhere. Lu Mingqiu looked with a grim expression at Ito-J's hand, which had been pulled back in terror. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Kazuma, you take over for Amiya Shiro. We need to speed up. We must drive away before the zombies are delivered to us." As Lu Mingqiu's words fell, the ground vibrated slightly. Clearly, a large number of zombies from the school were rushing over due to the vehicle sirens. If they didn't speed up now, everyone would lose their lives. Sata Kazuma's expression was almost one of angry laughter. He glared fiercely at Ito-J, but ultimately followed Lu Mingqiu's instructions, swapping positions and tasks with Amiya Shiro. Lu Mingqiu, meanwhile, protected Surin and Akemi Hamura behind him. In the four cardinal directions, Hoshino and Yuri now took positions in the north and south, respectively. Amiya Shiro and the combat-capable Katsura Kotoha guarded the east and west sides. Image, now tying her hair. Chapter 11. Breaking Free. The sound of the vehicle sirens continued to ring out. At this moment, Takanashi Hoshino, guarding the north, stood on a high point of a vehicle. Looking at the zombies already wobbling over from the plaza area, her face was grim. In her heart, she wished she could throw Ito-J to feed the zombies. However, thinking too much was useless. Now, they had to buy time for Kazuma, otherwise, everyone would be doomed today. Lu Mingqiu watched Sata Kazuma's movements of inserting and flipping through keys. Both seemed simple, but they took 5 or 6 seconds. If the correct key wasn't found within 3 minutes, the consequences would be unimaginable. The slight vibration of the ground became clearer and clearer. At this moment, Yuri, now guarding the south, felt her scalp tingle as she watched the zombies emerging from the teaching building. She gripped the iron baseball bat in her hand, silently cheering herself on. Her ability was limited to one person. She might not fear a one-on-one fight, but facing such a tide of zombies, she was stretched thin. Amiya Shiro looked at the mutated birds and crows, biological monsters that had been attracted by the sirens. He drew his composite bow and took out several mutated crows, trying to ambush from the air before the zombie tide arrived. As time passed slowly, the zombie tide approached the parking lot. Hoshino's gaze turned sharp as she raised her baseball bat. The halo above her head glowed slightly. Under the shocked gazes of Ito-J and the others, she stomped on a small car, creating a large hole, and charged into the zombie tide like a bolt of lightning. My God, is she even human? Such a small body actually has such strong power and explosiveness. She's a complete monster. Ignoring the shock of Ito-J and the others, Amiya Shiro saw that there were fewer zombies on his side. He picked up a club to deal with the threats and fired an arrow from his composite bow toward Hoshino's direction, taking out a mutated crow that was about to ambush her. "Get the hell away from me!" Hoshino shouted angrily. She landed steadily and spun around. The baseball bat, moving with her heart, used the centrifugal force and speed to perform a horizontal sweep. Every time the bat hit a zombie, it would shatter and break their bones, sending them flying over 10 meters away. With the damage reduction from her halo and the protection of her book armor, every swing of Hoshino's bat was powerful and wide-sweeping. Her fists and feet didn't stop either, knocking away one zombie after another that exploded midair. Her petite figure charged back and forth through the zombie crowd. With such a brave warrior present, Amiya Shiro also played a good long-range support role, helping Hoshino deal with the surprise attacks from the mutated crows above. Seeing that the situation on one side had stabilized, Lu Mingqiu took out a wine bottle from his backpack that they had found in the principal's office. The alcohol inside had been spiked by Hoshino in the chemistry classroom yesterday. If they encountered danger, throwing it directly at the enemy's face would guarantee they understood why fire is so hot. "Surin, take this first. If you encounter danger, throw it immediately." Amiya Shiro has neglected his defense a bit to support Hoshino. "I need to go fill that gap." Surin understands. "I won't let everyone worry." Lu Mingqiu handed the Molotov cocktail Hoshino had made to Surin, then rushed without stopping to Miyashiro's position. He dealt with a nearby zombie with one stroke of his blade and began a new round of slaughter. Miyashiro held his composite bow, sweat dripping from his forehead as he pulled the string. He glanced at Lu Mingqiu, who was filling the gap in his defense, and felt the pressure on him ease. He couldn't help but focus even more intently on supporting his companions. Sarin and the other girl ran to Sata Kazuma's side, gripping their clubs tightly. Ito-J and the others followed closely behind, fearing that if they were a step slow, they would be bitten by zombies. "Are you done yet? Kotoha and the others are about to reach their limit. If this keeps up, we're all finished." Kazuma ignored Ito Makoto. He was fully focused on trying the keys one by one. Once he found that a key's profile didn't match the car at all, he would immediately discard it and switch to a suitable one to continue inserting into the keyhole. His speed was incredibly fast. Compared to the anxious Ito-J and the others, Sarin and Akemi Hamura were nervously holding each other's arms. Their gazes occasionally flickered toward Ito-J's side. If there was any movement, they would throw the bottle to draw everyone's attention. Katsura Kotoha gripped a baseball bat. This item had been given to her by Lu Mingqiu's group with the overall situation in mind. After all, if any side failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Get down." After dealing with the charging zombies using her familiar blade techniques, the young girl instinctively lowered her head upon hearing Miyashiro shout. The wind pressure brushed past her hair as a cold gleaming arrow pierced a zombie's head, eliminating the threat of a sneak attack from behind. Katsura Kotoha looked at the fallen zombie behind her with lingering fear. She gave Miyashiro a grateful look, and her sense of complacency vanished. She threw herself even more into the battle, not daring to show the slightest weakness. Yuri now also avoided danger with Miyashiro's help. She swung the club in her hand upward violently, hitting a mutated crow that suddenly flew in. Its wings snapped as it hit the ground, and Yuri now crushed it mercilessly with her foot. Battles between life and death are terrifying. Lu Mingqiu, relying on the fact that he was already infected and didn't have much time left, exploded with considerable combat power. The blade in his hand swung with a level of skill he didn't usually possess. Every strike was lethal, every stroke slit a throat. Lu Mingqiu kicked away the zombie closest to him, used the momentum to spin, and slashed the necks of two surrounding zombies, decapitating them. For some reason, there was a heat in his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. After 3 long minutes of stalling, the group finally shrank their defensive perimeter. Just as 3 of the directions were about to give way, the sound of Kazuma picking the lock and the blaring of the horn stopped simultaneously. The surrounding cars also gradually fell silent as the sound waves ceased. Ugh, woo. The groans of the zombie horde were exceptionally loud in the quiet parking lot. Everyone seized the opportunity to retreat rapidly. Sata Kazuma yanked the bus door open and stepped inside. Sarin and Akemi Hamura followed closely behind, and Ito-J and the others also ran into the bus. Miyashiro drew his bow and loosed arrows to take down several mutated birds and crows that were trying to interfere, helping Yuri now reach the bus safely. Hoshino also grabbed Katsura Kotoha and rushed to the front of the bus at high speed. Lu Mingqiu and Miyashiro were the last to arrive. Sata Kazuma twisted the key, and the bus engine began to roar. But a problem arose. Who among them knew how to drive? As a student of Kavoto's, Hoshino naturally possessed driving skills. However, for the safety of everyone, Lu Mingqiu had Hoshino and Miyashiro stay by the windows to fend off the zombies while he took responsibility for driving. Looking at the steering wheel positioned on the right, Lu Mingqiu felt a bit unaccustomed, yet he still stepped on the accelerator quite skillfully. The engine shifted from a long silence to a sudden vibration. Lu Mingqiu turned the steering wheel and drove the bus straight out, pushing the speed to the maximum and ramming through many zombies that tried to surround them. Any zombies that leaned their hands against the windows were greeted by Miyashiro and Hoshino with clubs, falling to the ground one after another and being forced off the vehicle. Lu Mingqiu drove all the way, crashing through everything in his path. He ignored the cars blocking the road, ramming them aside to fend off the zombies drawn by the noise. He then burst through the school gate, leading everyone away as they sped off. Image. Miss Now Under the Starry Sky. Chapter 12. Umbrella Foundation Hospital. The pitch-black bus sped across the road. By now, the driver had been replaced by Hoshino. Lu Mingqiu sat to the side, extending his arm for Serin to bandage a wound that had reopened during the previous battle. For some reason, he felt a bit lightheaded as he spoke. Damn it, could this be a side effect of losing too much blood in the earlier fight? You just love showing off. If Kazuma hadn't been lucky enough to get the door open, you'd probably be lying on the ground by now. Don't say that, Hoshino. At least I made a new contribution to the team. Besides, I exhausted my stamina so that you could handle any sudden accidents later more easily. Lu Mingqiu's words had a hidden meaning. Aside from Serin and Akemi Hamura, the rest of the reincarnation squad members understood perfectly. Hoshino's expression darkened, and she couldn't help but reach out and kick Lu Mingqiu. Hiss, ow, ow, ow. Hoshino, I'm still wounded. Don't be so rough. Looking at Lu Mingqiu, who was smiling despite his grimacing, Serin understood from Hoshino's actions that that person Lu must have provoked her. Otherwise, Sister Hoshino, who was usually gentle when speaking to her, wouldn't have given Lu Mingqiu such a kick in public. Akemi Hamura sensed something was off. Kazuma, who usually loved to talk, didn't mock anyone for getting hit, while Amiya Shiro just stood by the window, lost in thought as he watched the scenery outside. Seeing how silent the others were, Lu Mingqiu's playful grin widened. He shook his bandaged arm and said to Serin, "Thanks, Serin. Your bandaging technique is much gentler than Hoshino's was yesterday. Since you put it that way, don't come looking for me to bandage you next time you're hurt. Do it yourself and be self-sufficient. Don't. It's always more convenient to have someone else do it. Besides, special circumstances require special treatment. You really did use too much force when you bandaged me yesterday. If I hadn't used a bit of force, your wounds wouldn't have healed so quickly. Then I really must thank you." The topic Lu Mingqiu started brought some life back to the silent group. Hoshino was so annoyed by that person Lu's lack of seriousness that she gave him another kick, though the force was much lighter this time and didn't hurt much. On the other side, in the middle seats of the bus, Katsura Kotoha watched Lu Mingqiu's group laughing and talking at the front. Then she glanced at the row of seats at the back where she was sitting, and at Ito J, who had changed significantly since the biological outbreak, even though it had only been 2 days since his confession. At the moment, Sionji Sekai was leaning against Ito J's shoulder. Her exhausted appearance seemed to be just from extreme shock, which was a far cry from Katsura Kotoha's current state. She looked at the zombie blood on her hands that she had just finished wiping with a towel. Her mind couldn't help but recall the terrified expression on Ito J's face when he saw her upon boarding the bus, causing a pang of heartache. "Miss Katsura Kotoha, you should throw that towel away once you've cleaned the surface. We might still need your help if we encounter zombies on the road." A soft yet straightforward voice spoke up. Katsura Kotoha couldn't help but look up to see Amiya Shiro standing before her with a bright smile. His short, fiery red hair gave off a warmth like a gentle sunset. Recalling his life-saving help from earlier, she quickly stood up. "Mr. Amiya Shiro, thank you very much for your help earlier. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you." Looking at the elegant and polite young lady bowing her thanks, Amiya Shiro felt a bit out of his depth. Although he had dealt with different types of people before, this was his first time handling such a refined and dignified lady. He could only respond warmly based on his past experience. "There's no need for that, Miss Katsura Kotoha. If you hadn't held one of the sides, we wouldn't have been able to board the bus safely. It's I who should thank you." Looking at the humble youth before her, Katsura Kotoha's heart began to race for some reason. This feeling was even more intense than when Ito J had confessed and pursued her, making her feel a bit dizzy. "All right, Brother Amiya, stop flirting with someone else's little girlfriend. Let's take a look at the newspaper Lu Mingqiu brought. There might be some clues about how this crisis started." Hearing this sudden voice, both Amiya Shiro and Katsura Kotoha were startled. The latter shrank back, her face flustered as she hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No, it's not like that. Amiya-kun didn't do anything to me. She didn't care about her own reputation. She could endure being ostracized by the girls at school. But at the thought of potentially causing trouble for Amiya-kun, Katsura Kotoha's mind fell into a state of chaos. Amiya Shiro's expression froze as he turned his head toward the source of the voice. This voice. Sada Kazuma? The situation was like this. Because Lu Mingqiu and Sarin were foreigners who couldn't read Japanese, Yuri Nao, Takanashi Hoshino, and Akemi Hamura were gathered around them. They held the newspaper, translating it line by line while teaching the two some basic Japanese. This was both for intelligence on the current mission and for future convenience. As for the unfortunate Sato-kun, he was left out in the cold. Since he was a local, he didn't need to learn Japanese, and given his reputation for being unreliable, the girls found him to be a nuisance when it came to analyzing intelligence. Looking at Lu Mingqiu surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, Sato Kazuma could only grit his teeth and take his frustration out on the compressed biscuits in his hand. Kazuma-sama is a noble native resident. There's absolutely no need to learn Japanese. Even if it's a beautiful girl teaching, I'm not envious, not at all. Damn it, I'm totally envious. Right, there's still Amiya. He must have been left aside too. Complaining inwardly, he thought beautiful girls were uninteresting. Lu Mingqiu, that traitor, why couldn't he ask Kazuma-sama or Brother Amiya to teach him Japanese? Right, Brother Amiya. Knowing that approaching the girls would only result in being met with looks of disdain, Kazuma didn't want to make a fool of himself. But just as he was comforting himself and looking for Amiya Shiro to huddle together for warmth, searching for his brother-in-arms whom he'd known for less than a day, he saw a scene that left him utterly shattered. Katsura Kotoha and Amiya Shiro were talking and laughing. The girl's gentle eyes were full of affection. It was clear she had ulterior motives toward Amiya Shiro. So, was he the only one who was unpopular? Sato Kazuma couldn't sit still any longer, which led to the interruption that just occurred. Looking at Sato Kazuma, who was smiling and patting his shoulder while waving a newspaper, Amiya didn't lose his temper. He simply apologized to the flustered Katsura Kotoha. Forgive me. My friend usually speaks like this, but he means no harm. Miss Katsura, please don't take it to heart. No, it's fine. Mr. Amiya, please go ahead with your business. I won't disturb you. Amiya Shiro watched the girl practically flee toward the back seats and could only shake his head helplessly. He glanced at Sato Kazuma, who wore a grin as if his plan had succeeded. Although Kazuma wasn't a bad person, he frequently caused these kinds of headaches. Besides, what did he mean by flirting with someone else's little girlfriend? He was just following his habit of lending a hand when he met someone in need. He didn't have any of the strange ideas Kazuma suggested. Chapter 6. Speaking of which, when did Sato Kazuma get behind him? Why didn't he feel it? Amiya Shiro didn't think much of it and went back to help Lu Mingqiu with the translation. As for why everyone in the team communicated so smoothly, the information instilled by the main god also mentioned it, calling it an enhanced version of the connection beacon that allowed them to understand the languages of all worlds. However, a text version wasn't provided to everyone. Perhaps it was a threshold set by the main god to increase the difficulty of survival, mainly a strategy to train people from different worlds and regions to cooperate and achieve mutual success. And the current operation of reading the newspaper also proved how much this cooperative relationship enhanced the team's cohesion. Listening to the newspaper information translated by Amiya Shiro and the others, Lu Mingqiu's expression suddenly changed. He quickly raised his hand to stop someone's news broadcast and asked with a suspicious look. Although I really trust this connection beacon thing, are you sure you didn't mistranslate Umbrella Foundation Hospital? Yes. That's the original name on the newspaper. Could it be that the hospital's name is the clue? Oh dear, why is this damned Umbrella Corporation always messing with new reincarnators? With Lu Mingqiu's words, everyone reacted. Good heavens, the culprit had been found. Hoshino knew more about Lu Mingqiu than the others. Even if the information he spoke was inaccurate, the general direction was definitely correct. And judging by Lu Mingqiu's tone, he seemed very familiar with this Umbrella Foundation hospital. Image, Hamura, don't cry. Everyone comforts you. Chapter 13. Rest. The roar of the engine pierced through the quiet road. The zombies on the city's streets, hearing the sound, chased after it one after another. However, they were too slow and couldn't catch up, only able to watch their prey leave longingly. Lu Mingqiu looked at the close-up image of the umbrella logo with a headache, regretting that he hadn't flipped through a few more pages of the newspaper. Otherwise, he would have discovered this very important matter back at school. But it wasn't too late to discover it now. If they were well prepared, with Hoshino's powerful explosive strength and a bit of skillful maneuvering, this obvious side quest wasn't impossible to attempt. So, is this Umbrella Foundation hospital the mastermind behind this biohazard outbreak? Facing Hoshino's question, Lu Mingqiu replied concisely. Although saying this might make you angry, compared to the Umbrella Corporation, Caesar Group. So, they're even more dangerous than the Caesar Group? Look at the city now. You tell me which of the two is more dangerous. Alright, I have to admit, Umbrella is indeed more terrifying. Hoshino drove the car, looking at the city outside the window, which had seemingly become a den of the living dead. Just like those profit-driven guys from Caesar Group. It's like a kitten meeting a lion. In terms of evil, it's a complete crushing defeat. He also sighed inwardly that there would be a day when Caesar Group was outshone. Although Amiya Shiro and the others didn't understand some of the terms Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino were using, the clear implication was that the Umbrella Corporation possessed terrifying power capable of overturning the world. Alright, although we've found the culprit, our main task is to survive for 7 days. If we're going to accept this side quest, we might need a lot of preparation. Hiss? At first listen, it sounds like the origin of all biohazards. How about we just ignore this place? I don't want to be eaten by some inexplicable monster. Sata Kazuma was a bit timid. Knowing that the so-called Umbrella Foundation hospital might be an even more dangerous place, he immediately wanted to back out. Everyone else felt the same. After all, surviving 7 days while farming monsters for points was safer. Why undertake such a dangerous mission? Everyone voted unanimously, and Lu Mingqiu also gave up on this so-called side quest. Although the risks were high and the rewards were high, he couldn't joke with his teammates' lives. Moreover, comparing it with the city map from the principal's office, the Umbrella Foundation hospital was completely on the other side of the city from them. It was impossible for the main god to arrange trouble to come so quickly. However, Lu Mingqiu still earnestly reminded everyone not to let their guard down during the mission, or they would easily suffer losses. Extra preparations were still necessary. Now that they had escaped the school, everyone's primary need was to find a place to live, and the location had to be close to the police station, making it convenient to drive there later to scavenge for treasures. At this moment, Hoshino was driving, while Lu Mingqiu and the others, along with Ito J, were divided into 2 groups, pointing at the map stuck on the glass and discussing the final 2 stopping points. Finally, Ito J, pressured by the huge expenses incurred by Lu Mingqiu and the others, chose a villa area. They took a detour based on the direction of the road from the school gate and arrived at the location in less than an hour. Looking at the vast villa area connected to some mountains, Lu Mingqiu was quite surprised by the feng shui of the place. The crisis had been ongoing for a while, and although there weren't many zombies in the villa area, they were still attracted by the roar of the car. However, Hoshino took care of all of them with a single swing of her bat, leaving no survivors. Ito J was once again shocked by Hoshino's methods, and his obsession with revenge somewhat dissipated. If he really provoked her, he probably wouldn't even last one punch. The car drove all the way to a large mansion in the center of the villa area. It was only around 3 p.m., giving everyone a few hours to explore and organize. Everyone got out of the car. Hoshino, carrying her baseball bat, went into the villa. The others placed their suitcases in front of the main door and waited. Half an hour later, Hoshino returned, carrying her blood-stained baseball bat, a lazy smile on her face, and a slightly happy tone as she said, "As expected of a villa area. Although there's no internet, the power system and infrastructure are still usable, which means we can finally take a good, long shower. Hearing that they could shower, the girls from both teams looked at Hoshino with sparkling eyes and immediately surrounded her with questions. The boys, however, didn't react much. It was just a few days without showering. What was the big deal? Regarding the boys' reactions, except for Serin and Akemi Hamura, who didn't care much, the girls, led by Hoshino, all tacitly showed expressions of disdain. Lu Mingqiu and the others could only scratch their heads. Ito-J understood their thoughts, but he didn't care much about not showering for a few days either. An hour passed, and the two groups had divided the mansion into two areas and signed a non-interference agreement. Only when there was a mission to collect supplies would both parties meet in a designated room for discussion. The mansion was quite large, with several big bathrooms, so the showering issue for both genders was easily resolved. Hoshino had scouted earlier. The first floor of the mansion, besides the living room and kitchen, was where books and antiques were stored. The second floor was mostly rooms, arranged like an apartment. That evening, in the bathroom of Lu Mingqiu's section, for girls comfortably lay in bathtubs. The warm mist and lights made them feel as if they had returned to the embrace of civilization. Everything they had experienced before seemed like a nightmare. With a warm towel on her head, Hoshino squinted her eyes, her lazy expression and smile undoubtedly proving her current mood and comfort level. Indeed, a bath after a day's work is so comfortable. I really want to sleep right now. Hoshino's comfort was evident, and the other three felt the same. Serin, experiencing such a large bathtub for the first time, found it both warm and novel. She kept splashing small amounts of water at Akemi Hamura beside her, and the two began to play. Yuri now exhaled comfortably in the bathtub, watching the two playing, her body and mind extremely relaxed, easing the pressure of the past 2 days. By the way, Hoshino, do you think Kazuma and the others might secretly come to peek? I remember boys usually do that during puberty. Well, this old man isn't sure, but I believe that Guy Lu Mingqiu would definitely not do that. If he really had the guts, he wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a month. Oh my, so you know him very well, even though everyone just met yesterday. Haha, aren't you pretty much the same? Willing to listen to someone you've known for less than 2 days. How should I put it? A Miyakuen, while upright and seemingly reliable, is a bit too much of a goody two-shoes. Yuri now recalled Amiya Shiro's lingering affection for Katsura Kotoha and secretly shook her head. This personality wasn't necessarily wrong, but as a team leader, it seemed somewhat fatal. As for that guy Satu, there's no need to even mention him. He's a sly fox, always playing little tricks. So Lu Mingqiu is more suitable to be everyone's commander, right? Pretty much. From his initial performance, he's quite familiar with this so-called main god space, and since everyone else didn't have much of a plan at first, we could only listen to him. Yuri now said, then glanced at Hoshino, recalling the sudden conflict between Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino last time, and couldn't help but smile, gossiping. Speaking of which, what exactly happened between you and Lu Mingqiu yesterday that made you so angry you tied him up? He didn't do anything excessive to you, did he? Why are you asking about that? That guy just had a slip of the tongue, said some unpleasant things, and got beaten up, that's all. Hoshino told the truth, but still didn't go into specific details, which made Yuri now even more curious. Then tell me the specific details. I'm very curious about what Lu Mingqiu said. Facing Yuri now's inquiry, Takanashi Hoshino couldn't help but recall the way she had bowed her head and begged Lu Mingqiu not to do anything foolish at that time, and her face immediately turned red. Oh, you're blushing. Do you have feelings for him? Yuri now immediately narrowed her eyes, the power of the gossip's soul burning within her. No, I don't. Just stop asking. It's not a big deal anyway. If you ask again, I'll splash water on you. Takanashi Hoshino stepped back, putting her hand into the water. As long as Yuri now dared to ask another question, she would splash water. You just... Before Yuri now could finish speaking, water was splashed on her face. She then went with the flow, splashing water back, and the two of them started playing. And this scene fell into the eyes of onlookers. What are the sisters doing? Didn't Brother Mingqiu say we should be united and not fight among ourselves? Hearing such naive words, Akemi Hamura glanced at Serin, who was blinking her large Kaslana eyes, her small expression curious and worried, and could only explain. The sisters aren't arguing. They're just playing, just playing. Oh, I see. What does it mean to have feelings for Brother Mingqiu? Upon hearing this, Akemi Hamura's expression froze. After half a second of stunned, her face flushed slightly, and she stammered in response. That, of course, it means wanting to help Senior Lu. Oh. Serin pondered for a moment, half understanding, then her eyes suddenly lit up. I understand. This is what they call a virtuous assistant, right? So Sister Hamura also thinks that way, wanting to be Brother Mingqiu's virtuous assistant, right? Akemi Hamura's face flushed instantly. What was this child saying? Really, how could I possibly? Her eyes flickered, and without knowing what she was thinking, Akemi Hamura nodded as if by a ghost's prompting. Then Serin will also work hard. I want to be Brother's virtuous assistant too, and I won't lose to the sisters. The little girl waved her tender fist, revealing her cute little tiger teeth as she said. Akemi Hamura, whose pretty face was faintly burning, made no comment, taking it as childish innocence. She sighed in her heart, silently blowing bubbles as she submerged her head into the pool. A righteous person like Senior Lu would definitely not do something like lay hands on little Serin, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Meanwhile, in the changing room at the bathroom entrance, Lu Mingqiu stood with his arms crossed, looking at a certain furtive Kazuma, who was peeking around the changing room entrance and couldn't help but twitch his lips, saying, "What are you doing here, sneaking around? Don't tell me you're trying to take something you shouldn't. Shoo, keep your voice down. If they hear us in there, I'll be killed." Then why aren't you coming out honestly? You don't have anything in your hands, do you? Lu Mingqiu watched Sata Kazuma tiptoeing out, his gaze falling on his hands and feet. Seeing that the other party genuinely had nothing in his hands, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't let his guard down. Kazuma was helpless under Lu Mingqiu's scrutinizing gaze. He had been in the restroom near the bathroom earlier, and as soon as he came out, he spotted a dark figure running into the changing room. He originally wanted to investigate who had the guts to cause trouble here, but before he could get a good look, he was caught by Lu Mingqiu. Kazuma glanced at the changing room direction with a hint of unwillingness, but a sudden idea sparked in his mind. He then put on a mischievous smile, draped his arm around Lu Mingqiu's shoulder, and walked towards the restroom. The moment Kazuma put his arm around his shoulder, Lu Mingqiu clearly saw his hand gesture and understood Kazuma's intention. He could only say that the various reminder gestures prepared earlier were indeed convenient, not only discreet but also difficult to detect. Upon arriving at the restroom, Kazuma briefly summarized his earlier discovery in one sentence, and Lu Mingqiu also thought of planting false evidence, so he narrowed his eyes and said, "Rather than finding the culprit and exposing them directly, it's better to fight fire with fire. I'll go notify Amiya Shiro in a bit, and you find an opportunity to stir up some trouble on their side. We should treat others as they treat us. Can we really do that? Aren't you afraid I'll get beaten if I'm discovered? They might even accuse us first. Do you think I didn't consider that? Did you forget there's surveillance here? Oh right, the power and water systems are still working, so the surveillance is naturally still on. Hee, then I won't be polite. I'll let them know what real thieving and framing looks like." Looking at Kazuma's perverted smile, Lu Mingqiu couldn't help but feel fortunate that this guy was his teammate. Otherwise, how much effort would it take to deal with him? One could only say that Ito J and the others were somewhat careless. Their investigation and exploration of the mansion weren't very thorough, even overlooking common items like surveillance cameras, which most large mansions would have. Perhaps they had been in the warehouse for some time, leading to sluggish thinking and such a low-level mistake. One could only say how important one's own vigilance and the mutual supervision of teammates were. This not only enhanced the team's cohesion, but also brought rewards from careful and serious observation of the surrounding environment, allowing them to cope with most situations. For example, Ito-J's eager plotting this time was destined to lay an excellent foundation and contribute to failure in some minor details. Image, celebration, now with you Chapter 14, Framing. At this moment, in the underground monitoring room of the mansion, Lu Mingqiu looked at Sada Kazuma's furtive appearance on the monitor, feeling a bit speechless and somewhat amused by this guy's methods of scheming against people. After waiting for a while, watching Kazuma's series of actions from the changing room to the boys' room opposite, his skilled movements were like an ancient master thief reborn. Even the hiding places for items were cunningly obvious, ensuring they would be spotted at a glance during a search. After deleting Sada Kazuma's series of operations from the surveillance records, Lu Mingqiu adjusted the previous surveillance footage and also found the culprit he wanted to frame. This Ito-J really has a vengeful streak. It's probably because Amiya Shiro and Katsura Kotoha's conversation in the car at noon stimulated him. Otherwise, why would he act so quickly? Lu Mingqiu couldn't help but shake his head at Ito-J's reckless behavior. He zoomed in on the surveillance, took out the treasured phone from the mansion owner's room, and filmed everything on the surveillance as secondary evidence. Now it depends on Amiya Shiro's reaction. I hope he can control the situation. After tidying everything up, Lu Mingqiu left the monitoring room and came to the living room in their area. He held a chilled, happy water from the refrigerator, poured himself a glass, and sat on the sofa, waiting for a drama to unfold. Lu Mingqiu didn't have to wait long. A sharp burst of noise came from Ito-J's changing room, while the girls on Lu Mingqiu's side were surprisingly quiet. Lu Mingqiu looked at the few people who emerged from the changing room, still wrapped in extra-long bath towels, and couldn't help but frown as he asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? What happened?" "A thief stole our clothes, Mingqiu." "Tell me, who could be so bold?" "How would I know that, Hoshino? You know me. Even if I had the guts to take them, I wouldn't dare admit it in front of you." Chapter 7. Looking at Lu Mingqiu's innocent expression, Hoshino saw a hint of mischief in his calm gaze. Her eyes narrowed, and she turned to the people beside her, saying, "Now, take Sarin and the others back to the room first to get blankets to cover yourselves. Then, call Amiya Shiro." This incident was likely premeditated by someone else. Seeing the big sister of the group speak, Yuri now complied, obediently leading Sarin and the others out of the living room. Hoshino, wrapped in a bath towel, sat languidly on the sofa opposite Lu Mingqiu, her eyes narrowed as she asked, "Speak. What kind of mischief are you up to? You saw through me, but let me state in advance, I didn't steal anything. The culprit is someone else, and you must have heard the commotion on the other side. A good show is coming soon. No wonder I didn't see Kazuma. Aren't you afraid he'll get caught? It's fine if he gets caught. They don't have any evidence anyway. After all, we're just giving them a taste of their own medicine." Lu Mingqiu said with a chuckle, picking up a pre-prepared blanket from behind the sofa and immediately covering Hoshino with it. His tone was slightly teasing as he said, "Daring to come out wrapped in a bath towel? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? That halo on your head isn't meant to be used like that. Mystery isn't such a fragile thing, but why did you only prepare one? What about the others? Do you really think I didn't prepare anything? Look over by the stairs." Lu Mingqiu hinted. Hoshino turned her head and saw Amiya Shiro leading now and the others, all wrapped in blankets, at the top of the stairs. A smile also appeared on her lips as she said, "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. You even anticipated this step. It's nothing. After all, if your clothes were stolen and there was nothing to keep you warm, you all would probably catch a cold tonight." As Lu Mingqiu spoke, he took out a rope to tighten the blanket, preventing it from slipping. Hoshino cooperated obediently. If a certain someone dared to make a move, they would probably already be on the floor. Just as Lu Mingqiu finished handling things, Kazuma, leaning against the wall, moved his position step by step. Finally, with his exquisite hiding skills, he escaped the possibility of being caught red-handed. Kazuma quickly arrived at their living room. He looked up and saw 4 girls wrapped in blankets, sitting together on the sofa. His expression froze, as if he had thought of something, and the expression of suffering a huge loss on his face showed his unwillingness. "Lu Mingqiu, was this also part of your plan, my beautiful girls bathing?" Tears streamed silently down Kazuma's face as he roared internally. Lu Mingqiu had sent him away to enjoy that beautiful sight alone. Was this still what good brothers did? Lu Mingqiu immediately saw Kazuma's resentful gaze and his face darkened. What kind of person did this guy think he was? Don't use yourself as a template to judge others. Lu Mingqiu tapped Kazuma on the head, bringing him back to calm amidst the brief pain. He said grumpily, "I'm not you. Be serious. How did the task I gave you go? Did you leave any traces? With me on the job, you can rest assured. They dared to steal our comrades' clothes. I'll make sure they taste true false accusation." Kazuma patted his chest, his face brimming with confidence. Lu Mingqiu also reminded everyone to act genuinely when the time came, to give the young man on the other side a little hope, and then ruthlessly crush it, making him understand the harshness of society. Lu Mingqiu and his group didn't have to wait long. Ito J's team arrived within minutes of their conversation and commotion, marching in with an intimidating aura, as if they had absolute confidence. "Hey, you Kazuma, did you steal our clothes? Why else would the clothes we left in the changing room be gone?" Sawanaga Taisuke stood at the very front, pointing his finger at Sada Kazuma, immediately making an accusation. This action caused Hoshino and the others to turn their gazes towards Kazuma, their scrutinizing looks making Kazuma blush as he said, "Hey, what are you talking about without any proof? What do you mean I stole your clothes? We should be asking you why our clothes are also missing." As Kazuma spoke, he pointed at the 4 women sitting on the sofa, their bodies wrapped in blankets, just like Sionji Sekai and the others who had followed them in. "Do you have proof? Don't just talk nonsense without evidence. Maybe you stole them yourself." Everyone, calm down. Discussing who stole the clothes is meaningless right now. The urgent task is to find the missing items. Otherwise, how can we talk about finding the culprit? Amiya Shiro said in a raised voice, and this sentence made both sides take a step back. Each side sent representatives to discuss where to look for the clothes. Since everyone is worried about the whereabouts of the clothes, why don't I lead the way and start searching from our rooms? Lu Mingqiu said with a smile, as if he wasn't too concerned about this sudden clothes disappearance. Ito J, seeing Lu Mingqiu's confidence and concluding the clothes weren't with him, sneered inwardly. The crowd didn't waste time and went upstairs to Lu Mingqiu's room. Lu Mingqiu, emboldened, opened the door. Hoshino and the other girls swarmed in, starting to rummage through everything. Chapter 15, Evidence. Found them. My clothes and skirt are here, and so are Serin's and Hamura's. Who would have thought, Lu Mingqiu, that you're this kind of person? I misjudged you. Hoshino glared at that person Lu with a dark face, clutching the clothes and skirt in her hands. To make the act more realistic, she stepped in front of Lu Mingqiu and raised her hand, slapping him. Lu Mingqiu looked at the clothes in Hoshino's hand, completely stunned. Seeing Hoshino's movement, he pretended not to have time to dodge, quickly turning his face away just as the palm touched it, but he was still hit. The loud sound made Ito J at the doorway feel a surge of joy. Hiss? How could this be? I have a solid alibi. Amiya Shiro will vouch for me. Hoshino, you're being a bit impulsive. Lu Mingqiu showed a wronged expression, quickly covering his face with this realistic effect, and walked over to Amiya Shiro. I think you two are in cahoots, trying to use an alibi to shirk responsibility. It's true that you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Hearing Sawanaga Taisuke's merciless words, Hoshino looked at Lu Mingqiu, who was secretly signaling that he was fine. Guilt welled up inside her, and she felt an even stronger urge to kill the clothes thief. However, for the sake of a more shocking reveal when the evidence appeared later, she still followed the plan Lu Mingqiu had discussed earlier and said, "Now it seems only my, Serin's, and Hamura's clothes are here. Go check Amiya's room. Maybe everyone's clothes are scattered." Ito J didn't have to wait long. Yuri Nao's and Katsura Kotoha's clothes were also found in Amiya Shiro's room. Yuri Nao's expression was icy, and Katsura Kotoha looked at Amiya Shiro with disbelief, her eyes seemingly filled with misplaced affection. Amiya Shiro had anticipated this, but his expression perfectly conveyed initial confusion, then shock, and finally seriousness. This series of emotional changes was observed by everyone. After a while, Lu Mingqiu's 3 rooms were thoroughly searched. Finally, Kuroda Hikaru's clothes were found in Sadakazuma's room, but some people's clothes were still missing. However, none of that mattered anymore, as the culprit was right beside them. Hoshino, do you trust us or outsiders? We absolutely did not take the clothes. Someone must have framed us. Hey, Yulu. The evidence is conclusive. What are you still trying to argue? I think you 3 are just barefaced scumbags, pretending to be good people on the surface, but actually rotten to the core. Sawanaga Taisuke continued to spout insults. In reality, his words were directed at himself and his good brothers, but to preserve his reputation, he had no choice but to go all the way. Sadakazuma's face was twisted with anger. If it weren't for the more dramatic scene to come, he would have already started hitting people. Shut up. This is an internal matter for our team. How can you outsiders point fingers? A murderous glint flashed in Hoshino's eyes, and her single sentence silenced the room. Ito Makoto also broke out in a cold sweat, trying hard to appear calm. Since our rooms have been searched, it's your turn now. Lu Mingqiu seized the opening in Hoshino's speech and put forward their demand. After all, only searching their 3 rooms wouldn't completely convince everyone, as there were still 2 people's rooms that hadn't been searched. Under Hoshino's pressure, the girls didn't say much and rushed into Ito-J's room, where they found Sionji Sekai's clothes. This discovery startled Ito-J, who subconsciously blurted out, "How's that possible? I didn't touch Sekai's clothes." Ito-J's words were soft. Standing at the back of the team, he looked at the sailor uniform in his room and felt completely unsettled, immediately realizing something was wrong. However, it was too late. Yuri now suddenly appeared in his line of sight, smiling as she held up her phone, turning on the recording and playing it at maximum volume. A certain someone's glorious deeds were exposed to everyone the moment he let slip. Sadakazuma also took advantage of everyone's stunned state, raised his foot with a fierce expression, and kicked down Ito-J. Amiya Shiro then took out a rope and tied him up, directly subduing the opponent. The constant replays echoed through the room, and Sawanaga Taisuke's expression also froze. Then, with a fierce resolve, he turned the gun barrel towards his good brother and said, "Ito-J, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to collude with those 3 guys. Even if I'm a bit perverted, as Lu Mingqiu said, Kazuma and I have never seen such a shameless fellow. Don't lump me in with this scumbag. Honestly, I'm actually a little angry." Satakazuma and Amiya Shiro's gazes turned unfriendly. When Ito-J saw his good brother directly cut ties with him, he immediately became enraged and said, "This was clearly your idea. Don't try to shirk responsibility and make yourself look clean." Ito-J's self-incrimination immediately made the girls present change their expressions, and their gazes involuntarily turned to Sawanaga Taisuke, who, with a fierce look, said, "Ito-J, if you've done something wrong, you should bravely take responsibility. Stop slandering me here. Everything needs evidence." The dispute between the 2 left the girls on Ito-J's side in a state of confusion, while Hoshino reminded them that there was still another room to search, and a decision would be made after all their clothes were found. Ultimately, the other girls' clothes were also found in Sawanaga Taisuke's room. At this point, all the boys present were divided into 3 factions. The trio led by Lu Mingqiu firmly insisted they didn't do it, and Sawanaga Taisuke even attacked both sides, pushing Ito-J into Lu Mingqiu's camp, adamantly denying that stealing the clothes was his idea. Ito-J gritted his teeth. His good brother's betrayal and the enemy's firm denial gave him a sense of loneliness, like a lone boat. He couldn't help but look up at the corner of the corridor. Suddenly, a reflection made him freeze, and the sight of a monitor made his hair stand on end. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lu Mingqiu looked at the girls on Ito-J's side, who were already somewhat confused about who had stolen the clothes, and said, "I still firmly believe that your personal undergarments were not taken by us. There must be a villain framing us. I wonder if you would be willing to go to the monitoring room? The cameras there should always be on, and I'm sure they must have recorded crucial evidence." As soon as these words were spoken, The girls present immediately changed their expressions, involuntarily looking up at the reflective surface in the upper corner, and their belief in Lu Mingqiu's words grew a few points. Ito-J's expression turned to horror, and Sawanaga Taisuke fell silent, a hint of fear surfacing in his eyes, his legs even trembling slightly. The girls marched towards the monitoring room, with Lu Mingqiu cheerfully leading the way. This scene finally made Ito-J realize that he had shot himself in the foot. Sawanaga Taisuke also understood the many previous anomalies. Everything they had experienced before was arranged by the other side. He looked at the lingering slap mark on Lu Mingqiu's face and gained a new understanding of this guy's ruthlessness. He was even ruthless enough to not spare himself. As the surveillance footage played in the monitoring room, the reputation of the Ito-J brothers was completely ruined by their own self-destructive actions. Chapter 16. Expulsion or Eradication. At around 9 in the evening, all the truth came to light. The girls, who had already changed their clothes, each bowed solemnly and apologized to Amiya Shiro and the other two. After that, they all went to the two Ito-J brothers, who were tied up, and immediately started punching and kicking them with considerable force. Katsura Kotoha and Yuri now, in particular, delivered incredibly powerful punches, each blow landing directly on vital points. The bruised and swollen Ito-J and his good brother Sawanaga Taisuke writhed in extreme pain on the ground. Lu Mingqiu was lying on the sofa, while Hoshino sat beside him, taking out a bag wrapped in ice and gently placing it on that person Lu's face, saying in a slightly hushed voice, "Sorry, there were too many people watching us at the time, and to avoid giving ourselves away, I used a bit too much force. It's all right. In that situation, if we weren't serious enough, it would have been easy for people to see it was a setup. But if you really want to apologize, why not make me a meal?" Hearing Lu Mingqiu's request, Hoshino secretly made a mental note of it, planning to cook a table of her best dishes when she had the chance. "Oh, right, about those two guys. How do you want to deal with them?" Lu Mingqiu brought up the main topic. Everyone else was already quite displeased with Ito-J's constant antics and unpredictable behavior. Especially Sadakazuma. If not for their good luck in finding the key last time, everyone might have been scattered by the zombies, and there would have been no chance to get on the bus. "I don't really care. At most, we'll just throw them out and have no further contact. It's not like we're going to." The girl made a throat-slitting gesture, her meaning very clear. Lu Mingqiu's gaze also became serious as he said, "If we really do that, we'll have to take a long detour by car. Are you sure that won't make the guys on the other side overthink things?" "It doesn't matter. Getting rid of scumbags like them isn't a big deal, and the other side wouldn't want to be stared at by two guys who covet them anyway." Hearing the girl's lazy yet cold words, Lu Mingqiu wasn't surprised. As Hoshino, who had fought her way out of battlefields, there were many robots and villains who had died by her hand, not to mention the current environment. Lu Mingqiu was helpless, but didn't refute. In this main god space, a place where danger and opportunity coexist, there was a risk of death at every moment. For people who could threaten them or even harbored ill intentions, merely exiling them was considered Hoshino being kind-hearted and having an exceptionally high moral standard. "I'll go ask the others later. After all, your opinion alone doesn't represent the majority." Lu Mingqiu sat up, putting down the ice pack on his face. The slap mark had already disappeared, and his gaze deeply fixed on Ito-J's direction. At this moment, Ito-J was bruised and swollen, trembling on the ground, his whole body seemingly in excruciating pain. The unwillingness and anger in his eyes met Lu Mingqiu's calm gaze. Hoshino noticed this, and her expression also became cold, saying indifferently, "It seems some guys still haven't given up. If your skills aren't good enough, you can't blame anyone else. Blame him for provoking someone he shouldn't have." Lu Mingqiu didn't say much. Ito-J's gaze already explained everything, but he hadn't made a decision yet. He still needed to ask for others' opinions. At 10 in the evening, a bus drove out of the gate of the separate district. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino drove the two, who were already beaten to the point of immobility, to a location in the city with a higher concentration of zombies. Turning off the headlights, Lu Mingqiu carried the trembling Ito-J and Sawanaga Taisuke out of the car and threw them by the roadside. Hoshino also got out of the car, holding the long knives they had previously found in the principal's office. She tossed them to Lu Mingqiu, her eyes filled with worry as she asked, "Can you handle it yourself?" "Don't worry, ever since I embarked on this path of no return, I've been mentally prepared. Besides, they've already set their sights on you girls. Kazuma might hesitate, but I won't." Taking the scabbard, Lu Mingqiu nodded to the girl, then drew the sword. The blade reflected the cold, elegant moonlight, and the sharp edge gleamed with an icy chill. Not far away, Ito-J, who couldn't quite hear their conversation, saw Lu Mingqiu draw his sword and his expression turned to horror. His good brother beside him had accidentally hit his head when he fell and had already passed out. "Wait, didn't you promise Sionji Sekai and the others that you would only banish us? What does drawing your sword mean?" Ito-J retreated in terror, but his movement was limited due to his bound hands and feet. He couldn't help but shout out the final decision of the vote Lu Mingqiu had held regarding their fate. The vote was just a formality. "For your repeated actions against us, and even coveting our people, if we don't deal with you early, are we supposed to keep you for the new year? Don't kill me, I apologize, I deserve to die, I shouldn't have provoked you, please spare me, please spare me." Lu Mingqiu ignored Ito-J's pleas. With a downward thrust of his long sword, the unconscious Sawanaga Taisuke screamed awake, his eyes fearfully looking at the blade embedded in his arm. Lu Mingqiu didn't hesitate, the sword light flashed. Sawanaga Taisuke opened his mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out. A warm wetness spread across his neck, and finally, his eyes lost focus as his throat was slit with one strike. Watching his good brother being silenced with a single strike, Ito-J screamed even louder, his lower body already wet, and his pleas for mercy grew so loud that they attracted several nearby zombies. Seeing the zombies approaching, Lu Mingqiu seemed to recall something. He didn't make a move, merely took out a white cloth to wipe the blood from the blade, turned, sheathed his sword, and walked towards the bus. "Resolved so quickly? You're quite decisive." Hoshino leaned back against the window, turning her head to look at Lu Mingqiu walking back, regarding the decisiveness of this guy with new respect. "No, I only dealt with one. The remaining one is still alive, but barely." "Oh, how so?" Hoshino was quite surprised. Based on her understanding of Lu Mingqiu over the past 2 days, this guy's desire for revenge was absolute. The fact that he gave up the chance to finish someone off with a single strike meant he probably had a more sadistic method of disposal in mind. "Trust me, you don't want to see that scene. Just go back to the bus and wait." "What kind of storms haven't I seen, Uncle? I won't be scared off by a single sentence from you. I actually want to see the scene you mentioned. Since you insist, don't blame me later." Seeing Hoshino's indifferent expression, Lu Mingqiu let her have her way. When Ito-J saw Lu Mingqiu stop, his heart pounded wildly. Looking at Lu Mingqiu, who had returned to the bus and was talking with Hoshino, the hatred in his eyes was mixed with jealousy. He fiercely swore internally that one day, he would make those two people regret ever being born. Ito-J's dream was beautiful, but reality was ultimately harsh. The blaring sound of the loud horn echoed, dropping a depth charge into the quiet city. The zombies who had initially noticed the problem here because of Ito-J's screams now had red lights flashing in their eyes, and zombies in other locations heard the noise and came shuffling over. When they approached within 20 meters of the bus, the scent of blood caused their eyes to glaze over. It was obvious that Sawanaga Taisuke wanted his good brother to spend this beautiful night with him, even unto death. Lu Mingqiu turned off the horn on the bus. Looking at the zombies constantly approaching, Hoshino finally understood why Lu Mingqiu didn't want her to see that scene. Just imagining it made it clear it was truly too horrifying. Although she could endure watching it if she wanted, as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. She obediently got onto the bus and closed the window, leaving only Lu Mingqiu outside to watch the zombie horde approach. After waiting a moment, the zombies were within 10 meters of the bus. Lu Mingqiu also got onto the bus, closed the door, and told Hoshino to step on the gas and drive out. As the bus sped away, Ito Makoto, who was left behind, froze in shock. He completely broke down and screamed, "Lu Mingqiu, you devil! I curse you to never!" Before Ito-J could finish his curse, the zombies, drawn by the smell of blood, had already swarmed him, biting into his flesh, causing him to scream and convulse. In less than 3 seconds, Ito-J's screams abruptly stopped, leaving only the sound of zombies chewing flesh. Image: Hoshino in a dress. Image: Serin, White Comet. Chapter 17. Virus. This is a high-end match. The starlit curtain of the night sky cast a faint glow over the gloomy city. The bus roared down the highway, but the two people inside were silent. Lu Mingqiu looked at the night outside the window, still gripping his scabbard. Recalling the events of the past few days, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The world is unpredictable. I ended a life with my own hands after all. Didn't you say you were mentally prepared? Since you've already done it, don't regret it. Don't misunderstand. I'm just lamenting that since coming to this wretched place, the peaceful life of the past is gone forever. The way of the world isn't just about social etiquette and fighting. Survival of the fittest is the most primitive basic mode of operation in any world. Listening to Lu Mingqiu's words, Hoshino agreed with what he said, and a look of remembrance flashed in her eyes as she recalled some of her own past experiences. Speaking of which, ever since I was brought here by the main god Space, I wonder how Shiroko and the others are doing. Have they noticed I'm gone and started frantically searching for me? Lu Mingqiu's reflection reminded Hoshino of the past. When she first encountered the main god Space pop-up, it was the middle of the night. At that time, she was patrolling the area when her phone suddenly received a notification. She initially thought her secret nighttime activities had been discovered by a junior, but it turned out to be a strange text message pop-up. Out of curiosity, she clicked it, followed by a sentence that deeply shocked her. The phrase, "Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live?" made Hoshino think of bad things, but the question also resonated deeply within her heart. So, she subconsciously clicked yes, and when she opened her eyes, she was in this wretched place. You don't need to worry about that. The main god Space encompasses everything. It has everything you could imagine. Once we survive this mission, or obtain more points, or even complete side quests to gain side plotlines, we can exchange them for a chance to return to our original world. Your understanding of the main god Space already exceeds the information the main god gave us. Without you, even if we knew the basic information, we might have suffered heavy losses during the first exploration. Based on my understanding of the main god, every team has a veteran member. I, this unlucky person, just happen to know these things. Perhaps our current team is a rebuilt one whose previous members were wiped out. It's still too early to consider these things. Let's just focus on surviving these 6 days. Hoshino ended the conversation. Lu Mingqiu also took advantage of the driving time to rest for a while. When he opened his eyes, the bus had already arrived at the villa area. The vehicle drove up to the parking shed of the large manor. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino got out together, and Amiya, Shiro, and the others, hearing the sound of the vehicle returning, came out to greet them. Welcome back. You didn't encounter any danger on the way, did you? Amiya Shiro stepped forward and asked the two of them with concern. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino shook their heads, indicating that there were no problems along the way, and Ito-J and the other person had been exiled. Amiya Shiro glanced at the knife Lu Mingqiu was holding and then looked at the composed Hoshino, deciding not to ask any further questions. It was enough that their comrades returned safely. As for anything else, if he didn't know about it and no one mentioned it, it didn't exist. Lu Mingqiu quickly noticed Amiya Shiro's sensitivity. Hoshino was also surprised by this teammate's reaction and observational skills. To grow to this extent in just 1 day, it seemed she had underestimated the quality of this team. The main god really knew how to pick people. Everyone returned to the manor. Sionji Sekai and the others quickly rushed over to ask Hoshino about the situation concerning Ito-J, while Lu Mingqiu followed Amiya Shiro and Kazuma to the bathroom, took a shower, and came out in less than 15 minutes. At 1 a.m., Lu Mingqiu returned to his room, placed his long blade by the bed, and collapsed onto the mattress, exhausted, but he couldn't fall asleep. Perhaps because he had briefly napped on the bus, Lu Mingqiu was quite energetic now. To pass the time, he began contemplating the details of their future actions. The weapons currently available to everyone are mainly melee-based. The only viable long-range weapon is the bow and arrow, which only Amiya Shiro knows how to use. Although they could teach others, time is scarce. Only the easily accessible handgun could potentially form effective firepower in a short period. Lu Mingqiu silently opened the city map, looked at the police station closest to the villa area, and compared the routes. If the bus drove at full speed, they could arrive in 30 minutes, but the fuel in the bus was insufficient. They needed to find the nearest gas station first. Lu Mingqiu made markings on the map and took out white paper to record notes. He was busy for an hour before drowsiness finally hit him. Originally, these detailed tasks were supposed to be done by Hoshino, but she had fallen asleep early. After all, she hadn't closed her eyes for 2 days. When he was infected earlier, Hoshino guarded the warehouse all night, fearing he might suddenly rise as a zombie and bite someone. If he still made her do other work now, he truly deserved to be hung from a street lamp. Drowsiness arrived. Lu Mingqiu picked up the ropes placed in the 4 corners of the bed and tied both his arms and ankles. Beside his bed were large heavy objects that Hoshino had moved there, serving as a control measure before his possible zombification, should the virus incubation period end. Pulling up the blanket, Lu Mingqiu felt dizzy for some reason. He groggily closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. 30 minutes after he fell asleep, a pink figure slipped in through the window with extremely faint steps, walking slowly until she stood before Lu Mingqiu. Looking at the man peacefully asleep, Hoshino took out an adhesive thermometer. This item had been found while searching the manor, and it was perfect for observing the virus's effects and reactions on Lu Mingqiu. Hoshino ultimately cared for her comrade. She only slept for 2 hours before getting up to continue monitoring Lu Mingqiu's viral infection status. It was fortunate that Lu Mingqiu was in a deep sleep now. If he woke up and found Hoshino, he would probably be startled. 10 minutes passed. Hoshino peeled off the thermometer. Looking at the reading, which showed a fever of over 40 degrees, the worry in Hoshino's eyes deepened. It seemed the virus had taken effect today, but Lu Mingqiu's constitution was tough enough that his immune system was fiercely suppressing the virus's attempt to manifest. Macroscopically, it was just a fever, but microscopically, cells and pathogens were fighting and merging, transforming into nutrients to nourish the host. Seeing Lu Mingqiu sleeping soundly like nothing was wrong despite such a high fever, Hoshino's personal conjecture about the main god received strong confirmation, and at the same time, she gained confidence in the future of their current team. A night passed, and everyone survived another day. Counting from 6 a.m. on the first day of their arrival, they had been alive for 2 days. It was now 9 a.m. on the 3rd day. Lu Mingqiu groggily got up and immediately felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. He quickly got out of bed, untied the rope, and, enduring his hunger, went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he opened his room door step by step. Coincidentally, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Amiya Shiro coming over with food. Mingqiu, you're finally awake. Everyone tried to wake you up this morning, but you didn't stir. You must be hungry now, right? Here, this is breakfast I made this morning. Since there are quite a few of us, I made extra. If you can't finish it, you can save it for lunch. Before Amiya Shiro could finish his sentence, Lu Mingqiu snatched the breakfast with fierce eyes and began wolfing it down without any regard for his image. Sato Kazuma, who was passing by, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but marvel at how big Lu Mingqiu's stomach had become, as he ate enough breakfast for 3 people. Not enough. Can I have more? I only feel about 50% full. Amiya Shiro was a bit surprised, but remembering the infection, he understood and said with a hint of worry in his eyes. There's still a lot downstairs. Do you need me to help bring it up? No, I'll go myself. Watching Lu Mingqiu rush downstairs, Hoshino, who was hiding in a corner of Lu Mingqiu's room, breathed a sigh of relief seeing that Lu Mingqiu was still conscious. She had thought he had turned into a zombie earlier when he was in that muddled state. Image: Akemi Hamura, confused and indifferent. Chapter 18. Come on, target the police station. At 9:20 a.m., Lu Mingqiu burped, sitting at the dining table. Seren curiously poked Lu Mingqiu's noticeably rounder stomach and asked cheerfully, "Brother Mingqiu, why is your appetite so big this morning? You ate almost 10 servings of breakfast." "I don't know. I woke up so hungry I almost fainted. If Amiya hadn't made extra, I'm afraid I would have been hungry until noon before I could eat my fill. Being hungry is really bad. Seren has felt that before. It was so uncomfortable. If Mommy hadn't brought food back in time, Seren might have been hungry all morning like Big Brother. Then Seren's mother must be very amazing, right? It wasn't easy to raise you in that ice and snow. If there's a chance to go back, can you introduce her to everyone?" Lu Mingqiu, full and content, subconsciously asked after hearing Seren's words. He quickly realized his mistake, but the words were already out and couldn't be taken back. Yes, Mommy was indeed a very amazing person, but she's gone due to some things. Lu Mingqiu wanted to slap himself. If he hadn't been in such a bad state this morning, he would never have asked such a stupid question. He knew she was an orphan and still asked. He truly deserved to die. Not far away, watching Lu Mingqiu frantically trying to distract Seren, Amiya Shiro's mouth twitched. Kazuma, next to him, also said helplessly. Today, besides his increased appetite, Lu Mingqiu's thinking has become sluggish. Could it really be because of the virus? He's still alive and hasn't turned into a zombie, which is the best possible outcome. There should be a cure when we return to the main god space. For now, let Hoshino keep an eye on him to prevent him from doing anything rash. Yuri, now standing beside Amiya Shiro, also proposed the most effective solution. Sata Kazuma nodded in agreement, then said with a bitter expression, "Well, that's true. Why do I have to go out today? Can't I just guard this place?" "No, these are all tasks arranged this morning. Besides, Kazuma, you've fought zombies before, and you've rested for a day. Even if you don't fight, you still have the strength to move things, right?" Hoshino appeared from behind Sata Kazuma with a smile. This ghostly, silent appearance startled Sata Kazuma, making him take 2 steps forward, and he could only nod obediently. "Fine, I'll just treat it as an exciting outing. I don't believe we'll encounter any major threats just by going out." Sata Kazuma muttered quietly, and Hoshino was speechless upon hearing this. However, she still became vigilant. As the saying goes, what you fear will come. Preparation was still necessary. At 10:30 a.m., at the entrance of the Villa District courtyard, Lu Mingqiu glanced at the remaining fuel in the car. It could run for about 3 hours, which was clearly not enough, but it was more than enough to reach a gas station and even drive for an additional 2.5 hours. After checking for any damage to the vehicle, Hoshino, Lu Mingqiu, Yuri now, and Sata Kazuma got into the car. Hoshino sat in the driver's seat, turned her head, and said to Amiya Shiro outside the window, "I'll leave the outpost to you. If anything unexpected happens, take everyone and escape to our previously decided second outpost. Remember, don't act impulsively." "Understood. I'll pay attention to the surroundings." Amiya Shiro nodded, watching the 4 drive away. Akemi Hamura said with some worry in her eyes, "Will they be all right?" "Mr. Mingqiu seems fine, but his eyes are sometimes focused, sometimes unfocused. Will this plan really go without a hitch?" "It'll be fine. With Hoshino there, she'll bring everyone back with her abilities." Amiya Shiro's eyes were incredibly serious as he looked down at Akemi Hamura, affirming his words. 30 minutes later, in front of the Hatai gas station. Lu Mingqiu's group drove here and saw quite a few zombies at the gas station, so they parked the car in front of a nearby office building. Lu Mingqiu, holding a long saber, groggily opened his eyes, slapped his face to force himself to wake up, and glanced out the window, yawning as he said, "Strange, I've already slept for 7 hours. Logically, I should still be energetic. Why did I fall asleep in the car? Did you stay up late last night? Otherwise, why was the map you gave this morning so precise, even marking the closest route?" Sata Kazuma had an expression that said, "I've seen through you." Lu Mingqiu rolled his eyes at him. Being provoked by this guy actually woke him up, and he couldn't help but look at Hoshino and say, "Leave the surrounding zombies to me. You take Yuri now and Sadakazuma to fill up on gas, and while you're at it, grab anything useful from the gas station. Okay, but don't overexert yourself and absolutely do not get bitten by a zombie, or your viral infection might worsen." "Got it, I know what I'm doing." Watching Lu Mingqiu get out of the car without a word and sneak up behind a zombie to ambush it, Hoshino picked up a gas can with one hand and a baseball bat with the other, saying, "All right, he knows what he's doing. Let's go. We need to be back by 2 o'clock." Everyone dispersed grandly. Lu Mingqiu, with a flick of his blade, took care of a zombie. His figure was nimble as he moved through the alley, and his stamina was more than double what it was yesterday. Lu Mingqiu clenched his fists, clearly understanding the reason for his sudden increase in strength. However, he wasn't sure if it was due to the virus or the power of his own bloodline. This would have to be determined later. The saber flashed, and the zombie was cut in half. Lu Mingqiu was very satisfied with his full-power masterpiece. It seemed he wouldn't have to be so afraid of zombies in the future. Although he thought he wasn't afraid, Lu Mingqiu's fighting style was still quite disgusting. He never fought 2 zombies at once, always luring them one by one to fight them alone. It took him a full half-hour to clear out the zombies near the gas station. While Lu Mingqiu was happily gaining 3 points for killing over 30 zombies, Sadakazuma had already moved gas cans back and forth 5 times, filling a total of 20 cans, all placed in the back seat of the car. Meanwhile, Yuri now and Hoshino, one controlling the machine and the other holding a fuel nozzle connected to the gasoline hose, were using the still-operating machine to refuel the vehicle. Soon, the car's tank was almost full. Hoshino told now to turn off the machine, then carried the remaining full gas cans into the car. Yuri now used her personal invisibility ability to weave through the zombies and successfully returned to the car. Lu Mingqiu heard the car horn and quickly put away his saber and ran. His footsteps were light and fast as he headed to the vehicle, leaping in and closing the door with practiced ease. Seeing this, Hoshino stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle roared to life. With the added fuel, the power was indeed different. The entire bus's speed was much faster than before, truly leaving everything else in the dust. The bus sped away, heading straight for the nearest police station. Image, confused now, squatting. Chapter 19, Famous Zombie Film Armory. The roaring vehicle sped across the road. After navigating several roads blocked by cars, the bus finally arrived at their loyal armory, the police station, famous free weapon source in zombie-themed works. Looking at the police station with some broken windows, Hoshino couldn't help but worry if everything inside had already been taken, wondering why it was so quiet. Chapter 9. Don't let your guard down. In a place like a police station, where firing a gun creates a huge noise, the number of attracted zombies will definitely not be small. The current calm is just superficial. Maybe the police here have all run away, or they've been completely wiped out, but they couldn't possibly be without their final security weapons. We just haven't searched thoroughly enough. Right, the police station in every zombie-themed work is an armory. Even if it's the worst case, there will still be a few usable handguns and bullets. After all, if we run into those armed villains, we'll definitely be in deep trouble. The 2 people who had built reputations in the fields of gaming and film both spoke up. Hoshino and Yuri now also nodded, parking the vehicle not far from the police station. The 4 people got out of the vehicle, each holding a weapon. The baseball bat in Kazuma's hand had also been upgraded. He no longer felt the initial discomfort when facing zombies, and he could even take one down by himself. However, he still followed behind Yuri now, looking around cautiously, his face full of vigilance. Lu Mingqiu tightly gripped the long saber in his hand, evenly adjusting his breathing with every step. His gaze constantly darted up, down, left, and right. As soon as he detected something amiss, he would draw his saber, striking the enemy by surprise and throwing them into disarray. Not disappointing them, the zombies also heard the footsteps, and howling sounds emerged. The 4 quickly confirmed the location, spread out, and surrounded that spot. The zombie, dressed in a police uniform, heard movement outside and staggered out to investigate. What greeted it was a heavy, powerful iron baseball bat. Kazuma struck the zombie's head with full force, knocking it to the ground. He quickly seized the opportunity, frantically smashing the zombie's head with the bat until it was thoroughly dead before stopping. When encountering an enemy, don't panic. Kill them first, then double tap. If they pretend to be dead, burn them with fire, turn them into ash, scatter them to the wind, pray for their reincarnation, and avoid karmic entanglement forever. These 6 sentences were the golden maxims Lu Mingqiu and the others had spoken just before arriving at the main god's face. In this dangerous place, you truly couldn't survive without being ruthless. Sato Kazuma absolutely agreed with these 6 sentences, but it also depended on the situation. If there was room for negotiation, he would still try. But if it were Lu Mingqiu, then sorry, if you provoked him, you provoked a living King Yama. Ito Makoto was a typical example. He was gone just yesterday. There weren't many zombies inside the police station. They were all dealt with in less than 10 minutes. Lu Mingqiu also found a layout map of the police station in an office, from which he located the storage area for firearms and ammunition. Looking at the armory sealed by the security door, Lu Mingqiu turned sideways and made a gesture to invite her forward. Takanashi Hoshino swung her arm, the halo above her head shining with divine light. With a loud boom, the security door was kicked, leaving a dent, and it was quickly torn off after a few more strikes. Yuri Nao and Sato Kazuma were already accustomed to Hoshino's strength. Having this super strength angel with a halo as their teammate was truly a blessing from heaven, and they owed their survival to this lady. With the security door removed, Lu Mingqiu happily walked in. Looking at the unopened firearms, his eyes were practically sparkling with joy. We're rich now. Although there aren't many gun models, common rifles and police sniper rifles are all here, and the ammunition is plentiful enough for everyone to use for a while. Lu Mingqiu's words were spot on. Hoshino was also extremely satisfied with the current haul. The amount of weapons and ammunition was enough for her and the juniors of Abitus to use for a good while. Let's go, let's go. Why are you standing around? Hurry up and move the stuff. Oh, and be careful with some of these things. Don't let them explode. Lu Mingqiu quickly started directing the team. Sato Kazuma cheerfully hoisted a box full of ammunition and loaded it onto the bus. Fortunately, the bus was quite spacious, and the supplies still fit. Half an hour later, looking at the warehouse with a small portion of weapons remaining, Lu Mingqiu regretfully said, "What a shame, the vehicle is almost full. If we load any more, there won't even be enough seats for 10 people. Be content. Now that we have firearms, we aren't afraid of most biomonsters. We can just come back tomorrow to get the rest. When we get back, I still need to teach you how to use them." Yes, Teacher Hoshino, let's hurry back. Don't keep everyone waiting. Lu Mingqiu made a small joke, and Hoshino smiled, not minding it. She shouldered a shotgun weapon she wasn't very familiar with but knew how to use extremely well and walked out of the police station. Everyone got into the vehicle and started the ignition. The loud rumble of the engine signaled that the vehicle had successfully started. Hoshino stepped on the gas, driving the group away. Not long after they left, a transparent figure opened its eyes under the reflection of the sun, staring intently in the direction the vehicle had departed. Having been refueled, the vehicle's speed increased significantly. The journey that originally required an hour was shortened to under 30 minutes. The vehicle once again arrived at the villa area and drove back to the manor. Looking at the supplies and firearms Lu Mingqiu and the others brought back, both Amiya Shiro and Katsura Kotoha's group were stunned, secretly wondering if they had robbed the police station, or else where did all that equipment come from. Hey, don't even mention it, he really did take it from the police station. Sato Kazuma was so excited that he was gesturing wildly while patting a box of ammunition, saying, "Although all of us combined won't use all this firepower, small zombie groups and special monsters won't stand a chance against the combined firepower of over 10 of us. The safety of the stronghold has greatly increased. After lunch, everyone should go to the entrance of the manor to test the firearms and learn how to use them to increase our margin for error." "All right, Kazuma, Stop showing off over there. Hurry up and move the supplies. If you move too slowly, you'll eat less lunch. Lu Mingqiu's voice came from the second floor inside the manor. Sato Kazuma cheerfully waved goodbye to Amiya Shiro and the others who were preparing ingredients and strode quickly up to the second floor, carrying the ammunition. Amiya Shiro smiled and took Katsura Kotoha and the other girls who knew how to cook into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Meanwhile, on the rooftop terrace of the manor, Hoshino had set up a sniper rifle. She used the scope to look at various corners of the villa area, then nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. It's much stronger than some ordinary sniper rifles on the market. The range should be about 1,000 meters. I just don't know if it can kill individual mutated creatures. When soldiers come, use generals to block. When water comes, use earth to cover. We have so much equipment now, so there's no need to panic. However, you need to explain the afternoon lesson in detail to everyone, and we can't waste too many bullets. 10 bullets cost 1 point, so we must use them sparingly. You want to conserve resources so soon? Didn't you say we should use suppressive fire on the way back? That depends on the situation. If there are few enemies, we strike precisely. If there are many, we use suppressive fire." Lu Mingqiu spread his hands, patching up the words he had spoken before returning. Hoshino had no desire to complain about it. She got up from the ground, dusted off her clothes, and said, "All right, now let's set up firing points on all 4 sides of the manor so we can defend against enemies." "Got it. I already had Sarin and the others give everyone a police walkie-talkie. I'll leave the deployment instructions to you." At around 12:30 in the afternoon, the firing network around the manor was set up, and Amiya Shiro's side had also finished making lunch. Knowing that Lu Mingqiu's appetite had become unusually large due to the virus, Amiya Shiro prepared enough food for over 30 people. 1/3 of the food stored in the manor was consumed, but the group wouldn't be staying here for long anyway, and the remaining amount was enough to last 5 days. At 1:30 in the afternoon, everyone in the manor stood in front of the gate holding small handguns. Hoshino drove a sedan, dragging 3 zombies tied up with ropes behind the car. Although today is a day worth celebrating, in this crisis-filled apocalypse, not knowing how to shoot is absolutely unacceptable. Hoshino got out of the car, untied the zombies, and kicked one of them towards the girls, saying in a serious tone, "To help you grow quickly, simple target practice is a waste of bullets. It's better to grow between life and death. Don't call me cruel. This is the only chance for you to survive in this world under the current circumstances." Sionji Sekai looked at the zombie that had gotten up and was staring at them. Extremely terrified, the arm holding her handgun was trembling, but recalling the chaotic apocalyptic scene from before, she still raised the handgun, aimed at the zombie, and fired the first shot. Following that shot, the others quickly followed suit. The sounds of gunfire echoed throughout the villa area, and gunshots were also being transmitted from other villas near the manor. Lu Mingqiu held a police handgun in one hand, killing 1 villa zombie with every shot. Within 10 meters, every shot was a headshot, demonstrating incredible precision. Lu Mingqiu was quite surprised that he still maintained such a high level of skill after handling a real gun. If he had to talk about gun battle experience, it was just playing with toy guns against friends in the neighborhood during the New Year when he was a child. After all, he played almost every day back then, but after the New Year passed, the toy firearms would be confiscated by his parents for fear of hitting other children. Perhaps due to his improved physique from the virus, the recoil from every shot Lu Mingqiu fired wasn't significant, and firing 7 rounds consecutively was not an issue. After eliminating all the zombies in one of the villas, Lu Mingqiu sheathed his saber, blew the muzzle smoke off his handgun, switched the safety on, and put it into his gun holster. He turned around, intending to go back and check on how Hoshino's training of the others was progressing. But before he could take 2 steps, a sense of crisis instantly enveloped him overhead. The suffocating feeling, as if his life was being stripped away, made him instinctively roll forward. With a bang, the sound of the floor being pierced rang out. Lu Mingqiu's gaze was sharp. The moment he rolled, he drew his gun, switched the safety off, and fired a shot diagonally upward. The sound of the gun, accompanied by a flash of fire, sent a bullet flying, striking the attacker within a second. Red blood dripped onto the ground. Lu Mingqiu looked up at the giant green figure above. The long red tongue retracted from the pierced floor. Lu Mingqiu looked at the gigantic chameleon, which was exiting in a transparent state. He cursed inwardly, knowing that the main god would never let them off so easily. Right after acquiring new equipment, a monster that clearly looked like a boss had appeared. Without hesitation, Lu Mingqiu quickly fled the area, smashing directly through the window. The moment he rolled onto the ground, he ejected the handgun magazine, inserted a police flare into it, quickly reloaded, switched the safety off, and fired a shot toward the sky. Immediately after this series of actions was completed, the gigantic chameleon rushed out with a greedy gaze. The entire villa structure was breached, centered around the broken window, and its red tongue shot out like a bullet, heading straight for Lu Mingqiu's forehead, intent on a one-hit kill. Image, bland yet mixed with a hint of doubt. Chapter 20. Look at me, bug. Lu Mingqiu narrowly dodged the chameleon's tongue, circling the villa as he ran. He aimed his pistol at the chameleon's eye and fired, but unfortunately, the chameleon was highly intelligent and blocked the bullet with its tail. Damn the main god's face. It's only the third day, and it pulls this stunt on me? Is it targeting this old man? Lu Mingqiu cursed aloud, but his body repeatedly dodged the crushed stones the chameleon threw with its tail. He was astonished by the chameleon's cunning. It didn't seem like a typical bioorganism. A loud boom echoed from the sky. The flare had exploded. Some zombies around the various villas began to stagger into motion upon hearing the noise, but Hoshino's reaction was faster. Seeing the golden flare in the sky, Hoshino quickly instructed Katsura Kotoha to take the others into the courtyard first. Amiya Shiro also rushed out of a villa on the east side, heading toward the direction Lu Mingqiu had fired the flare. Sato Kazuma ran out of the courtyard, shouldering a rifle, and said to Yuri now, who was also running toward the gate. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The cost is always hidden in the dark. Now the trouble has arrived. Stop talking nonsense. Hoshino has brought the car. Get in quickly. Fortunately, Lu Mingqiu's location wasn't far from the courtyard. Amiya Shiro running on two legs naturally couldn't be faster than four wheels, so Hoshino, along with Sato Kazuma and Yuri now, quickly reached the villa where Lu Mingqiu was. Gunshots and curses erupted from inside the villa, and the roar of a monster bellowed out. Hoshino didn't hesitate for a second, kicking the car door off its hinges. She swiftly rushed into the villa, aimed the shotgun in her hand at a chameleon that had revealed itself, and fired with a bang. The shotgun's explosive power and scattered pellets whistled past. The intelligent chameleon sensed the danger and leaped forward, dodging the shotgun blast. It swung its tail at a stone table in the villa garden, sending it flying straight toward the villa entrance. As the stone table flew rapidly toward her, Hoshino dodged sideways while continuing to fire at the chameleon. However, the chameleon had already climbed onto the roof and disappeared under the sunlight. Don't let your guard down. Watch out for sneak attacks. This damn thing can turn invisible, and its target is me. Seeing this, Lu Mingqiu didn't forget to warn his companions at the villa entrance. Sato Kazuma heard that person Lu's words the moment he entered, spitting out a curse with a tone as if he had swallowed a fly. What the hell? This chameleon isn't just huge, it's also intelligent, can turn invisible and sneak attack. How are we supposed to fight this? Observe the air currents and wind direction. Now, if we really want to kill this thing, we need close quarters combat. If we want to fight remotely without injury, we need heavy firepower. Go back and grab the rocket launcher first. Although she had been learning to drive for less than a day, Yuri now had taken it seriously. Driving back and forth over such a short distance was no problem, so she drove the car away as Hoshino had instructed. Kazuma, you and Lu Mingqiu distract the chameleon. I'll look for a chance to get a few shots in. That's easy for you to say. That thing can turn invisible, and if we get scratched and infected, we're done for. Sato Kazuma complained, but his steps were steady as he charged into the villa. He gestured to Lu Mingqiu nearby, and the two of them knowingly flipped their middle fingers toward the roof, shouting provocatively, "Hey, trash! Come on over if you dare. Didn't you want to eat me? Your grandpa is right here. Big stupid chameleon. What good is being invisible? Come and bite your Lord Kazuma if you have the guts." The provocation seemed to work. The large, intelligent chameleon glared fiercely under the direct sunlight and took 2 steps forward, a movement that exposed its location. Hoshino stared intently in one direction and instantly pulled the trigger. The shotgun spat fire, and the pellets rained out, but they only struck the tip of the chameleon's tail. This attack, however, was enough to break its invisibility effect. Sato Kazuma also raised the rifle in his hand and immediately opened fire. Due to the recoil, he had to step back, but he still managed to hit the chameleon's back. Struck by those 2 shots, the giant chameleon realized it couldn't clash directly. It needed to quickly deal with the 2 annoying flies so it could enjoy the prey that held the ultimate attraction and deliciousness for it. The chameleon flipped and landed. Its tail immediately scooped up crushed stones from the damaged wall and flung them towards Sato Kazuma without hesitation. Seeing the stones flying like bullets, Kazuma immediately performed a flat fall, narrowly dodging them. But a shadow was already looming over his head, and Hoshino's voice roared out, "Don't you dare succeed." Hoshino pulled the trigger. The bullets flew out, and the sound of them cutting through the air made Sato Kazuma roll again on the ground, followed by a scream as red blood dripped onto the floor. Although the chameleon's sacrificial attack was swift, it chose the wrong target. Given that person's maximum luck stat, it ended up getting injured, but it also seized the opportunity to sweep Kazuma away with its tail. Struck by the tail, Kazuma's abdomen absorbed the impact, causing him to involuntarily spit out some liquid. He rolled several times on the ground, moving away from the chameleon. Lu Mingqiu didn't just stand by. His pistol bullets had already been unleashed, accurately striking the chameleon's rear tail, lessening the force of the blow. Otherwise, the strike Kazuma received might have broken his ribs. "Hoshino, watch out for its tongue." Seeing that one annoyance had been dealt with, the chameleon didn't press its advantage. Its gaze fixed on Hoshino, who was preparing to reload, and it seized the chance to rapidly unleash its tongue, which shot out like a javelin. Lu Mingqiu shouted the warning, and Hoshino reacted instantly, placing her anti-riot shield in front of her the moment the magazine ejected. It blocked the chameleon's tongue, but she was pushed backward. Lu Mingqiu also took this opportunity to reload his magazine, and his pistol bullets began to pour out, constantly hitting the chameleon's back. But the damage was limited. Victory was only possible if they could slash its abdomen for a critical blow, then finish its head off with a shotgun. Time waits for no one. The chameleon turned around the instant it knocked Hoshino away, and its tongue did not retract. Like a whip, it swung with inertia, rapidly descending toward Lu Mingqiu. This chameleon is craftier than stagnant water. Lu Mingqiu chose to roll, cursing aloud, but the flexible tongue found his location and wrapped around him stickily. This scene was witnessed by Kazuma, who was clutching his stomach. He aimed the rifle tightly held in one hand at the chameleon and gritted his teeth against the abdominal pain to pull the trigger. The recoil pushed him back again, but the shot accurately struck one of the chameleon's eyes. The chameleon lost half its vision and immediately roared. Hoshino had also finished reloading her magazine. Watching Lu Mingqiu being pulled back as the chameleon thrashed its tongue in pain, the halo above her head flashed brightly, and she hurled the anti-riot shield in her hand with all her might. The sound of it cutting through the air followed immediately. Lu Mingqiu watched the whistling anti-riot shield slice the chameleon's tongue. He broke free of the restraint, drew the long blade in his hand, and slashed it toward the chameleon's neck. Because the chameleon's tongue was retracting, Lu Mingqiu was currently the closest to it. This full-power slash struck the creature's neck, carving out a massive wound. However, the chameleon's struggle wasn't over. Its remaining eye emitted a faint red glow, its 4 limbs slammed down instantly, and the massive force kicked up dust, obscuring everyone's vision, and it turned invisible again. The kicked-up dust wasn't very effective, as the blood below already betrayed its position. Nevertheless, the dust obstruction bought it crucial time. Hoshino wanted to shoot, but the blinding sand and dust covered her eyes. She couldn't risk firing, especially since her current companions were not like the juniors in Abydos who could withstand bullets. During these few seconds of respite, the chameleon's originally green body turned crimson. It was clearly intending a desperate, all-out attack. Its current target was the individual who had caused it the most trouble and was the most dangerous. The howling wind scattered the dust. After the chameleon turned entirely red, its wounds healed. Its tail swung with tremendous force. The halo above Hoshino's head lit up, absorbing the impact of the tail whip, but she was still sent flying, smashing through the villa wall and kicking up dust. Lumingchio and Kazuma watched the scene, grinding their teeth. Damn it, there's a second phase? Will this ever end? Just as the two were worrying about Hoshino, Amiya Shiro finally arrived on the battlefield, immediately sweeping the area with his rifle. However, the chameleon was fearless and charged straight at Amiya Shiro. Amiya Shiro saw that bullets weren't very effective against the creature and could only retreat and look for cover. Lumingchio picked up the rifle Kazuma had thrown and ambushed the chameleon from behind, emptying an entire clip of bullets. Feeling pain in its back, the chameleon turned its head toward Lumingchio. Seeing the prey that was supremely delicious and attractive attacking it, it instantly became enraged. Seeing that the opponent had been drawn to him, Lumingchio turned and ran, preparing to kite it. However, the chameleon's enraged enhanced speed was unusually fast, and its regenerated tongue, now tipped with barbs, arrived instantly like a cannonball. Lumingchio looked horrified. Even if he could react, it was already too late to dodge. At that very moment, Hoshino rushed in front of Lumingchio at top speed. The halo above her head shone with extreme brilliance, blocking the strike that was comparable to a heavy sniper rifle for Lumingchio. Both of them were pushed back, violently slamming into the wall surface. Lumingchio felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, but he endured it, swallowing hard instead of spitting it out. Amiya Shiro grew furious upon seeing this. Kazuma also rolled toward the shotgun's location, forced himself to stand up, picked up the gun, and pulled the trigger despite the massive recoil. The barrage of firepower from the two men attracted the chameleon's attention. At this moment, Yuri now also arrived in the car, firing the rocket launcher in her hands at the chameleon. Covered by the sound of gunfire and the explosion, Lumingchio climbed out of the wall debris, holding Hoshino. Lumingchio looked at the girl who had fainted. The intense heat he had felt before returned to his eyes. He couldn't help but recall all the experiences he had shared with Hoshino along the way, thinking about how many times she had saved him. Chapter 10. Counting the time in the office, the time surrounded by zombies, and this chameleon attack, he had been saved by her 3 times. Putting aside gratitude, her selfless act of risking her life for a companion was enough for Lumingchio to consider her an important person. Now that she was injured because of him, Lumingchio was truly furious to the point of explosion. Gently placing the girl on the ground, Lumingchio's eyes blazed with fervor. Ancient whispers seemed to echo in his mind, and he instinctively chanted them aloud. At this moment, the chameleon, burned all over from the cannonball, endured the pain and whipped its tail, sending Amiya Shiro flying. Sata Kazuma continued to roll, dodging the sweeping tail. Just as it was about to press its advantage and finish off its enemies, a low whisper entered its ears. The sound and words seemed formless and insubstantial, yet carried an ancient power that made its body stiffen. It turned to look at the spot where its prey had been knocked away. The dust had long dispersed, revealing the young man holding a long blade. His noble, golden eyes were like those of a sovereign ruler of this world, shaking its mind and halting its thoughts, as if an ancient superior being was staring directly at it, a mere insect. Look at me, insect. Image. Yuri now smiling at you. Chapter 21. Dustless Land, Purified Land. The dazzling golden eyes, bright as the sun, shone with divine light. Lumingchio looked at the chameleon with a cold sneer. For some reason, A gentle breeze swept through the surroundings, and he said coldly, "Look at me, insect." The icy voice echoed. The chameleon's limbs and expression stiffened completely as it faced Lu Mingqiu's words. Amiya Shiro was helped up by Yuri now, and Sada Kazuma also looked up at Lu Mingqiu's visibly changed eyes, feeling an intense shock. That feeling of being stared at by a superior being, a predator at the top of the food chain, made everyone present's hair stand on end. It also delivered a spiritual shock to all living beings present, doubling the pressure. The chameleon, stared at by the golden eyes, was even more terrified. In those eyes, it felt like a tiny insect with no thought of resistance or escape in its heart. Lu Mingqiu's eyes blazed with fervor. He silently chanted ancient dragon language, then switched to a language he understood and said, "Divine word, dustless land, purified land." Few people present understood Chinese, but with the help of the connection beacon, the meaning was clear. The moment those incredibly imposing words were shouted, a gust of wind pressure swept through the entire villa. Lu Mingqiu felt the power within him. As the words fell, he took a step forward, and something beneath his foot suddenly exploded, tearing up a corner of the ground. Lu Mingqiu shot out like a cannonball, moving so fast that no one could react. The gleaming blade light, reflecting the sun, became even brighter. With a whoosh, the long blade in Lu Mingqiu's hand slashed across the motionless chameleon's body, creating a huge wound. He then kicked the chameleon's abdomen. The impact of purified land instantly propelled it into the sky, its internal organs and its abdomen ruptured. Staring at the chameleon, whose eyes had rolled back in its head, Lu Mingqiu raised his hand. The surrounding air flow instantly contracted towards him, and the chameleon fell even faster. Lu Mingqiu retreated. The moment the chameleon crashed into the earth, he stabbed his blade into its sole remaining eye. Dustless land was attached to the long blade, repelling from the blade as its center and released at extreme speed. Instantly, the chameleon's head shattered like an expanding balloon. Lu Mingqiu, apart from the injuries he sustained earlier, now stood perfectly intact, not even a speck of the chameleon's blood or flesh clinging to him. He was impeccably clean. Killed mutated individual chameleon, completed side quest, escaped experiment, reward 1,000 points, 1 D rank side plot. Reincarnator broke through mental critical point, reward 1 D rank side plot. Looking at the reward notifications on his wristband, the golden eyes in Lu Mingqiu's eyes slowly faded. He half sat on the ground. If not for the blade supporting him, he would have collapsed long ago. In the distance, Amiya Shiro and the others still maintained their shocked expressions, as if they hadn't recovered, watching Lu Mingqiu, who had suddenly turned into a superhero and instantly defeated the chameleon in just a few moves. Amiya Shiro reacted the fastest, quickly running to Lu Mingqiu's side and helping him up. However, Lu Mingqiu had already lost all his strength, and his blade fell to the ground. "Mingqiu, you were incredibly strong just now. You instantly defeated the chameleon that we couldn't even handle together in just a few moves. How did you do it? Magic or superpower?" Yuri now looked at Lu Mingqiu with somewhat complex emotions. Hearing Kazuma mention superpower, she frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. "In a sense, it's both a superpower and magic, but I prefer to call it divine word. And my proficiency with this thing isn't very high. Those extreme maneuvers just now were part of a beginner's protection period after I recently awakened. To replicate those actions again would require a long period of practice." Having initially awakened his bloodline, Lu Mingqiu was still very tired. His head felt heavy as he answered Kazuma's question, then he fainted after speaking. Looking at Lu Mingqiu, who had closed his eyes, Kazuma recalled those golden eyes, dazzling like the sun. Every time he remembered them, his heart was struck, and he felt an urge to kneel and worship. On the other side, Hoshino, lying on the ground, suddenly woke up with a start. Gritting her teeth, she clutched her aching head and quickly looked around, fearing that something bad had happened before her eyes. However, all she saw was the corpse of the chameleon with its head shattered, and Lu Mingqiu already being carried into a car. Yuri now had intended to go and carry the unconscious Hoshino, but she didn't expect her to wake up so quickly. She walked over and helped Hoshino to her feet. How long was I unconscious? How is Lu Mingqiu? And the monster? Don't talk yet. Your condition isn't good either. We'll talk more when we get back to the mansion. At 10 o'clock at night, in a room on the second floor of the mansion, Lu Mingqiu slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar yet strange ceiling, he jolted awake. Feeling hungry, he propped himself up, and what met his eyes were Hoshino, Sarin, and Akemi Hamura. You're finally awake, old man. I thought you'd sleep for 2 more days. Brother Mingqiu, how do you feel? Do you have any pain anywhere? Mr. Mingqiu, if you're hungry, Mr. Shiro has prepared dinner and is waiting for you downstairs. Facing the trio's questions, Lu Mingqiu's gaze sharpened, and he answered clearly. It's not that I slept for so long, just extreme physical exhaustion. And as for the injuries, I have to thank you for protecting me. You saved me 3 times. I happen to be hungry, so let's go downstairs to eat first. Downstairs, Lu Mingqiu spent 20 minutes devouring enough food for 15 people. Clearly, the consumption from this bloodline awakening was extraordinarily large. Hoshino, with a slightly languid expression, watched Lu Mingqiu gobble down food and asked, Mingqiu, the power you awakened this afternoon seems very formidable. Can you show me? Facing the girl's inquiry, Lu Mingqiu, guided by the feeling in his memory, activated the bloodline within him. Golden eyes bloomed, and his entire demeanor abruptly changed, an invisible aura enveloping the surroundings. Hiss. This feeling is hard to describe. Being stared at by these golden eyes gives me the illusion that I need to kneel. Your feeling isn't wrong, it's just that your mental strength is high. An ordinary person would have already knelt. Lu Mingqiu deactivated his golden eyes. He felt a bit hungry again, reached for a few desserts made by Amiya Shiro, popped them into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and said, I'll explain these in detail later. For now, just know that my current abilities rank second in this entire team. Well, congratulations then. Our team's strength has increased by another notch. Hoshino clapped her hands, looking at Sarin, who was staring with curious eyes nearby. This girl didn't seem to be affected either, so her mental strength must not be low. Due to Akemi Hamura's inherently frail constitution, Lu Mingqiu deliberately avoided her when activating his golden eyes, lest she suffer a heart attack from fright and cause a team casualty. However, that momentary pressure still reached the girl, causing her to break out in a light sweat. Brother Mingqiu is so amazing. His golden eyes are just like Sarin's and Sister Hoshino's, and he was already handsome, but now he's even more handsome. Facing the girl's praise, Lu Mingqiu merely cleared his throat and said, Actually, it's nothing. In my world, these eyes are just basic equipment, and there are countless people stronger than me. I'm just lucky. This is just basic equipment? What kind of monster gathering place is Earth in your world? At this moment, Sada Kazuma's mouth twitched upon hearing Lu Mingqiu's words. Those eyes almost made him kneel, and he called them basic equipment? That was too exaggerated. Actually, I don't know much, only that people in my world hunt dragons, and these eyes of mine come from dragons, and my abilities are related to them. That sounds like a lot of trouble. It seems your world isn't simple either. Yuri now walked out of the kitchen, speaking with a sigh of emotion. All right, instead of talking about that, the sudden completion of the side quest was quite surprising. And according to the description, the chameleon we encountered this afternoon seems to be an escaped experimental subject. Knowing the main god's temperament, this is probably his doing. Lu Mingqiu raised a finger, his tone very certain, while Hoshino responded with caution. In any case, we must survive past the 7th day. Instead of passively waiting for trouble, we should take the initiative. Maybe the main god will give us less trouble that way, but we must be sufficiently prepared. That's easier said than done. Who knows how many chameleon-like monsters are in the Umbrella Foundation Hospital? Even if Hoshino and Lu Mingqiu kill them one by one, they'll be noticed by those people, making it potentially more dangerous. So, there's danger if we don't move, and danger if we do move. Is this wretched place trying to prevent us from living? Kazuma was going crazy. This back and forth was truly tormenting him. If he hadn't been lucky and his injuries weren't severe, he wouldn't have survived the first day. Image, Hoshino Chapter 22, Gathering Supplies. After a night of discussion, everyone formulated a detailed new plan based on the current situation. On the fourth day, they would part ways with Katsura Kotoha and the others, leave the villa area, and move to evade the surprises the main god might arrange if they stayed put. As long as I run fast enough, the crisis can't catch up. Even if it does, it will have expended energy, making it easier to resolve. On the morning of the fourth day of survival, around 8 o'clock, Lu Mingqiu was refreshed, brandishing his long blade. His golden eyes flickered occasionally, and the dragon language he spoke was whispered aloud as he practiced his divine word and techniques. Dustless land whipped up a strong wind, and the wall that blocked all things withstood Hoshino's shotgun. Even if the power were greater, even a rocket launcher's shell couldn't inflict superfluous damage. That's truly terrifying. Just by speaking a few incomprehensible words, you can use such an abnormal ability. Not even a missile could harm you in the slightest. After all, this divine word is primarily for defense, but its versatility is high, allowing for all sorts of tricks. I can enhance it to withstand artillery shells in a short time. If the academy that made an exception to admit me were to evaluate me, I'd definitely be considered a talent. Lu Mingqiu was drenched in sweat. Those few rocket launcher shots truly drained a lot of his stamina. If his physique hadn't been strengthened by the virus and reinforced again after the awakening of his dragon bloodline, his defense might have been shattered immediately by the shells, leading to an elemental cascade. Brother Mingqiu is so amazing. Sirin wants to learn that when she gets her abilities too. Facing Sirin's undisguised look of admiration, Lu Mingqiu smiled and said, "Hee, Sirin, in some ways you are much stronger than your brother. If you truly gain your abilities, you might even be able to string me up and beat me." "Really? Sirin will be that powerful later." "Of course. When we can't beat the enemy, escaping will be entirely up to you." Using the most imposing tone to say the most cowardly words, that's truly typical of you. Kazuma, passing by, lightly mocked Lu Mingqiu. Now, the fact that Lu Mingqiu knew some of their secrets was no longer a secret, and besides, he promised to explain everything after surviving this mission, which everyone trusted him to do. Rather than engaging in unnecessary risks, everyone's safety comes first. As long as we are strong enough and stable enough, the enemy won't be able to do anything to us, Hoshino said in a lazy tone. She had already figured out Lu Mingqiu's thought process. This guy was the type who was both cowardly and reckless, constantly switching between being normal and being a slacker. When there was no danger, his plans were as solid as an old dog. He was also very reliable when a real crisis hit, but when things were about to go south, Lu Mingqiu wouldn't care about being cowardly or not. As long as he seized an opportunity, he would definitely charge to the front and blow up the opposition. Certain zombies he had killed had the most say in this matter. Hoshino is right. Our current situation is thanks to everyone's caution and mutual reminders. Otherwise, we would have suffered losses on the very first day. All right, all the necessary practice is done. Come quickly and help move things. Little Hamura is already rushing us. Sada Kazuma smiled helplessly. He neither agreed nor disagreed with their shared sentiment, simply offering a reminder before turning and leaving. Looking at the sky, the time is almost here. Hoshino, I'll go help first. Thank you for your hard work watching the night yesterday. Why are you being so polite to an old man like me? I'll rely on you for driving the vehicle this afternoon. I really need to get some rest. Watching the girl yawn, Lu Mingqiu wore a helpless expression. This girl still hadn't gotten rid of her habit of staying up late to patrol. He was worried she might suffer a myocardial infarction one day and just collapse. Image, yawning Hoshino. Astutely sensing that person Lu's concerned yet helpless gaze, Hoshino's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. She yawned and went to find a good spot on the bus to sleep. After moving everything that needed to be moved, Katsura Kotoha looked at Amiya Shiro with a somewhat dazed expression, clenching and unclenching her fist over her chest, and asked with visible worry, "Are you really leaving? Can't you stay a few more days?" "I'm sorry, Miss Yi. We have reasons we must leave. Furthermore, the danger in this city hasn't ended. We plan to search for the source of everything. Once we have clues, and if we don't encounter danger, we'll return. But isn't that too risky? You're even taking Serin and little Hamura, these two children. Don't worry, with Hoshino there, they will be fine. Miyashiro looked somewhat helpless. He could only give ambiguous answers to Katsura Kotoha's frequent questions, fearing he might upset the girl. Fortunately, under his persuasion, the girl still let him go, but only on the condition that Miyashiro took her amulet with him. Having no choice, Miyashiro honestly took the amulet. This scene was clearly witnessed by Yuri now, and Akemi Hamura, who was beside her, blushed and lowered her head upon seeing it, clearly a shy child. After bidding farewell to the school day's female protagonists in Resident Evil, led by Katsura Kotoha, Lu Mingqiu and his group embarked on a route circling the city. After all, the main quest stated they had to survive in the city for 7 days, and leaving might lead to even more terrifying consequences, such as elimination by the main god. The engine of the bus roared. There were only a few vehicles on the road, as the routes they took were relatively secluded. The major highways had long been jammed with cars. Inside the bus at this moment, Miyashiro was using a simple electric stove to cook instant noodles. The current conditions weren't as good as they were back in the villa area, where all sorts of kitchen utensils were available. Still, simple boiled instant noodles combined with some ingredients he had pre-cut could easily make a delicious meal. As the aroma spread, 3 girls, all under 1.6 meters tall, woke up from their slumber, their eyes hazy as they looked at the ready noodles. Lu Mingqiu, driving the bus, glanced at the alarm clock they had brought from the villa. It was just past 12 o'clock, so he found a secluded spot and parked the vehicle. Lu Mingqiu got out of the car with his blade. Everyone understood what he was about to do. Hoshino, carrying her shotgun, followed him out to provide backup. A few minutes later, following the sounds of gunshots and the thud of the staff blade cutting through flesh, nearby zombies and the extremely rare liquors were successively eliminated. Lu Mingqiu handed Hoshino a clean towel, asking her to wipe the blood from her face, and said with slight surprise, "Hey, why has the number of monsters in this city increased again? If I hadn't reinforced the defenses twice, I'd probably be exhausted on the ground." This also proves that the longer the time passes, the more danger there is. If we stay in one place for too long, we might be completely surrounded by the 7th day. Furthermore, looking at it from another perspective, the difficulty of obtaining points will be slightly easier. I definitely don't want this kind of easy. Lu Mingqiu complained, feeling both helpless and vigilant about the increasing number of monsters around them. He then got back into the car with Hoshino. Seeing that most of the noodles had been eaten, Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino sat down at the table, dividing the remaining half between them. Hoshino's figure and build seemed quite petite, but her appetite was far from ordinary. Of course, compared to that person Lu, it was indeed a bit small. After everyone finished lunch, Hoshino took over driving the car for the afternoon. Lu Mingqiu and his group had already finalized their destination, Izumi Supermarket in the eastern city. The stock and date of the supplies there would definitely be the freshest, as the zombie crisis had broken out less than 5 days after they had restocked. Chapter 23, Mutated Giant Spider. The sun slowly tracked across the sky. There were still 2 hours until sunset, and Lu Mingqiu and the others had already driven to the vicinity of Izumi Supermarket in the eastern city. Wow, what is that? A super large electric fan? But why are they all just boxes? Serin pressed her face against the car window, her bright golden eyes looking at the giant Ferris wheel in the center of a distant amusement park. Her eyes were full of curiosity and doubt, and deep down, hidden longing. Chapter 11. That's a Ferris wheel. I didn't expect there to be an amusement park here, and it's not on the map. We're using an old map. This amusement park was probably built a month ago. Before it was dismantled and renovated, it seemed to be a large factory. Yuri now looked at the map in her hand, a little curious about the amusement park ahead, but these things were irrelevant to their plan, and they wouldn't stay here long. Even if the city's power facilities were still operational, they couldn't enjoy them, as they only had 7 days. If they had the chance, they could take Serin to other amusement parks. Everyone got out of the car one after another. Lu Mingqiu held the binoculars he'd found at the police station and observed the direction of the supermarket. There were many zombies wandering around, estimated to be over 100. With a zombie horde of this size, even if I used dustless land to get close and crush them, it would consume a lot of stamina. Hoshino used the old method to push through. Shiro, you, Nao, and Serin guard the car. Kazuma, come with us. I want to see how many useful things are in this supermarket. After making arrangements on the spot, Lu Mingqiu led Hoshino and Kazuma around the street. Their furtive movements and faint sounds made the closest zombies curious, but they were taken care of with a knife and a stick before they could even turn around. 10 minutes later, Sata Kazuma looked at the two people whose knives and sticks were stained with blood, and his mouth twitched. Recalling their almost vulgar fighting style, he couldn't help but say admiringly. First, they used dustless land to draw the zombies in, then stab them through and through or go for a headshot. Even if a licker reacts, it'll be firmly suppressed by dustless land. With knives and sticks flying, they'll be deader than dead. These biochemical monsters must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to encounter you two fiends. That's a bit biased. How can you call us fiends? We're clearly just giving them release. Mingqiu is right. Under this irreversible viral erosion, they are no longer human. If they were alive to see themselves gnawing on their loved ones, they would probably collapse. Rather than letting them continue in this muddled state, it's better to simply give them release. That's true, but why do you have to stab through a door? Can't your dustless land isolate everything? Facing Kazuma's complaining question, Lu Mingqiu said with dead fish eyes. Do you think my divine word comes from thin air? It's not just a matter of saying a word. This ability of mine consumes a lot of stamina. I need to save as much as possible and use every bit of strength in the right place. All right, Kazuma, don't mind these details. Isn't it safer this way? Facing the twos back and forth, Kazuma no longer wanted to complain. Safe was safe, but the door had also declared the end of its professional life. Looking at the door, which was now just a few wood chips, Kazuma silently mourned for a second, then followed Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino out of the small shop. Across the road from them was Izumi Supermarket. Looking at the 6-story supermarket, Kazuma couldn't help but marvel at how big it was, much grander than the convenience stores he usually visited at night. It's a pity it's the apocalypse now. Everything inside can only be $0 purchased, no money to be made. Lu Mingqiu and the other two returned to the vicinity of the bus after dealing with the zombies, cleaning the blood off themselves. Then, they took Amiya Shiro to the supermarket, leaving Nao and Serin to guard the car. Amiya Shiro carried a rifle and an arrow quiver, with an arrow knocked on his compound bowstring. Lu Mingqiu held a police pistol in both hands, his faintly glowing golden eyes enhancing his physique and comprehensive perception, observing any movement in the square area ahead with excellent vision. Hoshino stood at the very back, her halo occasionally flashing, her gaze filled with vigilance. Kazuma was sandwiched in the middle, clutching several grenades and Molotov cocktails. If any situation arose that a single person couldn't handle, he would just burn and blow the enemy to the sky. Their steps were slow but steady. Even if a zombie approached, it was just a matter of one person and one shot to take it down. After 30 minutes of exploring the first floor, the items in this hall were mostly jewelry, watches, and rimless glasses. Lu Mingqiu found a handcrafted jade pendant with an exquisite whale and wave pattern carved on it. It truly lived up to its name as a large supermarket, having all kinds of goods. Judging by the quality, they must have been stocked before the zombie crisis erupted. Lu Mingqiu didn't think twice, reached out and took it, tossing it to Hoshino behind him, saying, "This supermarket was already $0 purchased once when the crisis broke out. It's lucky to find a jade pendant with a whale pattern here. Hoshino, catch. Consider this small gift a reward for saving me a second time." You call something $0 purchased a reward? You're trying to make me, an old man, lose money. but seeing as it's pretty, I'll reluctantly accept it. Hoshino looked at the jade pendant in her palm. She wasn't surprised that Lu Mingqiu knew her preferences so well, but she was still a little astonished. To find this whale jade pendant among so much jewelry, this guy must have searched carefully. Otherwise, how could he be so precise? With a good mood, she tucked the jade pendant into her pocket. Miyashiro didn't say anything, just smiled, while Kazuma, stuck between the three, had a look on his face that said, "You can do that?" As if he had just learned something new. After the small interlude, everyone went up to the second floor. However, the zombies at the staircase blocked their path, but they were scattered by Hoshino's shotgun blast, and the blood and residue were swept away by Dustless Land. Dustless Land truly lived up to its reputation for versatility. Dust sweeping and destroying corpses were effortless, making it a super panacea essential for home and travel. Compared to the jewelry section and the long-abandoned mobile phone area on the first floor, the second floor was mostly stocked with changing clothes. Some extremely expensive-looking silk garments lay scattered on the floor, and the surroundings were very messy, clearly caused by the commotion during the outbreak of the crisis. Lu Mingqiu picked up a black t-shirt, which still had clumps of black and red blood on it, obviously unusable. After clearing out the zombies and special individuals on the second floor, all four of them earned over 100 points. Next, they cleaned the battlefield, sorted out useful items, and planned to transport them all together after clearing the upper floors. Passing the stairs between the second and third floors, due to the sparse sunlight blocked by the supermarket sign, the environment on the third floor was not as bright as the first and second floors, but visibility was not low. At least they could clearly see that this was the furniture floor. However, the furniture and the surrounding walls were supported by countless dense white lines, completely enveloping the entire floor. Just as Lu Mingqiu and the other three were about to step onto the third floor, countless dense creaking sounds rang out. Lu Mingqiu's golden eyes instantly flared, and he silently chanted a dragon language spell. Dustless Land enveloped the other three, protecting them from the impending danger. Kazuma also threw a Molotov cocktail without hesitation. In this environment filled with a large amount of furniture, it was enough to start a huge fire. The flames instantly expanded, and countless tiny, dense spiders surged forward, but they were all powerfully blocked by Dustless Land and swallowed by the blazing fire. Quickly get to the fourth floor now. I can't maintain purified land for more than 10 minutes. Without hesitation, everyone followed Lu Mingqiu's footsteps and quickly reached the fourth floor. However, the environment on the fourth floor surprised them even more. Dense white spider webs covered the walls, with countless tiny spiders crawling on them. In the center was a giant spider, 3 meters long and 5 meters wide. Its 8 green eyes, streaked with red, stared at the intruders in its territory. However, when its gaze met those king-like golden eyes, its pupils couldn't help but contract. A biological instinct told it that this was both an ultimate delicacy and a terrifying threat. Whether to follow instinct and attack wildly or follow reason and flee now was a decision made in an instant. Image: Hoshino holding a shotgun. No need to panic. Chapter 24. The Terror of Reverse Inference. Creak, creak, creak. Hiss, 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 crunch. The dense spiders unleashed sound waves, and invisible sound waves ruffled everyone's clothes. Hoshino's hair also fluttered slightly as she seriously stared at the giant spider, which was being protected by countless large and small spiders, and said, "It seems we've stumbled into a troublesome place. Is it still not too late to retreat? Below is a sea of fire. Even if I kept Dustless Land active the whole way, I could get through, but it would definitely exhaust my stamina. Plus, there are too many spiders. The large spider in the center must be a queen or something. It's better to suppress and deal with it with heavy firepower. We can sweep away the small spiders. Instead of waiting, let's finish this quickly." Without hesitation, Lu Mingqiu was the first to spread his hands, silently chanting in dragon language. An invisible force field formed a domain around him. Dustless Land, O purified land, activate. The immense wind pressure, compressed by the airflow, transformed into a semicircular impact. Countless attacking spiderlings were swept away and shattered into dust. He only gained 1 point for killing hundreds of them, but there were tens of thousands of spiderlings here. Lu Mingqiu's burst instantly annihilated tens of thousands of spiderlings in the room, earning him hundreds of points. At the same time, the massive semicircular impact also tore the spiderwebs to shreds. The enormous giant spider was forced back by the impact wave, and the immense pressure made it roar out. Its 8 originally green eyes turned red, clearly indicating that Lu Mingqiu's attack had enraged it. Sweat dripped from Lu Mingqiu's forehead, and he breathed heavily. That last attack had consumed a considerable amount of his stamina. 2 more such attacks, and he would likely collapse. However, Lu Mingqiu's move was perfectly timed for clearing the area. While eliminating the small fry, it bought his companions time. Now, with the giant spider enraged, everyone launched effective attacks. Kazuma, without a word, threw a grenade as soon as the small fry were cleared, with a Molotov cocktail following closely behind. Amiya Shiro drew his bowstring and shot several arrows, which whistled through the air and pierced the giant spider's eyes, demonstrating speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Hoshino was running along the wall, her strength and speed bursting forth fully as the halo shone brightly. She emptied the magazine of the rifle she held in one hand before tossing it to Lu Mingqiu so he could reload it. The shotgun unleashed terrifying power at extremely close range, instantly blowing off 2 legs from the giant spider's already vulnerable body. Hit by continuous impacts and attacks, the giant spider's body began to turn red. Its severed legs grew back, and it stabbed toward Hoshino, who was closest to it, with incredible speed. Lu Mingqiu used the microcontrol of purified land to instantly throw the riot shield. It flew like a cannonball, slicing off the newly grown limbs. Hoshino also retreated, firing several consecutive shotgun blasts, severing the giant spider's remaining legs. "Stupid spider, look here!" Kazuma shouted loudly. The sound wave caused the enraged giant spider to pause, giving Lu Mingqiu a chance. The second wave of dustless land impact rushed forward in a square formation. Its entire body was instantly slammed against the wall. The giant spider wailed, completely unable to resist. Even the spider silk it sprayed was torn apart by the invisible barrier, as if this force was its natural enemy. The group did not miss this opportunity, and a new cycle began. After just 3 rounds, the giant spider was covered in wounds. All 8 legs were long gone. Its large and small heads and abdomen were burned hairless by the previous Molotov cocktails, and the organ responsible for the spider silk on its tail was hollowed out by a grenade. The scene was utterly horrific. Lu Mingqiu sat on the ground, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. His golden eyes slowly receded. He looked at the dying giant spider in front of him and said, "Kazuma, where are the grenades? We used them all up. Although this spider's hide isn't as thick as that chameleon we met last time, the damage from the grenades is truly limited." Kazuma shouldered his rifle and, along with the others, moved more than 10 meters away from the spider. Everyone aimed their guns at the giant spider, which was already unable to move. For safety, the group never approached the spider after the fight, fearing it might self-destruct or spray toxic slime. Naturally, if they could kill it from a distance, they would, avoiding unnecessary risks. The giant spider, now left with only one eye, despaired. Originally, it and its children lived comfortably in this place with special food, but then invaders broke in and instantly killed all its offspring. That would have been fine. It could have run away and reproduced again. But the terrifying monster leading the intruders didn't let it go, injuring it with unbelievable power and strange, black objects, reducing it to its current state. Yet, the opponents didn't even approach it to use it as food, denying it the chance for a desperate counterattack. Instead, they kept pointing those black objects at objects that used to inflict only minor wounds, but were now deadly. In extreme fear and despair, the giant spider seemed to recall something. Its single remaining eye suddenly cleared, and as it looked at the firearms held by Lu Mingqiu and his group, a sense of relief washed over it. "Fire!" At Lu Mingqiu's command, rifles, pistols, and shotguns erupted in unison, countless bullets flying out as if they were free, utterly crushing the already devastated giant spider. Kill Special Individual Mutated Spider, complete side quest, escaped experiment subject 2. Reward, 500 points and 1 D-rank side storyline for each person. Looking at the generous rewards from the main god, coupled with the name of the side quest, Lu Mingqiu knew even without thinking that the main god was deliberately leading them into trouble. Whether they stayed put or moved, they would encounter fatal danger, but the manner of its appearance would be unexpected. If ranked by difficulty, the first encounter with the chameleon had strong defense and invisibility. If they hadn't attacked its weak spot, the eye, and if his awakened divine word hadn't been powerful enough, they likely would have suffered casualties to win. The spider they met this time was even more terrifying. Not to mention the nearly 50,000 spiderlings. Just the toughness of the spider silk meant that ordinary people caught in it probably wouldn't be able to escape. If it weren't for their comprehensive preparations, which allowed them to handle various situations, coupled with his battle power skyrocketing after his awakening, the fight wouldn't have seemed so manageable. Lu Mingqiu mentally traced their progress backward. If Hoshino had been the only high-tier fighter, even with plenty of equipment, by the time they reached the giant spider, several people would likely have died, leaving Hoshino to face it alone. Thinking of this terrifying possibility, Lu Mingqiu couldn't help but voice his hypothesis. Kazuma, still feeling the relief of surviving the battle, was even more grateful that his team was reliable. If he had encountered a group of weird teammates, he felt he would have died hundreds of times over. After resting for a full 15 minutes, Lu Mingqiu finally had the energy to stand up and led everyone up to the 5th floor. Seeing the locked door on the 5th floor, Hoshino didn't hesitate to deliver a flying kick. With a kwangdong sound, the door opened, but a deep footprint was left embedded in it. It looks like the 5th floor is where the food is stored. I don't know if there are still spiders here, so everyone be careful. Lu Mingqiu didn't forget to remind everyone. His previous analysis and explanation had significantly raised everyone's vigilance, making them see monsters everywhere a truly thorough precaution. Image, Hoshino taking a nap. Chapter 25, Only Thinking of the Danger. There were still spiders in the area of the 5th floor, but without the giant spider's command, they could only act instinctively. This allowed Lu Mingqiu and his group to relax somewhat, but they still drew them out in waves and dealt with them in batches. Looking at the points credited to their accounts, Lu Mingqiu suspected this was intended for farming points. He was afraid the main god would arrange a massive team battle next time, so he could only try his best to accumulate more points and earn more side storylines to strengthen the team. There were still many unopened items in the food section of the 5th floor. Spiders didn't rely heavily on food, so Lu Mingqiu took a whole box of high-calorie compressed biscuits. For him now, these were the best provisions for recovering stamina. Since his bloodline awakening, his appetite increased along with his consumption. If he didn't have enough small, high-calorie, filling food for support, his normal stamina and divine word endurance would be halved. That is, after 2 extreme bursts of dustless land, he would collapse from exhaustion and faint on the spot. As for how he knew without trying, he estimated it based on the recent battle, always considering the worst-case scenario, the absolute worst being instant death. Without hesitation, Lu Mingqiu picked up some unopened, well-preserved high-calorie rations from the overturned shelves and stuffed them into his mouth, taking a bottle of mineral water to wash it down. The conditions for activating Divine Word were truly taxing on the throat. Only those at the Dragon King level could use it instantaneously just by thinking. A small fry like him had to follow the conventional methods. Seeing Lu Mingqiu immediately eating to replenish his stamina, the others did not rush to move, quietly waiting for him to fully recover. Mist rose from the large fire downstairs. Although it wouldn't spread to the upper floors, a lot of smoke was billowing out of the windows. The 3 women watching the supermarket from the bus were very worried about Lu Mingqiu's situation. Beep, beep, beep. The police walkie-talkie in Lu Mingqiu's backpack beeped, signaling that the communication network on the bus was set up. He connected immediately without hesitation. Hello, hello, this is now. Please respond if you receive the signal. We're not that far apart, of course the signal is getting through. It's great that you can respond. How are things on your end? What's with the big fire in the building? Are you hurt? If you're talking about injuries, does excessive stamina depletion count? Lu Mingqiu's ill-timed joke immediately silenced Yuri now on the other end, while Surin answered for her. Mingqiu Gij, please stop joking. This is a very serious matter. All right, we ran into a tough opponent, but we got through it safely. We are currently in the food section on the 5th floor. I'll bring the supplies out once the fire dies down. It's wonderful that you're all right, Mr. Mingqiu. Hearing the concern from the three people on the other end of the walkie-talkie, Hoshino, Kazuma, and Amiya Shiro smiled knowingly. Lu Mingqiu also stood up, tossing the empty wrappers of the integrated chocolate and packaged cakes he had devoured into an empty box, clapping his hands, turning off the walkie-talkie and saying, "Let's go. Let's check the top floor. Always be prepared for a tough fight. We just rested for a short while, and now we have to fight again. Today is another day of anxiety." Kazuma complained under his breath, his expression utterly dejected, but he still obediently followed the team. His initial gloomy state instantly switched to alert mode, his expression and movements becoming utterly serious. Passing through the stairwell, the appearance of the 6th floor of Izumi supermarket came into view. Arcade game halls, small dining halls, toy stores, clothing stores had everything. The various specialized shops were dazzling, and there was even an internet cafe. Compared to the 5 floors below, this area was a mixed bag. They searched through the shops and rooms one by one. 30 minutes had passed, and the sun was slowly sinking to its lowest point. Orange-red light enveloped the city, weaving light and shadow together. The fire on the 3rd floor of the supermarket was diminishing. Lu Mingqiu and his group returned to the 5th floor and hoisted the organized supplies onto their backs. Centered around Lu Mingqiu, the dustless land enveloped the group, forming a shield with a 5-meter diameter. They descended from the 5th floor back to the 2nd floor. The small spiders they encountered along the way were crushed one by one, earning them a few scattered points. Chapter 12. After selecting some spare clothes on the 2nd floor, Lu Mingqiu and the others returned to the 1st floor, where the bus they had summoned via walkie-talkie was already parked at the entrance. Surin happily waved hello to the 4 people walking out of the building. Akemi Hamura was rather introverted. She just smiled and nodded before returning to the bus to prepare the ingredients Amiya Shiro needed for dinner. Everyone had clear duties. Yuri now was manually dismantling the mobile signal device. Amiya Shiro was processing the ingredients Akemi Hamura had prepared. Surin was studying some basic textbooks Lu Mingqiu had brought from the supermarket's 6th floor book section. Akemi Hamura was translating nearby, guiding the girl to understand the correct meaning of the text. For Surin, who had never attended school, some knowledge was crucial, forming the foundation for better mastery once she gained power later on. Lu Mingqiu had carefully selected them, ensuring Surin could definitely understand them. Hoshino looked at the orderly scene before her and felt a sense of returning to Abydus Academy. However, Lu Mingqiu's presence reminded her that this was not her homeland, but a world outside the universe, belonging to another universe or plane. "What are you thinking about? You look so engrossed," Lu Mingqiu asked. Hoshino simply placed her hand on the table, tapping the map with her finger, and said, "Nothing much, just recalling some past events. According to your previous game terminology, you, as the teacher, should know more about my character's past than I do." Facing the girl's gaze, Lu Mingqiu just smiled and shrugged. "Actually, I don't know as much as you think. It's just a generalized future and past. It's impossible for me to know every detail of your past experiences. It's fine to understand it that way from your perspective, but for me, the information you provided holds great reference value. It seems you noticed long ago that after arriving here, the so-called future is basically no longer important. After all, as you said before, in a place like the main god space, crises and opportunities coexist, and there are countless ways to become stronger. As long as one is powerful enough to destroy an entire planet, or even the universe, with a single blow, the so-called Caesar group debt is just a joke for powerful individuals to discuss. That's easy to say, but it's just wishful thinking in an ideal state. In the main god space, which is full of dangers everywhere, a single mistake carries the risk of annihilation. We still have a long way to go. Faced with the cold water Lu Mingqiu unhesitatingly poured on her, Hoshino nodded noncommittally, her expression and gaze extremely serious as she said, "Just the first world alone has been enough to keep us running ragged. If you hadn't awakened your power, raising your strength by a large margin, and possessing abilities that can defend against many things with wide applicability, we probably wouldn't have even made it past today's spider supermarket building. We can only say we were lucky. If this had been a team composed entirely of ordinary people, encountering what we did, the mission would have failed long ago. For example, the first time we left the classroom." The two discussed their experiences over the past few days, gradually analyzing their every action. If they hadn't been so cautious and had acted impulsively, they might have encountered increasingly dangerous situations. They used these potentially dangerous scenarios as blueprints, preparing for the worst and maintaining vigilance, only stopping their discussion on reflection and improvement when Serin called out. Image, Hoshino scratching her head. Chapter 26. The Fall of the Villa Area. Mingqiu Gij, Sister Hoshino, dinner is ready. Following the reminder from the purple-haired girl whose eyes shone like golden eyes, the black-haired young man and the pink-haired girl with a halo above her head stopped their discussion and turned to Serin, who had called out to them. "Got it, we're coming over now." Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino ended their conversation and entered the first floor of Izumi Supermarket. Most of the monsters here had been cleared out, and there were ready-made tables and chairs they could use. Amiya Shiro was able to move the dishes inside easily. Looking at the glass display counter where the delicious food was laid out, Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino sat down on the arranged chairs, and the remaining 4 people also took their seats, beginning their dinner. "Speaking of which, what were you two talking about just now? You were so engrossed." At that moment, Sata Kazuma, with gossip written all over his face, leaned closer to Lu Mingqiu. His questioning voice was neither too loud nor too soft, audible to everyone, and Serin immediately cast a curious glance their way. Lu Mingqiu looked at Hoshino, met her gaze, and seeing that she didn't object, he summarized parts of their previous conversation. "Oh God, I shouldn't have gossiped. The entire warm atmosphere has been completely ruined." Sata Kazuma regretted asking. The relaxed mood he had previously felt was completely destroyed by his own actions, and now his mind was filled with thoughts of how to survive cautiously. Serin understood what Lu Mingqiu and the others were talking about, but she was much more optimistic than Kazuma, stating confidently, "As long as everyone works together, we can all survive, just like my older brothers and sisters have helped me along the way. Isn't that right, Xiaoyan?" "Yes, even for someone like me who holds everyone back, no one gave up, and they brought me all the way here." Lu Mingqiu was somewhat surprised by the sincerity and encouragement from the 2 people who had received the most help in the team, as his comments had only been meant as reverse crisis thinking, yet they produced this effect. Hoshino just smiled, clapped her hands, and said, all right, everyone should rest well tonight and stop worrying about unnecessary things. Also, Mingqiu, next time you speak, try to be a bit more subtle, not so direct. I just wanted to make it simple and easy for everyone to understand, so we wouldn't become careless." Lu Mingqiu scratched his head awkwardly and finally just focused on eating his meal. After dinner, Lu Mingqiu stood at the supermarket entrance, looking up at the dense stars in the sky. He involuntarily recalled the day's experiences regarding the subtle control of his divine word and stamina replenishment. His golden eyes shimmered slightly, and he softly whispered the dragon language, as purified land slowly enveloped his entire body. Feeling the purified land clinging close to his clothes and skin, Lu Mingqiu deactivated the divine word, drenched in sweat. This kind of microcontrol enveloping the entire body was indeed too strenuous. It consumed several times the stamina of a normal release. The previous method of covering the release on the blade was truly a beginner's grace period. Using that method now would likely consume half of his stamina. While macro-level control was simple and crude, micro-level control down to every minute detail truly demanded high physical and mental endurance, a fact Lu Mingqiu clearly recognized. It's this late, and you're still practicing your ability. Shouldn't you rest a bit more? Lu Mingqiu, breathing slightly heavily, heard the familiar voice beside him and gave a helpless smile. The 7th day is drawing closer and closer. I'm afraid the main god will throw a massive curveball at us. I have to use every second to improve myself. Everyone in the team is doing the same, aren't they? Faced with Lu Mingqiu's reply, Hoshino glanced at the halo above her head, then looked inside the supermarket at Akemi Hamura and Yuri Nao, who were teaching Serin mathematics, and Amiya Shiro in the distance, who was practicing archery using some relatively intact furniture placed 100 meters away. As for Sato Kazuma, he was sleeping. Seeing the scene, Hoshino showed a smile that wasn't lazy and said, "That's true. Then this old man, must work hard too. If I get surpassed by you guys, the senior image I maintain at Abitus will be gone." Seeing the girl's confidence, Lu Mingqiu became slightly interested and said, "Since you put it that way, I'm going to start competing seriously. I'm very interested in surpassing you. Oh, the old man, am Abitus' strongest student. If you don't use that divine word, it will take a long time to beat me in pure close combat, and if we manage to return alive, that time gap will widen." Hoshino smiled playfully, poked her own cheek with her finger, and looked up at the sky as she spoke, but her words suddenly stopped halfway through. Thump, 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 thump. The clear sound of rotor blades echoed through the quiet city. Lu Mingqiu's ears twitched. He looked up at the sky and saw a helicopter, its lights flashing, soaring in from the distance. "Get inside first. There's something wrong with that helicopter." Lu Mingqiu's expression was serious, and Hoshino's face was solemn. Amiya Shiro, who was in the distance, had already run over and entered the supermarket with Lu Mingqiu. By the window on the first floor of the supermarket, Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino each held a pair of binoculars, watching the direction the helicopter was patrolling and shining its light. They were quite puzzled, but their vigilance remained high. This helicopter appeared too quickly. According to Sionji Sekai's description, the biological crisis outbreak has only been going on for about a week at most, and it has swept across the globe. The administrators of every country should have corresponding plans for evacuation and management. Not to mention those far away, the administrators of this city ran off with the money long before the zombie outbreak. It's impossible for them to send a helicopter to rescue people. Caution is paramount. It's best if we don't make contact with them. If they show hostility, I will use all my strength to block their attacks. Hoshino, I'll have to rely on you then. Huh? I understand. Hoshino sighed helplessly, recalling the people she had personally killed in the past. She glanced again at the helicopter shining its light in the sky, gripping the shotgun in her hand tighter. In the villa compound, in the western corner of the city's east side, fire burned and smoke filled the air. The courtyard corridor, which had been cleaned, was now a mess, with countless zombies and mutated monsters roaming around. Occasional gunshots could be heard. Flames erupted from the muzzle. Sionji Sekai, standing at the last line of defense inside the house, used a rifle to kill the approaching zombies. She turned her head to look at Katsura Kotoha, whose arm was viciously scratched by a zombie, and gritted her teeth, saying, "That bastard Ito Makoto, even as a zombie, he won't let us go." Sekai, stop talking. Run. If you stay here, you'll end up like me. Do you think I'm the kind of person who abandons friends? Unless you turn into a zombie right in front of me, I won't move an inch. Katsura Kotoha couldn't help but shed tears as she looked at Sekai, who had once competed with her for Ito-J, but had awakened after the incident involving someone stealing clothes. Most of the people in the villa had already died in battle. Facing this sudden disaster, they were as helpless as when the zombie crisis first erupted. Just as she was about to despair and Sekai prepared to use a grenade to blow up a group of zombies, The whirring sound of helicopter blades descended like a miracle. The lights of 5 or 6 helicopters shone around the villa. The sound of gunfire roared and artillery blasted the surrounding zombies into the sky. Countless drops of blood fell, and the siege by zombies and lickers was ended in less than 5 minutes. Sionji Sekai watched the helicopters gradually approach in the sky, a flicker of hope for rescue appearing in her eyes. 2 minutes passed. The helicopter rotors whirred and ladders dropped down. Unofficial armed personnel, wearing bulletproof vests and special steel helmets, descended, their rifles equipped with infrared scopes, and began searching the villa. The zombies in the courtyard were wiped out. Sionji Sekai collapsed onto the ground. Before she could catch her breath, red dots covered her body, causing her to freeze. The hope in her eyes was instantly replaced by terror. The armed personnel slowly approached in groups. After activating a scanning device, they scanned the 2 survivors. Then, turning off the device, one spoke into the communicator on his right shoulder. One adapter detected. Should we eliminate the remaining unrelated individuals? Send the data over. At this moment, in the Umbrella Medical Research Laboratory in the city center, a tall, well-dressed man in a suit, looking slightly haggard, looked at the scan information sent by his subordinate. His face lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, found it! The most suitable body for modification. I refuse to believe my test subjects will lose to the so-called tyrants. Just wait, I will make biomodified humans famous worldwide." The man laughed excitedly, then became extremely calm and said, "Eliminate the unrelated personnel around the adapter. Oh, and deal with that trash in the Eastern supermarket while you're at it. It's a testament to that trash's ability to hide there, having killed quite a few of our people along the way. It's time to collect interest." Image, Hoshino combing her hair. Chapter 27, Basement Level 1. Helicopters patrolled the city at night. Lu Mingqiu and his group had already extinguished their lights and were staring intently at the helicopter outside the window. Almost 2 hours have passed, and these guys still haven't left. What exactly is attracting them so much? There are only zombies, lickers, and ordinary people here. But based on my understanding of the Biohazard series setting, they are probably looking for an escaped test subject. Speaking of which, where is Kazuma? Wasn't he sleeping just now? Lu Mingqiu stroked his chin, thinking about how to deal with the constantly patrolling helicopter overhead, when he suddenly noticed that Kazuma's sleeping bag was empty. He looked towards Akemi Hamura nearby and asked. Akemi Hamura blushed slightly from Lu Mingqiu's constant gaze, but she still answered the question. Mr. Kazuma went to the restroom after being woken up by the helicopter. He said he needed to relieve himself. Besides relieving himself, he probably went looking for another route. Lu Mingqiu quickly made his judgment and didn't dwell on it. Given Kazuma's luck, if he found a way out, everyone else would have a chance to slip away too. At worst, he could find another place to hide from the helicopter's search. The Izumi supermarket where they were currently located was too conspicuous. Just observing from inside the window was already very dangerous. Amiya Shiro looked through binoculars in the direction the helicopter was flying, frowning. He felt pressured by this sudden development, but that pressure was quickly relieved. "Everyone, I found a basement level in the supermarket. It seems to be a parking garage built when the supermarket laid its foundation, but it looks abandoned for some reason. We can drive the cars in there." Kazuma came out of the restroom at this moment, informing everyone with a face full of surprise. Lu Mingqiu's eyes flashed, and he said decisively, "Amiya, now, you two take Surin and the others and follow Kazuma to the basement level. While you're at it, transport the supplies from the car. Hoshino and I will look for a vehicle entrance. If there is one, we'll drive the car in. If not, we'll come and help." Lu Mingqiu's plan was very straightforward, and everyone quickly took action. Surin and Akemi Hamura also volunteered to move some small items. They had been helped a lot these past few days and wanted to contribute. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino carefully climbed over the window and rushed quickly into the darkness before the helicopter's searchlight swept over them. The golden eyes shone. Lu Mingqiu began circling the supermarket. Hoshino simply held a riot shield, ready to fend off any unexpected attacks, as they had experienced sudden assaults 2 or 3 times already. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Lu Mingqiu utilized the night vision capability of the golden eyes and successfully located a spot in the eastern part of the supermarket that was sealed off by concrete. There was a section of road extending there, clearly the vehicle entrance to the basement level. Lu Mingqiu didn't hesitate for a second. Dustless land was instantly released onto the wall. Focusing the point into a surface, a sudden, high-density air current impact erupted, blasting a large hole in the wall. Gravel rolled down, kicking up clouds of dust. Just as Lu Mingqiu used dustless land to briefly clear the ground, Hoshino drove the bus over right when Lu Mingqiu smashed the wall. The movement of the bus naturally attracted the attention of the helicopters, as the sound of the engine was quite noticeable at night. But how could Lu Mingqiu let them successfully locate their position? Clenching 3 bound grenades in his hand, Lu Mingqiu removed all the safety pins. He whispered the dragon language, and the micro-operation of purified land instantly gathered into his palm and arm, throwing the grenades in a flash. The sound of air being torn open appeared, followed instantly by explosions. One helicopter intended to search for the source of the sound, but the strange explosions attracted its attention and redirected its path. However, there was nothing there but the damaged wall. They didn't even discover where the objects came from before the explosion. The bus drove into the tunnel. Lu Mingqiu used the attractive force of dustless land to violently pull the surrounding rocks and debris, plugging the hole he had blasted, leaving only a small gap to serve as an air vent. The tunnel was very dark, but the headlights were already on. The bus drove for only half a minute before reaching the entrance to the supermarket's underground parking garage. Amiya Shiro and the other sighed in relief upon seeing the headlights. On the other side, the helicopters that noticed strange movements near the Izumi supermarket sent a message back to the Umbrella Foundation Hospital in the city center. At this moment, in the underground laboratory of the Umbrella Foundation Hospital, Yamamoto Shusaka received the information sent by his subordinates. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, but remembering it was the Izumi supermarket area, he was no longer surprised. He said in a slightly cold tone, "It seems that Trash must have noticed the commotion outside. Take 6 missile helicopters and bomb that building. I refuse to believe that Trash can survive such fierce firepower." "Yes, Lord Yamamoto." The armed personnel in the helicopters received their superior's order and began to act according to the arrangement. 6 helicopters turned on their lights and started illuminating the Izumi supermarket, and they quickly noticed something strange inside the supermarket. "Captain, should we report to headquarters that there was a fire here? Judging by the extent of the burn, it must have happened in the afternoon. Clearly, someone has been here. It doesn't matter. Headquarters already said to just blow this place up. Who cares if anyone's inside? Isn't it bad to withhold information? We could be penalized. It's the apocalypse. Why are you still being so nitpicky? If the boss tells you to bomb it, just bomb it. Stop dawdling." The communication of the 6 helicopters was cut off. Meanwhile, in the basement level of the supermarket, Lu Mingqiu reached the hidden passage Kazuma had discovered and returned to the first floor of the supermarket from above. Holding binoculars and watching the armed personnel who had realized something was wrong and were flying 6 helicopters toward the location. Chapter 13. The anomaly here has been discovered, and judging by their appearance, they mean trouble. Hoshino, also holding binoculars, looked at the menacing helicopters approaching and spoke to Lu Mingqiu with a hint of helplessness. "If I'm not mistaken, their target must be the spiders we encountered this afternoon. Otherwise, how could they be so certain of our location? The warnings for those side quests weren't groundless. We need to go down. If this building is bombed and collapses, even the first basement floor won't be safe. We're in for a tough night." Seeing Lu Mingqiu's slightly bitter smile, Hoshino reached out and patted his shoulder, though she had to stand on her tiptoes due to the height difference. "All right, let's hurry up and go. Those guys are coming." The two didn't linger by the window. They quickly ran toward the tunnel entrance, unlocked the protective lock, jumped inside, and closed the iron door behind them to prevent sudden impacts from above from affecting the people below. Image: Little Hoshino stretching. The work has been signed. Let's see how it performs later. Chapter 28: Planting a Small Mushroom. The whirring sound of the spinning propellers was particularly noticeable against the backdrop of the silent city at night. 6 illuminated helicopters were currently circling the 6-story building in a spiral formation. Don't let the 6 stories fool you. The total area of Izumi Supermarket is actually comparable to a small office building, and it contains many specialized facilities, with its area and height nearly reaching the ceiling. This results in the Izumi Supermarket having an extremely large footprint, much bigger than ordinary supermarkets, which is one reason why countless spiders were able to build nests there. The 6 helicopters slowly approached the building. The wind pressure generated by the propellers caused the billboard hanging in front of the supermarket building to rattle violently. Gun barrels and artillery cannons were aimed at the building, immediately followed by a burst of fire. Boom! 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 Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Guns and cannons roared to the heavens, the sound shaking the ground. The glass of the Izumi Supermarket shattered repeatedly, and the shockwaves generated by the explosions and artillery shells destroyed everything inside, starting from the 6th floor and gradually grinding away everything within. At this moment, Lu Mingqiu and his group on the first basement floor felt the earth trembling and the faint dust falling from above. Surin and Akemi Hamura huddled together. Yuri now comforted them nearby. Kazuma looked gravely at the map in his hands, pondering the route. Amiya Shiro was organizing the most useful supplies. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino stood beside the bus, contemplating their next move and how to retaliate against the group above. As the saying goes, caution is one thing, but being bullied like this without fighting back is truly frustrating. Especially Lu Mingqiu, who suffered from the traditional rabbit's fear of insufficient firepower. Being caught between flanking attacks and bombardment triggered his stress response, but he didn't act rashly. Instead, he was considering how to maximize his firepower before retaliating. Currently, their largest caliber weapon system is limited to rocket launchers. Moreover, they have only looted 1 police station so far. If they could find a more powerful bomb, perhaps they could deliver a piece of art to Umbrella. The shaking and noise from above continued. Lu Mingqiu's expression grew gloomier as he vaguely sensed the enemy's intention. He said with a heavy tone, "That precious main god must be doing this on purpose. Both before and now, bringing such a massive force on only the 4th day, with less than 5 hours between the 2 crises. If it were the 5th, 6th, or 7th day, an entire army might come to suppress us. Prepare for the worst, Mingqiu. If they discover the first basement floor, you and this old man will truly have to fight for your lives." Hoshino had a bitter expression. She and Lu Mingqiu, who possesses the divine word, naturally didn't fear attacks from firearms. However, under the encirclement of countless heavy firepower, both she and Lu Mingqiu would eventually reach their physical limits. If they can't achieve a quick victory before that, the entire team might suffer casualties. Even if the 2 of them manage to survive by chance, whether they can get revenge depends on if the main god lets them live until the last 2 days. These repeated attacks and unexpected situations have made her deeply understand the danger of the main god's space, which is far more exaggerated than when Lu Mingqiu first warned her. The roar of the artillery continued, and the muzzle flashes still flickered. The 6th floor and 5th floor of Izumi Supermarket collapsed one after another, and even the supporting pillars of the 4th floor were about to give way. Countless small spiders that luckily escaped the flames crawled out of the cracks in the stones, but they were blasted into dust by the firepower, as if they were the true insects, surrounded and devoured by a spiderweb called the firepower net. Ha ha ha, so demolition is such a satisfying thing. Bomb it, bomb it, bomb it thoroughly. Pilot number 2, shut up. An anomaly has appeared on the 4th floor. It looks like a byproduct of the biomodification product. Destroying this building with just our current firepower is too slow. Request a missile of sufficient power from leadership above to blow right through this building. I wanted to play around a bit longer. Finishing the bombing so quickly is boring. Stop talking nonsense. Command has already agreed. Stop the firing first. We've used up nearly half our ammunition just tearing this place down. I'm going to have to write a self-criticism report when we get back. The internal communication between the 6 helicopters ended, and they immediately flew off in 4 directions, moving away from the Izumi supermarket. In the first basement floor, the dust falling from the ceiling gradually lessened, and the ground stopped shaking constantly. This allowed Sirin and Akemi Hamura to breathe a sigh of relief, but the expressions of the other 5 became even more serious. Sirin, Akemi Hamura, Kazuma, Shiro, now, get back into the bus first. This is probably the calm before the storm. Hoshino's expression was uncertain. Lu Mingqiu's face was even uglier, urging the others to return to the bus first, his golden eyes already shining. No way? They wouldn't be that ruthless, would they? Wouldn't it be enough just to bomb the upper floors? Why go for a complete extermination? Kazuma instantly understood Lu Mingqiu's meaning, and his face turned pale, though the unwillingness and gnashing of teeth were clearly visible on his features. Understood. We're getting on now. Amiya Shiro took a deep breath, gave Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino a serious look, and led the remaining 5 people onto the bus. Yuri now fell silent upon seeing this. If a more violent attack came from above, let alone the entire building, even the underground might be bombed until nothing was left, much less them inside it. Recalling Lu Mingqiu's ability, Yuri now glanced at Hoshino, who hadn't gotten on the bus, and then turned and entered the vehicle. It looks like this is truly going to cost us our old lives, Mingqiu. Are you sure you can hold on? Hoshino looked seriously at Lu Mingqiu, the gravity in her eyes seeming both to question and affirm the issue. How will we know without trying? Compared to controlling things down to the molecular level, macro-level defensive control is much simpler. After all, my divine word ability is inherently defensive. If I truly can't hold up, then none of us here will survive. Following you, this old man has suffered several times already. This time, even if you can't hold on, you must hold on for me. I don't want to lose a member who knows about the future and information from other worlds. Otherwise, the road ahead will definitely be tens of thousands of times harder. Hoshino sighed helplessly. The shotgun in her hand clicked as a shell was loaded. She looked up and said, "It's probably coming soon. Are you ready to face your limits?" Always ready, student Hoshino. Lu Mingqiu still cracked a joke in this critical moment to relieve their pressure, while the 5 people in the bus watched the 2 outside with varied expressions. Sirin felt faintly uneasy inside. Akemi Hamura also understood that the danger level this time was the greatest ever. Kazuma was already lying on the ground, thinking about how to be saved, his mind nearly turning into a muddle. Amiya Shiro and Yuri now were sitting in the seats behind the driver's seat, their expressions so grim they looked like they were about to drip water. Their hands were tightly clenched, and they were extremely nervous. Above the Izumi supermarket street, a combat bomber, not a helicopter, flew past, marked with the Umbrella Company logo. A specialized missile, capable of destroying everything within a 200-meter radius and whose force could penetrate more than 10 meters underground, slowly extended from its launch tube. With a soft thump, the missile slowly descended from 100 meters up, carving a long screech through the air. In the underground parking lot, Lu Mingqiu's mind went into frantic alert. His blood began to boil, and a great terror named Fatal Threat descended upon them. The halo above Hoshino's head shone with divine light, its brightness illuminating the surroundings as brightly as a daytime street. The whispers of the dragon script sounded, the divine light of the golden eyes blossomed. Lu Mingqiu spread his hands, and the domain of dustless land/purified land began to expand and unfold, enveloping the entire first basement floor and extending straight through to the surface. Transparent dragon markings even appeared around the domain. Ordinary people absolutely couldn't see them, but only those with dragon bloodline could notice this peculiarity. A massive roar swept across the city. The explosive sound wave shattered the glass of surrounding houses. Fire and shockwaves swallowed everything nearby, turning the area into flat ground. The building at the center was directly blasted into collapse and vaporization. It could be described as, one shot shakes heaven and earth, a mushroom rises from the ground, dust scatters all around, leaving only ash. Image: Akemi Hamura. Bow and arrow form. Chapter 29. The Secret of Man and Dragon. Inside the Izumi supermarket's first basement parking lot, Lu Mingqiu's golden pupils shone with divine light, and a pair of wings seemed to burn on his shadow's back. The girl beside him was like an angel, with a halo shining above her head and wing-like appendages spreading from her back. The two were like a demonic dragon and an angel from mythology, bringing down the decree of destruction and protection upon this mortal world. Yet, the power they possessed was so weak that even mortal technology could defeat it. A single missile was enough to push them to their limits. The earth trembled, sand swirled, and the transparent dustless land bore immense pressure on the surface. The invisible barrier looked like turbulent wind currents, seemingly on the verge of shattering the next second. Lu Mingqiu's face was flushed red, constantly reciting the dragon language in his mouth, his hands bulging with blue veins. He looked as if he was supporting the weight of a mountain just to keep himself from collapsing. Hoshino wrapped her arms around Lu Mingqiu from behind. The halo above her head shone with dazzling colors. This move was meant to protect important existences. If anything went wrong, probably only the two of them would survive. Lu Mingqiu felt the sudden embrace from behind. Focused only on maintaining the dustless land and preventing it from shattering, he paid no mind to it. So, what if he was being hugged? Compared to worrying about trivial matters, survival was paramount. While sustaining the technique, Lu Mingqiu recalled the experiences of their journey and the two troubles that had occurred that day. A burst of fury, enough to curse the entire family of the main god space, erupted, until 10 seconds later, his vital energy surged backward and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. 5 seconds passed, the roar of the heavens and earth ended, and the falling dust covered the two people who were pressed together. The golden eyes instantly vanished. Lu Mingqiu ultimately couldn't hold his breath. He coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the ground and collapsed, completely unable to support himself. The girl who was hugging him from behind also fell to the ground due to inertia. Seeing Lu Mingqiu lying face down on the ground, seemingly lifeless, Hoshino, who had been mostly unharmed because she was behind him, panicked. She quickly helped Lu Mingqiu roll over. As the commotion above ended, the people inside the bus rushed down immediately and gathered around Hoshino, observing Lu Mingqiu's condition. Seeing Lu Mingqiu's extremely weak breathing and blood staining his mouth, Serin and Akemi Hamura were almost in tears, terrified that the companion who had been with them throughout the journey would never wake up again. Hoshino quickly reached out to check Lu Mingqiu's breath and heartbeat, her expression extremely tense. When she heard his heavy, steady heartbeat and his stable breathing, the panic on Hoshino's face subsided, but she said with a serious expression, "Thank goodness, thank goodness. His heartbeat and breathing are stable. Serin, quickly get the medical kit. I need to confirm further." Even though she knew Lu Mingqiu's heartbeat and breathing were stable, Hoshino couldn't relax or feel relieved. She needed to accurately confirm Lu Mingqiu's current state before she could make the correct judgment. Serin quickly ran back to the bus to retrieve the medical kit. Amiya, Shiro, and Yuri now also helped each other assemble the medical equipment and began monitoring Lu Mingqiu's current status. 3 minutes later, Hoshino's serious expression finally relaxed. She let out a breath and said, "Phew, thank goodness." Aside from the physical exhaustion from overexertion and mental fatigue, the vomiting of blood was just a blood reversal caused by extreme exertion. Given his physique, he'll recover in less than a day. Hearing Hoshino's diagnosis, the people present also breathed a sigh of relief. As the tension retreated, the remaining emotion among the group was anger. Those sons of bitches. They went too far. This level of firepower is definitely not something this country would openly possess. Sata Kazuma gritted his teeth, looked at that person Lu still lying on the ground, and punched a nearby, intact wall. However, the punch failed to cause even the slightest damage to the wall, resulting only in a scrape on his own hand. This pain and the reality of the scene registered in Kazuma's vision, making him clearly and profoundly realize that his own strength, compared to the conflict that had just erupted, was as weak as tissue paper, liable to be torn apart at any moment. Everyone present now understood just how terrifying this cursed place, the main god space, truly was. Everything they had encountered before was just an appetizer, and this time, the attack was aimed directly at their lives. If not for Lu Mingqiu's miraculous power, probably no one present, except for Hoshino, would have survived. Looking at the scrape and blood on his fist, and watching Akemi Hamura quickly treating his wound, he lowered his head in frustration and said, "Damn it, I wish I had that kind of miraculous power too." Kazuma, calm down. Our current strength isn't enough to go back and seek revenge. We need to plan some things carefully. We cannot waste the time Lu Mingqiu bought for us. Amiya Shiro saw that Kazuma was very emotional and quickly tried to persuade him. Yuri now felt somewhat powerless witnessing the scene. Whether in the past or now, she was always the one being protected. Everyone's mood was low. Hoshino saw this and recalled some past experiences. This sense of déjà vu was exactly like that time. She took a deep breath, recalled the teachings of a certain senior Ming from the past, clapped her hands and said, "Everyone, instead of complaining and feeling depressed right now, the most important thing is how we are going to fight back. We cannot simply endure this unprovoked disaster." As Hoshino spoke, she glanced at the wristwatch on her right hand and said, "Since the main god wants us to encounter danger, why don't we do the opposite? Instead of running around and hiding, let's take the initiative to strike and nip all danger in the bud. But our current firepower isn't enough. Going out like that would just be suicide." Yuri now voiced some opposition to Hoshino's suggestion. They were no match for the enemy's numbers, weaponry, or even their biomonsters. "Now, I know that. Right now, the enemy is visible and we are hidden. The immediate priority is to relocate. As for how to retaliate, we'll have to wait until Lu Mingqiu wakes up." Hoshino didn't refute Nao's words. Truthfully, she didn't have much confidence in dealing with the so-called umbrella either. However, Lu Mingqiu knew so much, presumably, he must have a way to handle it, just lacking the necessary conditions. The morning of the 5th day quietly arrived. In the underground parking lot, Lu Mingqiu frowned, sweating profusely, as if having a nightmare. Lu Mingqiu was currently in a dream, and a bizarre, kaleidoscopic sequence of images flashed and played before his eyes, like a reversed film or history. The harmonious coexistence of humans and dragons, leading to the outbreak of conflict between the two sides. Good dragons helping humanity, evil dragons destroying humanity. The two sides fought for thousands of years. The leader of the evil dragons, in order to defeat the alliance of humans and good dragons, integrated its power and authority into the core of the planet, attempting to harness the power of the universe for its own use. However, this plan was discovered by the good dragons, and the most tragic war between the dragon race and the dragon race began. Ultimately, the good dragons won. The soul of the evil dragon was consumed and suppressed by the star of the world, sealed permanently. Peace finally came to the world. Yet, the subordinates of the evil dragon did not comply. They captured and modified some humans, turning them into believers loyal to the evil dragon, harassing the good dragons while they were recovering from severe injuries, pushing them to the brink of death. Finally, for the stability of the world, the good dragons bore offspring with humans. The power known as dragon language began to be inherited by every person possessing dragon blood, and a new round of war began between the two sides. The scene ended at the moment of collision between the forces exchanging power between humans and dragons and the attack of the evil dragons faction. Lu Mingqiu suddenly woke up, slowly sitting up and gasping for breath, muttering, "This isn't right. Why is this different from what I know?" Image, now confused. Chapter 30, Scouring the City's Police Stations. Izumi Supermarket Ruins, Basement Level 1. Lu Mingqiu's movement and sound of waking reached Serin, who was waiting nearby. Although she didn't understand what Lu Mingqiu was saying, she knew one thing: Lu Mingqiu was truly alive and kicking again. Brother Mingqiu, you're finally awake. Everyone has been worried about you all night. Lu Mingqiu recovered from the mental images and memories, turned his head to look at Serin, whose face showed fatigue as if she hadn't slept all night. He recalled what had happened earlier and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing I held on. It's great that everyone is okay. Yes, everyone is fine. Mr. Everyone and I have to thank you for saving our lives. Hoshino, who had been checking on Lu Mingqiu's status periodically, walked over and spoke with great sincerity. The others also came over to thank him, their serious and solemn attitude making Lu Mingqiu feel a little flustered. But he quickly recovered, speaking in a serious and earnest tone. I appreciate everyone's thanks. Speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry now. Is the food ready? Lu Mingqiu immediately asked for food, and the others were momentarily taken aback by the sudden change in topic. However, Amiya Shiro was prepared. As the lid of a large pot of cooked instant noodles was lifted, the rich aroma spread throughout the underground parking lot. Chapter 14. Good thing we moved all the supplies yesterday. If they'd been blown up, we'd be going hungry for a while. After finishing breakfast, Lu Mingqiu rubbed his sore shoulders. The crackling of bones sounded like someone loosening up stiff joints. Get ready. Since everyone's decided to take the fight to them, we'll head to Umbrella Foundation Hospital to settle the score, but first we need a solid plan. Kazuma, you still have the map, right? Here. Drew the route yesterday, but after that explosion some roads might be impassable. Doesn't matter as long as we know where every police station is. Lu Mingqiu's group worked fast. In under 10 minutes everything around them was sorted. With the bus roaring to life, the reincarnation squad battered by yesterday's blast set off again. This time their goal was to strip every police station of its heaviest firepower and stockpile explosives. After blasting open the tunnel blockage, Lu Mingqiu's golden eyes faded as Hoshino floored the bus out of the tunnel. What greeted them was a scene of devastation. Countless houses had collapsed, smoke and dust filled the sky, and every trace of ground within 200 meters had been replaced by a gray, gloomy layer of earth. They climbed out and stared at the ruined road ahead, then back at their bus. How were they supposed to get through? While Amiya Shiro's group racked their brains, Lu Mingqiu glanced at Hoshino beside him and said, "How about you carry it? I'm not fully recovered yet. Dragging it with my ability would damage the vehicle." No big deal. Carrying a bus isn't anything new. Hoshino gave a languid stretch, slipped her hands under the chassis, lifted, and with a quick spin hoisted the entire bus overhead. The sheer strength was terrifying. The loaded bus weighed tons, yet she held it as if it were nothing. Either she'd held back in previous fights or grown even stronger. What are you staring at? Move it, holding this thing gets tiring. Oh, coming. Snapping out of it, the others hurried along. After crossing several craters and dirt mounds, the bus finally reached intact asphalt. Gently setting the vehicle down, Hoshino clapped her hands, exhaled, and wiped the sweat from her brow. Mingqiu, you drive the rest. I'm taking a break. Sure. I'll have Serin wake you when we arrive. Lu Mingqiu didn't argue. He slid into the driver's seat while Amiya Shiro and the others boarded, buckled up, and the engine roared toward the marked destination. By noon they reached the target. Amiya Shiro and Sada Kazuma jumped out with rifles slung. Yuri now handed small pistols to Akemi Hamura and Serin. Everyone was going in. Speed and decisiveness were key. 10 minutes later, every zombie and mutant inside the station was dead. Hoshino kicked the vault door aside. The modest stash inside became a focused looting spree. Grenades, timed charges, even old-school powder packs if it went boom and covered area. They took it. Boxes of grenades, satchels, and timed charges loaded, they topped up on ammo and drove off without lingering. They looped the city and by midnight found an unremarkable apartment building with power and running water perfect for a night's rest. Lu Mingqiu tallied the haul: 360 grenades, 150 timed charges, 60 satchel charges, plus gas cans and boxes of rifle and shotgun rounds. 7 crates of grenades still left him dissatisfied enough to flatten the hospital and churn the ground. yet nowhere near enough. Watching his frown, Hoshino's mouth twitched. Even Abitus Academy would pull back against this much firepower, yet he wanted more. Hoshino, this bus is too small. Tomorrow we find a bigger hauler, something like 100-ton king. This firepower won't even surprise them. Trucks like that are only at factories. I'll look tomorrow and get us loaded before day 7. They mapped out the next day, then turned in, determined to hit fresh and ready. Dawn of day 6. After breakfast, they drove straight to a factory and lucked out an imported Daeun heavy truck, tough as nails. Lu Mingqiu wrapped the Chinese logo on the hood. The metallic thunk promised quality, the windows tempered. Domestic build, world-class, so the saying goes. Chanting in dragon script, he released Dustless Land, vacuuming junk from the cargo bed to make room for their explosives. Vehicle swapped, they roared off in the Daeun to strip every police station in the city. The researchers inside Umbrella Foundation Hospital never imagined survivors would loot police arsenals or craft an artistic surprise spelled Expilo Siwen. Pick. Headphones now. Chapter 31. Grenades blow up the airport. At 3 in the morning, the sky was thick with stars. 2 kilometers from Umbrella Foundation Hospital in the city center, Lu Mingqiu's team was using a drone to keep watch from a nearby apartment parking lot. Every one of them now wore body armor, gripped the weapon they knew best, and had even scrounged night vision gear. It was the 6th day of survival. Barely 3 hours remained until the start of the 8th. If they stayed away from the hospital and played it safe, they could survive the final day and return safely to the main god's space. But no one believed the main god would let them coast through day 7. The outskirts were crawling with more monsters every hour. The zombie packs looked small when scattered, yet across the whole city their density was already terrifying. Only a zone at the very center stayed quiet. Lu Mingqiu's group had looted their way here, following the plan they'd set days ago. Staring at the freshly repainted Umbrella logo on Umbrella Foundation Hospital, Lu Mingqiu bit off a square of chocolate, swallowed, and said, "Yuri now, Sarin, Akemi Hamurea 3 stick to the plan. Stay here and pilot the drones for the remote blasts. Keep your heads down, their choppers could spot you any second." "Roger. We've got this end covered." Hearing their reply, Lu Mingqiu gave a curt nod, then turned to Kazuma and Amiya Shiro. "Kazuma, Amiya Shiro, once the fireworks start, slip inside and plant the timed charges. If you find an elevator, don't touch it yet. Blow the surrounding area first." Pulling a job this big? I'll have bragging rights for life. But if it looks like we're not coming back, I'm outta here first, just saying. I hate how risky this is, but if they want us dead and we don't hit back, my foster dad will never let me hear the end of it. Amiya Shiro remembered the time he'd been cleaning house, found a weighty, real steel pistol in his foster parents' room, and been hauled up by his earproof enough that his old man wasn't just anybody. Besides, Lu Mingqiu already knew some of his secrets and had asked about magecraft. Shiro understood that his world wasn't as peaceful as it looked. The supernatural definitely existed. "That's enough, Hoshino." "Kazuma, Shiro, let's move." Lu Mingqiu took command. The team split. One squad boarded vehicles, the other stayed to deploy the drones. You had to hand it to Big City Police Arsenal, they were stacked. Finding usable drones was pure luck, though mostly Kazuma's. When it came to dumb luck, he was the champ. After barely a day and a half of practice, the drone unit launched, creeping toward Umbrella Foundation Hospital. At this hour, the choppers parked around the hospital sat cold. Except for a skeleton night watch, every Umbrella trooper was asleep. In the monitor room, a lone guard yawned over the radar, bored and exhausted by this dangerous, dead-end shift, yet in a world gone to hell, he couldn't afford to slack. But fatigue won, mid-yawn, tears blurring his vision, the radar chirped an electronic signature closing in. The single beep snapped him awake. Bloodshot eyes locked onto 3 red blips approaching from different bearings. He reached for the comm handset and slammed the alarm button with his other hand. The instant he lifted that hand, glass exploded. An armor-piercing round punched through his skull, dropping him lifeless. On the roof of the Daeun truck, Takanashi Hashino racked her sniper rifle, swung to the next target, and fired controlled pairs every shot a headshot, no misses. Below, Lu Mingqiu spun the wheel. His golden eyes flared, sharpening senses and reflexes. Little tricks like this were child's play. The truck carved a perfect line through the bend. Hashino swapped mags, racked the bolt, and trained her rifle on the hospital's helicopter pad. Skyborne drones, each carrying a timed charge, streaked in and rammed 3 parked choppers. A chain of thunderous blasts lit the night. The explosions jolted Umbrella awake, but too late. During half a day of recon, Lu Mingqiu's team had mapped the patrol routes and rest cycles. Even with a minute or 2 of error, the window was enough. And those extra minutes were all Lu Mingqiu needed to drive the team right up to their doorstep. The Diyun truck roared like a dragon, barreling down the avenue straight for the hospital's main gate. 2 sentries disappeared under sniper fire. As the gate buckled, Hashino vaulted from the cab, switched to a shotgun midair, and spun, scattering buckshot that cut down the first responders. The instant muzzles flashed, Lu Mingqiu cloaked the truck in dustless land, turning it into an ironclad behemoth that careened across the courtyard heading for the airfield. Everyone knows that in any biodisaster story, if there's a flying vehicle on the board, it's either the next outbreak vector or the scientists' getaway ride. To stop either scenario, Lu Mingqiu had drafted multiple contingencies, determined to wipe every aircraft off the map and let the blasts handle the rest of Umbrella's men. Hashino braced herself against the vehicle with one hand, steadying her stance as the shotgun in her grip barked round after round, cutting down every would-be rocket launcher gunner without a flicker of pity or remorse. When it came to villains more dangerous than the Caesar Group, she operated with practiced efficiency. She casually tossed a few grenades, blowing away the drivers who meant to ram them, then Lu Mingqiu called to her. "Almost at the airport, get ready to jump." "Got it." 3, 2, 1. Hashino leapt from the Diyun truck. Lu Mingqiu turned to the rear compartment and asked Amiya Shiro and Sada Kazuma. "We're nearly inside, got everything?" "Relax, all sorted." Kazuma flashed a thumbs up. Shiro waved with a grin. They yanked open the rear doors, clink, scraping, and the instant Lu Mingqiu hit the brakes they rolled forward with the momentum, landing safely. Backpacks slung, Kazuma and Shiro sprinted into the hospital while Lu Mingqiu drew every eye toward himself. Now the entire cargo bed lay exposed, crates of grenades and satchel charges on full display. Then something happened that stunned the onlookers. The sealed roof was flung aside. A black blur vaulted out carrying crate after crate. The boxes rocketed skyward, burst open, and hundreds of round little bomblets rained over the airport like a lethal storm. Lu Mingqiu landed steadily, katana and rifle on his back, twin pistols glinting coldly in the moonlight. 2 precise headshots dropped would-be ambushers. He opened fire with both guns, hands ablur, the pistols delivering suppression worthy of a rifle, driving back anyone trying to close in. Slides locked empty. He holstered the pistols, then with every enemy staring as if at a ghost waved his hand. The falling grenades scattered like a disciplined swarm. Lu Mingqiu expanded the dustless land to its limit, then spent a massive surge of mind and stamina to yank the pins from every grenade while they hung in the air. He snapped his fingers for the crowd to see. The snap rang out, drowning the gunfire. Watching via drone, Sarin flushed with excitement. She found the gesture irresistibly cool. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Grenades blossomed around the airport. Lu Mingqiu slumped, utterly drained. Yet Hashino, who had already bailed out and cleared the perimeter, seized a jeep and skidded to him, hauling him aboard. Airport bombed, explosive art delivered, infiltration team inside Phase 1 complete. Illustration: Akemi Hamura after the fight, Chapter 32, blasting Umbrella Hospital. Hearing the grenades and satchel charges outside, Kazuma wiped sweat from his brow. Didn't expect Lu Mingqiu to move that fast. Boom, and it's done, before we're even ready. Inside the hospital, most guards had bolted toward the blasts, leaving only a skeleton crew at key posts. Those sentries were inexplicably bypassed by Kazuma's ridiculous luck, while Shiro ran smack into them. Crouched behind cover, Shiro recalled the self-defense tricks his old man drilled into him every year. Now, gun in hand, he finally understood their real purpose. He spun the pistol across his palm and executed a bit of gunfu. 2 shots nailed the enemy's gun hands. As they howled, he used cover to close the distance. Muzzle flash spat again. Bullets ricocheted off a wall and slammed into their backs. It was his first combat try with the trick, and Shiro was amazed it worked, yet none of that mattered. The men who dragged the city toward hell had to fall. Another flash, a round through the head, and the sinner dropped. Shiro felt no mercy. Even a soft heart could not hesitate against those who would plunge a city into damnation. Killing still unsettled him, but he had to adapt inside the main god space. You can't keep your hands clean, as Lu Mingqiu had reminded him countless times. He exhaled, planted a timed charge, and moved to the next point. Kazuma saw no real combat. Outrageous luck let him dodge bullet after bullet with clumsy flailing. He hit no Oni, an unspoken trade-off he found no joy in. Thankfully, Shiro arrived and finished off the threats for him. Few glad you got here fast. You hurt? Nah. With the great Kazuma on the job, these scrubs were toast till you showed up. Fine if it makes you happy. Outside the hospital, near the airfield. In a jeep, Lu Mingqiu stuffed high-calorie rations into his mouth and chugged water by the liter. Kazuma's team should be done soon. Blow the hospital and whoever's hiding below will have to crawl out. What if they don't come out? Then they're lucky. After all, we already blew our way back, didn't we? Lu Mingqiu smiled, casually picked up his rifle, and pulled the trigger toward a spot to his rear left. Several armed personnel attempting a sneak attack were instantly suppressed by the firepower and forced back into cover. Hoshino also stopped the car, grabbed the rifle from the jeep, and began sweeping the area with gunfire. At this moment, a new batch of 3 drones arrived, carrying even more bombs. The armed personnel surrounding Lu Mingqiu were terrified and fled backward, fearing that one of the drones would descend and blow them sky-high. Hoshino and Lu Mingqiu used this time to reload their ammunition, suppressing the enemy with renewed firepower. Lu Mingqiu's stamina was also gradually recovering. A drone plunged straight down, blowing up the armed personnel who were hiding in a dense cluster. 2 kilometers away, Yuri now watched with cold indifference, her goggles shielding her face from the strong wind. She picked up a new bomb-laden drone, operated the remote control, and the drone took off instantly. One could only say that Lu Mingqiu's approach was quite correct in a certain sense. Fighting with this level of firepower and equipment was like activating an invincible mode. Of course, if 7 ordinary people tried this, they would definitely be instantly killed by focused fire. But unfortunately, this entire reincarnation squad consisted of extraordinary individuals. The main god's targeting was a form of balanced restriction in a sense, but someone felt the firepower wasn't enough, so they added an entire set of equipment and countless explosive devices. It was incredibly sneaky and completely lacking in martial ethics, launching a sweeping demolition attack at 3 a.m. Even those who were sleeping didn't have time to react before being called into battle, unable to exert even 60% of their original strength. What's more, their heavily armed helicopters were also destroyed, making it impossible to utilize air superiority. Unless the personnel below notified their colleagues in another city quickly to send reinforcements, the Umbrella Foundation hospital on the surface would be completely gone. Inside the research institute below, Yamamoto Izumi watched the intermittent footage. Facing this completely prepared, even targeted, surprise attack, he felt as if the heavens themselves were plotting against him. Furthermore, according to reports provided by his subordinates, all the weapons the enemy carried were police equipment, and the bombs were the reserve items that various police stations kept locked away to stop bandits. The enemy even transported an entire truckload of them, a lesson they certainly hadn't anticipated. No one had imagined that someone would use police station equipment against them. That truckload of supplies likely meant they had scoured more than half of the city's police departments. Otherwise, they couldn't have gathered so much. What did you say? Someone is using police equipment to attack your branch? Are you kidding me? Everyone in the city, except for the immune and our own people, has been zombified. How could anyone possibly attack you using this method? What? Someone used approximately 500 hand grenades and over 100 wide-area saturation bombs to blow up the airport? Who are you trying to fool? Do you take us for idiots? I'm not talking nonsense, this is real. We have video data here. After you watch it, you must send a squadron of aircraft for support, or else the surface hospital labs will all be destroyed. Fine, send it over and let me see. If the situation is confirmed, I'll send troops to support you. Colonel Yamamoto Izumi, how could you act this way just to trick us into giving you funds and troops? If it's true, fine, but if it's fake, I will be very disappointed in you. Closing the communication, Yamamoto's face was extremely grim. If he heard this outrageous content from someone else, he wouldn't believe it either. But since there was ambiguous video evidence, if he didn't call for help, his underground lab's firepower alone might not be enough to deal with that sudden, fierce attacker. He even suspected that perhaps an experimental subject from someone else had escaped seeking revenge and just happened to choose his location. Truly unlucky. Just as Yamamoto was waiting grimly for notification from the others, a rumbling explosion suddenly sounded from above, making his expression even worse. Great. The buildings above were essentially gone. Even if the emergency stairwell was usable, it would take time to ascend. If the enemy discovered this accessible passage, wouldn't he be completely screwed? Fortunately, he had hidden the location of the tunnel very secretly, and it was also equipped with anti-explosion facilities, making it hard to discover even if bombed. Unfortunately, what a person fears most often happens. Kazuma, who had just finished blowing up the entire biological laboratory hospital building, was thrown out by the shockwave and, coincidentally, crashed onto a steel floor. However, thanks to the rolling motion and the cushioning from the large bag on his back, he was mostly unharmed. That hurts so much. Huh? What's going on with this handle? Kazuma scrambled to his feet and felt around. By pure coincidence, he opened the entrance to the underground passage and tumbled in. Image, now. Chapter 33, Liberation. Kazuma rolled entirely into the stairwell, but luckily, he reacted fast enough to grab the supporting railing, preventing him from tumbling further. However, he cursed under his breath. Who the hell was so heartless to put a stairwell here? Didn't they know people could fall in and die? Kazuma, are you all right? Amiya Shiro, who had run over from the other side and also dodged the hospital's explosive shockwave, couldn't help but ask. Kazuma waved his hand, patted his backside, and replied, "It's nothing serious, just a fall." Speaking of which, this place seems to lead into some kind of secret passage. Could this be the path to an underground laboratory? As Kazuma spoke, he pulled out a pistol wrapped with red string, took off the safety, and fired 3 shots into the sky. The 3-colored light was exceptionally conspicuous above the hospital, which was ablaze and covered in the aftermath of the bombing. Luminchio and Hoshino instantly noticed the anomaly in the sky. Seeing the signal flare, they understood what was happening. Simply put, another location had been discovered, requiring another round of explosive cleansing. The 2 drones overhead also spotted the signal flare and rapidly charged toward the 2 other locations, blowing the terrified armed personnel sky-high. The sound of the explosion and the fire stirred up dust. Luminchio and Hoshino took this opportunity to head toward Amiya Shiro and Kazuma's location. A shotgun sprayed bullets, driving back those who dared to peek out. Hoshino pulled a smoke grenade from the bag on her back, tossed it behind her, and the resulting blast instantly obscured the enemy's vision. The smoke grenade obscured the enemy's vision, and combined with the large amount of dust kicked up after the hospital was bombed, the enemy dared not shoot randomly under this double layer of obstruction. If they hit their own people, wouldn't that just reduce the intensity for the opposition? 2 kilometers away, Yuri now looked at the few remaining drones and then glanced at the aerial view being streamed live by one of them. She took a deep breath and said, "Serin, little Hamura, keep 1 drone as backup. Use all the rest to eliminate the enemies on the surface and draw them toward us. I don't believe the enemy doesn't have equipment like drones." Buying time, understood. Sirin will also do her best. Receiving their replies, Yuri now controlled a drone to arrive above the hospital, then sent it plunging straight down, darting toward a cluster of armed personnel under the cover of the dust-obscured vision. The drone's ground impact explosion instantly threw the enemy's deployment into chaos again. Sirin's and Akemi Hamura's drones followed closely, performing demolitions at separate points. After several rounds of bombing, they only had 3 usable drones left. Sirin recalled the knowledge and precautions Lu Mingqiu had taught her over the past few days, and suggested to Yuri now that they keep the remaining drones as backup. Upon learning this was Lu Mingqiu's instruction, Yuri now pondered for a moment. Given his understanding of firepower, keeping only 1 drone definitely wasn't safe. Her previous idea had been a bit impulsive. Thinking this over, Yuri now nodded, taking Sirin and Akemi Hamura away from their hiding spot toward a spare small truck. By this point, all the surface facilities of the Umbrella Foundation Hospital had been completely annihilated. Lu Mingqiu's technique of celestial maidens scattering flowers grenades raining down had truly hit the armed personnel on the surface hard. Even some armed personnel who were about to board helicopters were blown up along with their aircraft in that explosion. Just as they saw Lu Mingqiu's firepower disappear, finally catching a breath and preparing to organize a counterattack, Lu Mingqiu and his group had already followed the underground passage and arrived at the hospital's subterranean laboratory base. Turning on their hand lights, the 4 of them followed the stairs down. After 2 minutes, they finally reached a brightly lit area, and in front of them was a door left slightly ajar. His golden eyes lit up, and dustless land enveloped his companions. Lu Mingqiu took the lead, pushing open the slightly ajar door. Light completely flooded the passage, revealing rows of cells. Clearly, this was where the experimental subjects were held. The spot where their passage led directly was inside one of the cells. However, this move, which could be called darkness under the lamp, was genuinely something no one would think of. If they had smoothly entered the underground lab via the front elevator, some people might have used this route to escape. It seemed they had arrived early. None of the people in the underground lab seemed to have fled, and even the armed personnel specifically stationed there hadn't noticed them sneaking in. Hoshino directly broke the latch on the cell door. The audible snap was distinct, alerting the 2 armed guards posted in front of the cell. Before they could react, 2 silenced bullets instantly eliminated them. Lu Mingqiu, holding dual pistols, spun them skillfully once and said, "I hope this lousy place doesn't have too many cameras, or we'll have to fight our way through the whole thing." Wishful thinking. The experimental subjects confined in cells like these are extremely important. It's impossible for there not to be surveillance at the entrance. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino's conversation attracted the attention of many experimental subjects inside the cells. One voice shouted the loudest, clearly yelling for help. Amiya Shiro listened carefully, finding the voice somewhat familiar, and looked toward the 2 people leading the way. Hoshino's hearing wasn't bad either. She quickly realized who the voice belonged to, and her face immediately fell, her expression becoming very grim. Lu Mingqiu's golden eyes glowed. Even with his hearing off, his other senses were sharp, and his face immediately turned as black as a pot, his brows deeply furrowed. Seeing that the 2 weren't moving, Amiya Shiro also followed Kazuma out of the cell and walked towards the source of the voice. What met their eyes was Saionji Sekai, her limbs severed and her body covered in surgical scars. "Amiya, is that you? You've been captured too." The girl's voice was intermittent, and her remaining eye was wide open, as if trying to clearly see everything before her. At this moment, Amiya Shiro and Kazuma, separated by a cell door, were shocked by this tragic scene. Their faces turned extremely grim, and unpleasant thoughts continuously surfaced in their minds. Amiya Shiro shot the cell door lock, blasting it open. He and Kazuma walked in together to further confirm the situation. Seeing the 2 of them unharmed, and Amiya Shiro even carrying a gun, a glimmer of hope flashed in Saionji Sekai's eyes. However, her head began to ache even more, a clear sign that the virus was starting to take effect on her. "You are fine, that's good. Go find She'll become a monster." Her disjointed words left the two of them stunned. They had intended to ask about the villa's situation, but Seonji Sekai's condition was truly too poor, and her expression was terrifyingly distorted. "Quick, kill me, I don't want to turn into a monster." The transition from intermittent to fluid speech was incredibly quick. Amiya, Shiro, and Kazuma watched with their own eyes as the girl's skin gradually turned green, and her previously severed limbs began to twitch. Without hesitation, bullets from their pistols and rifles poured out, helping the girl meet her destined end. The gunfire ceased. Amiya, Shiro, and Kazuma silently walked out of the cell. Lumingchio and Hoshino stood at the entrance of the cell block corridor, watching everything with a hint of numbness in their eyes. His precious death research, this anti-human stuff, needs to be blown to smithereens, utterly destroyed. Kazuma couldn't hold back his curses. Even though he had only known Seonji Sekai for a few days, seeing someone he knew tortured into such a horrific state truly infuriated him. Amiya Shiro didn't react as explosively, but his grip on his weapon tightened. Image, now with a meteor behind her. Chapter 34, Biomodified Humans. Looking at the humans in the cells who had been experimented on and turned into monsters, Lumingchio raised his gun and fired, delivering the bell of liberation to them, saving them from suffering in this world overrun by biohazards. Hoshino's shotgun spewed fire, killing almost all the monsters in the cells. Even with points accumulating, her mood remained incredibly heavy. Arriving at the entrance of the cell corridor, Amiya Shiro's side seemed to have finished their sound investigation as well, and Kazuma was cursing this damned world, wishing he could tear the guys here to shreds. "Let's go, it's time to meet those guys." Lumingchio's tone was flat, his golden eyes shining with a faint glow. The halo above Hoshino's had brightened for a moment, and her eyes became as cold and resolute as before. Amiya Shiro and Kazuma's gazes were firm. Although they felt no pity when they had previously killed some armed personnel, they had been somewhat apprehensive about such things. Now, all that was gone, they were eager to slaughter their way through the biohazard accomplices. Exiting the cells holding the test subjects, Lumingchio and the others quickly moved through the underground corridor. They shot any armed personnel they encountered. Even with their concentrated firepower, they couldn't penetrate the dustless land's defenses and were completely annihilated by the four. Lumingchio and Hoshino's methods were the most ruthless and brutal. The dustless land swept over them, shotguns mowed down swathes of enemies, and every punch and kick was incredibly powerful, either shattering bones, bursting internal organs, or twisting heads 90 degrees. Kazuma and the others watching felt their own methods were too gentle. Nearly 200 armed personnel were killed. Lumingchio and Hoshino expressionlessly reloaded their weapons. Based on intelligence from a captured armed personnel, they found a laboratory where experiments were underway. With a kick measured in tons of force, Hoshino knocked down the entire laboratory's blast door. She ran along the expanding dustless land, blocking bullets from the security personnel inside. With her other rifle, she swept through, destroying laboratory equipment and taking care of several researchers along the way. However, they didn't find the true subject of the experiments. Instead, a dozen or so tall, powerful green monsters rushed out. The green monsters were covered in scales, and their claws shone with a silvery luster, glinting faintly in the dim laboratory lights. Hiss, roar, roar. The monsters' roars echoed in their ears. Amiya, Shiro, and Kazuma raised their guns with serious expressions, bullets spewing from the muzzles as if free. Lumingchio simply lifted his foot and kicked, sending a broken steel bar flying like a cannonball. The microcontrol of the dustless land was that smooth. One could say he got more familiar with it the more he fought. Lumingchio even felt that his previous statement about having good learning ability might have been too humble. Bullets swarmed, drawing blood from the monster's scales. The steel bar, flying with pinpoint accuracy, pierced directly into a monster's head, killing it. Hoshino's halo brightened, her hair flying with her movements. Her hands, adorned with knuckle dusters, moved fluidly. With one punch, a monster's scales were almost shattered and embedded in its flesh, and the force of the blow sent the monster flying. Facing the charging monsters, even though the firearms in their hands had taken down a batch, the firepower was still somewhat insufficient. However, in front of Lu Mingqiu's almost unsolvable dustless land, the monster's claws and charges were like trying to hit a rock with an egg, unable to stir the slightest ripple. The battle quickly ended, and the monsters fell one after another. Everyone received over 100 points each. It seems this trap was just to stall us. Kazuma, throw a timed bomb here. This isn't the location we're looking for. Following Lu Mingqiu's command, Kazuma found a hidden spot to place the timed bomb. Then the four left the area and headed to the vast biofunctional research lab within the base. The constant blaring of alarms echoed. Lu Mingqiu and his group had already gunned down all the armed personnel in the base, but they still hadn't found the person in charge of the base. It seems this base has more than one floor. There must be a way to the second basement level. How about we just blow it up? That would be easier. Kazuma proposed an idea. Lu Mingqiu initially wanted to refuse, as an explosion in this sprawling underground base could cause shockwaves strong enough to shatter bones, and that was just an initial estimate. The actual power might be even greater. But he quickly realized that the dustless land could precisely nullify shockwaves and even push them back. It seemed blowing it up wouldn't be an issue after all. Thinking this, Lu Mingqiu chuckled and patted Kazuma's shoulder, saying, "Kazuma, you've come up with a great idea. No time to lose, plant the bombs." Everyone retreated behind Lu Mingqiu. The timed bombs were stacked and set to explode in 5 seconds. Lu Mingqiu also lit up his golden eyes, releasing the dustless land to form a barrier. As the rumbling explosion sounded, invisible shockwaves tore apart everything except the direction Lu Mingqiu was facing. The force shattered some locked doors, and some armed personnel who had received notification and climbed to the first floor from other locations were knocked off their feet by the shockwave, then slammed against the walls like cannonballs. A few unlucky ones even had their necks twisted. This method was much faster than checking one by one. Lu Mingqiu and the others then proceeded to the second floor through the blasted hole. The four landed steadily. With Lu Mingqiu's dustless land acting as a buffer, they were naturally unharmed. Looking at the extremely vast area around them, the second floor was not as labyrinthine as the first. It clearly resembled a large plaza. There were even some heavy firepower weapons, specifically designed for experimental monsters. It seems we've arrived at quite a place. Lu Mingqiu was also quite surprised. The spot Kazuma chose to blow up was directly an important experimental site. As soon as they came down, they saw over a dozen researchers staring dumbfounded at them, who had jumped down from above, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Without further ado, Lu Mingqiu and his group quickly drew their guns and opened fire. The research personnel reacted too slowly and were all hit, instantly killed. Just as Lu Mingqiu's side was rapidly advancing, in the biomodification laboratory at the center of the second floor, Yamamoto Izumi changed into a white lab coat. In his hand, he held a virus stock solution and another new virus, blending them together. A brand new virus was born in his hands. Hearing the increasingly urgent alarms, Yamamoto didn't pay attention. As long as his biomodified human plan was complete, the so-called invaders would merely be slaughtered. However, he never expected the other side to be so fast. Just after he injected the new virus into the unconscious Katsura Kotoha with a syringe, the sealed laboratory door was kicked open, and Lu Mingqiu and the other three rushed in. Seeing Lu Mingqiu and the others, who had broken in here in less than 10 minutes, Yamamoto's expression turned to one of great shock, but it quickly shifted into a smile. He clapped his hands in admiration, saying, "Ha ha, with just 4 people and a few drones, you've turned our entire base upside down. Your preparations and plan are simply flawless. It's just a pity my experiment has already succeeded. In front of the biomodified humans, your goals will ultimately fail. How about we cooperate? With your methods, you'd surely be able to make a fortune. We won't do something so dangerous and foolish. Besides, devils like you, who turn cities into hell, will surely face divine retribution." Divine retribution? What a joke. Under the leadership of the Great Umbrella Corporation, We are creating gods. Just look at these bioweapons. As Yamamoto spoke, he moved his foot and lightly pressed a button nearby. Immediately, the glass containers holding the bioorganisms shattered, and various biomonsters roared, welcoming a battle named Rebirth. Image. Take off the glasses, seal released. Chapter 35, Biomodified Human, Blood Demon. Countless biomonsters began to charge. Lu Mingqiu's eyes flashed with golden light, his golden eyes activated, and dustless land instantly erupted, pushing away all the monsters that came within 2 meters of him. What kind of ability is this? It's completely different from the recorded psychokinesis. It seems the diversity of the virus can indeed create different effects. My direction is correct, ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Mingqiu's miraculous power, Yamamoto couldn't help but burst into laughter. His manic appearance was completely different from before. Hoshino will deal with these monsters. The two of you go rescue ye first. Seeing Katsura Kotoha, wearing a white dress and looking like nothing was wrong, sleeping behind Yamamoto, Sata Kazuma and Amiya Shiro nodded. With Lu Mingqiu's assistance, they managed to pass through the encirclement of biomonsters. Don't even think about touching my experiment. She hasn't completed her growth phase yet. When Yamamoto saw someone trying to steal his experiment, he naturally refused vehemently. The research data from this instance was meant to be compared against the various tyrants developed by those other guys. If it was lost, all his hard work over the years would be ruined. Thinking this, Yamamoto didn't hesitate. He took out a syringe, stabbed himself without a word, and immediately, his body began to change. Ha. A roaring, raging laugh escaped his mouth. Yamamoto's eyes turned crimson, and a bloody mist began to emanate from his body. Green scales and a tail sprouted, quickly transforming into scale armor. Black claws grew on his hands, and his entire physique swelled by 2 sizes. This rapid and extreme biomutation caused flashbacks, a life review, to play in Yamamoto's brain. However, for the sake of his experiment and his plan to create gods, he desperately held on, becoming one in 10,000 Dan existence capable of retaining a shred of human will after biotransformation. Seeing this scene, Sata Kazuma and Amiya Shiro immediately felt like cursing. They knew without a doubt that this entire spectacle was the main god's doing. Lu Mingqiu looked at the swarm of biomonsters that seemed to have grown even more frantic, feeling a bit embarrassed, but the gun in his hand never stopped firing. He went through clip after clip of bullets. Hoshino, meanwhile, activated Mizu mode, the halo above her head shining ever brighter. Wielding the long blade Lu Mingqiu lent her, she charged through the biomonster horde, killing left and right. Any monster that occasionally got close was instantly killed by a shotgun blast. Kazuma threw a grenade, blowing away the biomonsters surrounding them. Amiya Shiro fired both his guns simultaneously, aiming at the still transforming Yamamoto, hoping to interrupt his transformation state. After all, reality wasn't an anime or a game. There were no invincibility frames or invulnerability during transformation sequences. However, Yamamoto's transformation speed was too fast. The bullets were blocked by his scale armor before they could hit. His tail was 5 meters long, and both its fierce swings and stabs inflicted terrifying damage. His tongue extended and retracted like a chameleon's. All of these special attacks were tested and revealed only because Kazuma managed to dodge them using his luck. Get lost. Why are you always hitting me? Kazuma's expression twisted as he cursed loudly. However, when Yamamoto heard this, he grew even angrier. The last shred of human will in him kept telling him that the guy in front of him possessed a fatal attraction. It felt as if that bastard was responsible for everything that had happened before. Kazuma dashed back and forth, using a sliding roll to dodge the attack. Yamamoto's attacks all landed on his own side. A group of biomonsters were affected. The unfortunate ones were either pierced through or flung away by the tail. Lu Mingqiu watched Kazuma's series of actions, which helped reduce the pressure on him, and gained a consistent understanding of this guy's Lukit was outrageous. Fortunately, their team didn't have that wise water goddess, or they would have been doomed countless times over. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by Kazuma drawing aggro, Amiya Shiro successfully reached Katsura Kotoha's location with the help of Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino. Yamamoto noticed this and his tongue lashed out rapidly, like a sniper bullet leaving the barrel. Facing such a swift strike, Lu Mingqiu used the reaction force of dustless land to propel himself forward, rushing toward Amiya Shiro's position, but unfortunately, he was still a bit too slow. Amiya Shiro was startled by this sight, but for some unknown reason, his foot slipped and he narrowly dodged the attack. At the cost of a large tear in his bulletproof vest, the tongue grazed past Amiya Shiro, and the only non-weapon amulet he carried fell off. Amiya Shiro didn't notice this detail. Instead, remembering something, he quickly turned to look behind him, only to see Katsura Kotoha, lying flat on the experimental bed, with her chest pierced. Startled awake by the searing pain, she was staring intently at Amiya Shiro in front of her. "Shiro-san, is that you? Did you come back?" The girl's voice was intermittent, but her body began to change. Her eyes were taken over by blood-red color, her back bulged, and bat wings sprouted. The strange sound of cracking bones followed, succeeded by a long, shrill roar. "Aya-waya!" A massive sonic wave threw Amiya Shiro to the ground. The immense sound forced everyone to cover their ears. Even the horde of biomonsters stopped moving in unison. The scaled lizard monster that Yamamoto had become watched this scene, the fanaticism in its eyes growing fiercer. Its ha-ha-ha laughter echoed around. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Utilizing the powerful regenerative DNA system of bats and zombies, my biomodified human, blood demon, is finally a success. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Damn it. We must eliminate her before she completely turns into a monster. Amiya, use the bomb quickly. Lu Mingqiu urgently shouted. Amiya Shiro didn't hesitate for a second, setting the timer on the time bomb in his backpack to 3 seconds before throwing it. He then quickly ran backward and dove, followed by a loud explosion. Lu Mingqiu expanded the domain of dustless land, enveloping Amiya Shiro just before the time bomb detonated. The resulting high temperature and shockwave flipped the surrounding monsters. Yamamoto, whose tongue was still wrapped around Katsura Kotoha, was caught in the blast, and his entire tongue was destroyed and severed. Hoshino stamped her foot, cracking the ground. With extreme dynamic speed, she swung the long blade. The sound of it cutting through the air and the flashing cold light of the blade turned into a bright white line, slicing through Katsura Kotoha's arm, severing it. Her movements were decisive and clean, without any hesitation. Before Amiya Shiro was helped up by Kazuma, Lu Mingqiu rushed to Yamamoto's side. His fist, imbued with dustless land, viciously struck the opponent's face, using a point break to blast him 10 meters away. Yamamoto flew like a cannonball, knocking down a group of biomonsters, shattering his scales, getting scratched by the arms and claws of other monsters, and finally crashing into the wall, suffering concussive damage. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the surrounding lights flickered. Hoshino rushed toward Blood Demon Katsura Kotoha with incredible speed, delivering another punch that sent the opponent, who was temporarily stunned by the pain, flying away. The surrounding biomonsters were gradually decreasing. After all, the dustless land used by Lu Mingqiu was not to be underestimated. Many weaker biomonsters had already been crushed. Lu Mingqiu looked at the two creatures, who were clearly bosses, crawling out of the wall, and then at the nearly 50 biomonsters surrounding them. He said with a grim expression, "Plans can't keep up with changes. Missy is unlike that guy. She couldn't retain a shred of sanity and has been completely assimilated by the viral genes. Saving her is now impossible. Damn it, we were too late after all. It's my fault. If I had been able to block that strike, she wouldn't have woken up prematurely. Stop blaming yourself, Amiya. The best outcome for her now is to kill her completely, or she will never find peace." Lu Mingqiu's resonant words entered Amiya Shiro's ears. He didn't have much time for self-reproach now. Since he couldn't save her, the only thing he could do was send her to her rest. Image, Devil Flame is here. Chapter 36, Street Battle. The dust kicked up by the wall dissipated. The two biomonsters crawling out Yamamoto, the scaled lizard chameleon, and blood demon Katsura Kotohor now staring hatefully at Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino, who stood together. Due to their biogenes, the two monsters would normally fight each other, but the appearance of a common enemy meant they would temporarily cooperate when facing danger, prioritizing the elimination of the highest threat. Kazuma and Amiya Shiro broke through the biomonster encirclement, their firearms running out of ammunition, and successfully reached Lu Mingqiu's side, looking with grave expressions at the two biohumans leading the biomonsters. This fight is going to be tough. One is a lizard chameleon with high defense and high attack speed but slow movement speed. The other is a blood demon with low defense, high attack speed, high movement speed, and can even fly and use remote sonic waves. It's going to take a lot of time to take them both down. Kazuma looked at the two imposing biomonsters, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Mingqiu merely responded flatly. Instead of talking nonsense, you should focus entirely on the battle. Kazuma, you and Amiya Shiro temporarily hold off the other biomonsters around us. Hoshino and I will handle these two guys. Retreat if you can't hold on. It's almost been an hour. The enemy's reinforcements are likely arriving soon. I know. It's my own fault for getting involved with you in such a dangerous situation. But death is the worst that can happen. Why would I, Kazuma, be afraid? Kazuma had already prepared himself mentally. Since he impulsively clicked yes on the main god space and now faced a zombie movie-like start, he still didn't want to owe that person Lu a favor. As the saying goes, there's no way to repay a life-saving kindness, either serve as a slave or repay it in the next life. As for offering himself in marriage? Sorry, his sexual orientation was normal and he was an egalitarian. Thinking random thoughts, Kazuma ran around with the grave-faced Amiya Shiro, even flipping off the biomonsters opposite them, and mocking words spilled out of his mouth. Yo, aren't you just a bunch of little trash? You couldn't do anything to your grandpa Kazuma before, and it's the same now. If you've got guts, call him over to hit me. Come on. Kazuma's mocking expression and actions were textbook examples of proficiency. This immediately provoked the hatred of all biomonsters, excluding the two main bosses whose hatred was already focused. The hostile gaze of the monsters and the world fixed upon Kazuma and Shiro. Seeing this, Amiya Shiro suddenly regretted teaming up with this guy. If he were alone, he might have drawn less attention. Now, if he didn't fight desperately, getting scratched meant death. Thinking of this, Amiya Shiro took a deep breath. It felt as if something was boiling within him, but he paid it no mind. He just stared at the monsters with firm eyes, the twin guns in his hands glinting faintly under the lights. He raised them and fired. On the other side, Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino also began fighting the two strongest biochemical monsters in the entire area. The dustless land instantly blocked the tongue Yamamoto spat out. Lu Mingqiu pressed down the surrounding airflow, and the tongue seemed to be pushed to the ground by a huge, invisible wind resistance. The airflow began to create gusts of wind pressure as he forcefully lifted his tongue. Hoshino watched Katsura Kotoha, who was slightly flapping her wings, ready to take flight at any moment, her 5 fingers growing claws and fangs, her eyes bloodshot, looking at the stranger she had known for several days. A hint of sadness flashed across her expression, but it was quickly reined in, turning into an even colder gaze, and the halo above her head lit up. Neither of them acted rashly. The surrounding airflow, carried by the nearby battle, brushed against them, causing their long hair to sway with the wind. Hoshino pulled out the portable folding riot shield she carried with her, and her shotgun was loaded. With a slight stomp of her foot, a crack appeared in the ground. With a whoosh, the earth cracked in a spiderweb-like pattern. Hoshino, bearing the wind pressure all over her body, approached Katsura Kotoha from the side. Her shotgun spewed flames, and the bullets arrived instantly. Katsura Kotoha reacted extremely quickly. The moment Hoshino charged, she also responded. With a flap of her wings, a tiny hurricane temporarily blocked the bullet's advance, but only for an instant, giving Katsura Kotoha time to dodge. The moment she dodged, she let out a sonic roar. The sharp roar and impact made Hoshino instinctively fire 2 more shots, interrupting her. The battle on both sides was incredibly fierce. Lu Mingqiu, relying on the defense and impact of the dustless land, traded blows with Yamamoto the lizard chameleon, exchanging punches and kicks. However, only Lu Mingqiu was truly causing damage. Given enough time, Yamamoto would be beaten to death. Meanwhile, Hoshino, using the defensive power granted by the halo above her head, used her shotgun to block Katsura Kotoha before she could emit sonic waves. Then, she sought an opportunity to quickly approach and use the impact of her riot shield to injure the already dismembered Katsura Kotoha. This simple yet highly effective fighting style left Katsura Kotoha feeling incredibly frustrated. On the surface of the Umbrella Foundation Hospital, nearly 100 armed personnel and some wounded were all sent to nearby city houses for effective treatment. However, with the hospital bombed and medical equipment insufficient, many still died from excessive bleeding. At this moment, on a tall building about 50 meters from their location, the last 3 drones took off, carrying all the explosives and slowly approaching the enemy's resting place. However, the armed personnel, who thought the firepower had disappeared, did not notice the abnormality in the sky. After all, at night, the only available light could only illuminate the ground. Looking up at the sky, it was just pitch black. Even with a few stars and moonlight, visibility was not very high. Taking advantage of this, the drones reached their heads very smoothly. One of the drones, which had activated a timed bomb, stopped flying and a high-altitude drop landed directly into a part of the tents the enemy had just set up. Someone reacted quickly and yelled loudly. Some who were far away had already fled, but the bomb exploded too quickly, and the resulting shockwave engulfed them. Yuri now reached out and took the remote control from Serin's hand. It was better for her to do this act of killing others. The 2 younger ones shouldn't see too much gore. Although she had seen plenty while killing zombies, as the oldest in the team and called Big Sister by the 2, she had to take responsibility for the psychological well-being of the 2 children. So, for the previous drones, except for the time they bombed the plane and helped Lu Mingqiu infiltrate the underground base, the rest were controlled by one person to the location, then switched. Yuri now wouldn't let Serin and Akemi Hamura see more stimulating scenes. Serin and Akemi Hamura were very sensible and understood Yuri now's intentions. They also disliked overly bloody scenes, but they were also concerned about Yuri now's mental health. During periods of inactivity, while driving, they would tell interesting stories to distract Now from thoughts of killing, easing the burden on Now. Image, now recording with a blank expression. Chapter 37, Kill. The heat wave and sea of fire from the explosion overturned the surface. The armed personnel, who had just regrouped to over 100, were instantly scattered. 80% of them were blown to death, 15% died violently from bone fractures caused by the aftershock, and the remaining 5% were covered in injuries, making basic movement difficult. It can only be said that the number of bombs was large, and the yield was sufficient. Turning them into nuclear bombs would not be a problem. It's just that Lu Mingqiu and his group currently don't have the resources to buy them. Seeing that the ground had been dealt with, Yuri now immediately took Serin and Akemi Hamura to a new position, not staying in one place for long. After coming downstairs and getting into the car, Serin looked at the fiery environment outside the window caused by the explosion and couldn't help but recall her past memories of ice and snow. At that time, she was cold and hungry. Her mother, suffering from Honkai sickness, worked hard to go out and earn a living so she could survive. But fate was cruel, and eventually, her mother left her with a dying wish to live well, then passed away, leaving her alone in that empty room, watching her mother die by the bedside. She thought she was already miserable enough, but the new world was even crueler. Zombies filling the city, armed personnel acting like demons in human skin. These were horrors she had never heard of before and didn't want to know. But having come here, she inevitably learned of them. Even Akemi Hamura, from A Peaceful World, found this world too insane, and without changes, it would be easy to get hurt. Currently, the most they could do in the team was move things. Only recently could they use guns to fight zombies. Operating drones to bomb the hospital also played an important role and showed their effort. Yuri now noticed Serin's unusual state and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Serin? Why do you look so sad?" "It's nothing, Serin, just homesick." "Is that so? If there's a chance, let's all go to your world together." In the main god space, Lu Mingqiu once said that as long as you have enough points and so-called side quest points, reviving someone isn't difficult. You two were still sleeping when he told Kazuma and me, so I'll explain it to you now. Yuri now told the two some things Lu Mingqiu hadn't mentioned. Serin and Akemi Hamura's eyes widened. They were both surprised and somewhat prepared for this miraculous news, and finally, they breathed a sigh of relief. Serin completely returned to her original energetic state, with the fire of hope burning in her eyes. She was grateful and guilty towards her mother, and now with a way to revive her, she was even more motivated to act. Through the possibility of reviving people, Akemi Hamura also deduced that her heart condition might be curable. Recalling Lu Mingqiu's initial introduction of the main god space, where anything imaginable could be obtained, she became even more convinced of this answer. After addressing their psychological issues, Yuri now also breathed a sigh of relief, then focused on driving to the next location. On the second floor of the underground laboratory, Lu Mingqiu, wielding a punch formed by the dustless land's crushing air vortex, shattered the arm of Yamamoto the lizard chameleon. The flying flesh and blood were swept away by the dustless land, leaving Lu Mingqiu completely unharmed. Yamamoto screamed in pain and frenzy, but Lu Mingqiu, with a kick that utilized the dustless land's compressed air burst, instantly blasted him away. He crashed into the wall again, sending up shattered rocks and a cloud of dust. Lu Mingqiu pressed his advantage, his golden eyes flashing, staring directly at the approaching lizard chameleon like a monarch toying with its prey. Seen by those golden eyes, Yamamoto's genes, somewhat numb from the biochemical virus, rediscovered the feeling of the food chain. The sensation of being targeted by the apex predator, the world's sole dominant monarch, caused his genes to panic, his cells to rapidly divide, and expressions of flight and fear became increasingly evident on Yamamoto's face. Run! 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 His biological instincts warned him, and the fear of death echoed in his mind. Yet under those eyes, his blood and bones seemed to freeze, becoming stiff and cold. Lu Mingqiu concentrated, releasing the dustless land domain, vacuuming the air around him. Yamamoto's body was drawn in by the enormous suction, then the airflow refilled, quickly saturating the surroundings at extreme speed. The terrifying impact transformed into steel needles, shredding the scales on Yamamoto's body. This move can't be used casually, it's easy to hurt yourself. Sweat ran down his forehead. Lu Mingqiu exhaled, then threw a punch, hitting Yamamoto's face, who was already foaming at the mouth, covered in wounds, with no good spot left. The shockwave from the dustless land instantly released, slamming him back into the wall, then sucking him out again, continuing the previous operation. 3 times back and forth, Lu Mingqiu controlled the dustless land meticulously, but its power was undeniable. The impact, like a vacuum explosion, and the dustless land's inherent repelling effect, had already turned Yamamoto's internal organs and flesh into a paste, and his heart was even pierced. If not for the powerful vitality brought by the virus, he would have likely been dead already. However, the inevitable death could not be escaped. Lu Mingqiu's peripheral vision involuntarily glanced to the side, where his long blade, which he had lent to Hoshino, was stuck in the nearby wall. The faint glow from his golden eyes grew brighter, and he couldn't help but raise his hand. The suction created by the vacuum instantly pulled the long blade from the wall, rushing towards Lu Mingqiu at a terrifying speed. Lu Mingqiu merely smiled slightly, and the surrounding air quickly refilled, though not as rapidly as before, allowing it to steadily regain balance. Gripping the hilt of the long blade with one hand, Lu Mingqiu attached the dustless land to the blade's edge. The airflow rotated and compressed above it, stopping once it reached a balance. This series of actions seemed complex, but actually took only about 3 seconds. Yamamoto had long since been beaten unconscious. Even if there was a trace of life fluctuation, he could no longer resist. With a swing of the long blade, the air once again burst and compressed, forming a sharp blade that, after cutting a certain distance, sliced into Yamamoto's head and neck, separating his head from his body. To be safe, Lu Mingqiu swung it more than 10 times, and the wind blades, formed by compressed air, shredded Yamamoto. Then came the compression and release, with enormous shockwaves crushing the flesh again. At this point, Yamamoto was completely dead, and the main god also sent a kill notification. Chapter 17. Killed Mutant Lizard Chameleon, codename Yamamoto. Reward 1,000 points, 1 D rank side quest. The main god Space's message appeared on Lu Mingqiu's wristband. He merely glanced at it before shifting his gaze to another part of the battlefield. Hoshino's collapsible riot shield struck true with every hit. Katsura Kotoha's roars and claws barely touched her as she was being slowly beaten, leaving the entire monster helpless. As for Kazuma and Amiya Shiro, they were circling in the monster horde. With Kazuma's absurd luck, Amiya Shiro didn't suffer a single injury, but he was breathless from exhaustion. Since he didn't have many bullets left, he had to use them sparingly, aiming for maximum damage. Image, Little Cat Hamura Chapter 38, One Shot, Annihilation. Sata Kazuma gritted his teeth, darting here and there, with Amiya Shiro close behind, not falling behind. His rifle and pistol were firing continuously. Kazuma occasionally threw a grenade behind him, blowing away some highly defensive biomonsters. This is the most exercise I've had all year, Lu Mingqiu. Are you done yet? Kazuma shouted his complaint, his legs seemingly running on their own accord. Lu Mingqiu, hearing Kazuma's lament, also gasped, saying, "Let me catch my breath first, I'll help you in a bit." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Mingqiu took a deep breath, stabilizing his body, which was aching from prolonged combat. He then pulled out the rifle from his backpack and began to spray, helping Kazuma and Amiya Shiro evade the long-tail attacks of several monsters. "You're finally here to help. Is that scum dealt with?" Head separated, body chopped into pieces by me, ground to powder with dustless land, plus the main god Space's notification. It's impossible for it to be alive. Excellent. That kind of scoundrel deserves to die like that. Kazuma's mood instantly brightened. The frustration and anger from being chased by a horde of monsters completely vanished. More importantly, is Miss Hoshino okay? Amiya Shiro raised a practical question. Lu Mingqiu, parrying the attacks of several biomonsters with his long blade, replied, "She can handle it alone, it'll just take some time. Let's deal with the monsters here first. Since it's called a blood demon, it must have the ability to absorb blood for energy. We can't give it a chance." Lu Mingqiu's judgment was extremely accurate. Hoshino had long since detected the direction Katsura Kotoha wanted to go, but she had stopped her every time. To go back and regenerate health and energy, she had to get Hoshino's permission. Watching the biomonsters dwindle, the blood demon also went mad with rage. With a fierce resolve, it flapped its wings, stomped the ground creating cracks, and charged at Hoshino with extreme speed. Its body withstood the impact and power of the shotgun, and a claw aimed directly at Hoshino's eyes. With her riot shield in front of her, Hoshino bent over, then rolled. She hadn't expected the blood demon to risk half its life to try and blind her. If she hadn't reacted quickly enough, even with her halo protection, her vision would have been obstructed for a certain period, and that time would have given it a chance to return to the biomonsters for energy regeneration. However, Hoshino's evasive maneuver played right into the blood demon's hands. Its wings instantly spread and flapped, moving incredibly fast, and the violent wind pressure carried its body towards the biomonster horde. Yet, to its utter surprise, an invisible wall made it trip hard, sending it flying backward from the invisible impact. It came quickly and left even faster. Hoshino looked at Lu Mingqiu's outstretched thumb, a smile playing on her lips. Then, without hesitation, she unleashed a barrage of fire from her shotgun, determined to cripple the blood demon. Bullets from the continuous shotgun fire tore through its body, and the blood demon wailed. However, no one on the scene showed pity. Since it was a monster and an enemy, it had to be sent to destruction and liberation. The remaining dozen or so biomonsters heard that wail, and their genetic instinct told them that if they didn't make the right decision, they would all disappear from this world. So the monsters obeyed reason and did not charge directly at Lu Mingqiu's trio with a more ferocious attack. Instead, they ran towards the blood demon, intending to use their lives to gain a chance at victory. Seeing this, Lu Mingqiu understood that the main god's space was stirring up trouble again. The originally favorable situation instantly became unpredictable. However, how could the group give the monsters a chance? Hoshino firmly suppressed the blood demon's movements. Lu Mingqiu's golden eyes lit up, releasing dustless land to block the monster's path. But these monsters seemed to have grown smarter and began to detour. Lu Mingqiu originally wanted to expand the domain to continue blocking, but the blood demon broke through Hoshino's barrage of fire and successfully gathered with the monsters within a wall's distance of the dustless land. Damn main god space stirring up trouble again. Hoshino, Kazuma, Amiya, throw most of the bombs. We need to show them what we're made of. Lu Mingqiu glanced at the time recorded on his wristband and didn't hesitate. The bombs originally meant to blow up the base were naturally all thrown out. The dustless land domain was released, and it was detonated the moment everyone evacuated the laboratory. A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the entire underground base. Whether it was the personnel above or below, they all felt the terrifying vibrations and intense heat. Fear and terror etched expressions of despair onto their faces. Lu Mingqiu used dustless land to block the impact. However, the power of this explosion, concentrated underground, was no less than that of the previous missile. But because his physical strength had increased and he was prepared this time, Lu Mingqiu didn't pass out like last time, though his physical strength was just as overexhausted. The surface soil of the Umbrella Foundation Hospital was ripped open, exposing a giant crater over 30 meters wide and deep. Silver gray, soft moonlight shone down, and the stars in the sky added a touch of gentleness to this tragic scene. Lu Mingqiu and his group climbed up from below. Sata Kazuma was gasping for breath, his heart pounding. This incident almost scared him to another world. Hoshino carried Lu Mingqiu to a safe spot. Amiya Shiro merely stood at the edge of the dirt slope, looking at the large pit below, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. But Lu Mingqiu stared intently at his wristband, and when no message popped up, he gritted his teeth and said, "Hoshino, hurry back and finish it off. The blood demon isn't dead yet." At his words, Hoshino unhesitatingly placed Lu Mingqiu on the ground, grabbed her riot shield and shotgun, and rushed back into the pit. Lu Mingqiu lay sprawled on the ground. Sata Kazuma ran over to help him flip over, and then lay unceremoniously beside Lu Mingqiu. The two of them, looking utterly spent, made Amiya Shiro's mouth twitch. But the sound from below made his expression change. Lu Mingqiu and Kazuma, ignoring their pain, even straightened their backs. "Amiya Shiro, come down quickly." Katsura Kotoha seems to have regained consciousness. Amiya Shiro's expression became solemn upon hearing Hoshino shout. He gripped his gun tighter and slid down the slope into the pit, reaching Hoshino's position. Looking at Katsura Kotoha, who was only half a body remaining and whose eyes no longer had the bloody hue from before, Amiya Shiro took a deep breath, raised his pistol, and aimed at her head. Hoshino did not stop him. "You came, Mr. Amiya. I'm so sorry for causing so much trouble. It's no use talking about that now, but there's one thing I do need to thank you for. Your amulet really saved my life." Amiya Shiro wasn't lying. Before he was knocked down by the sonic wave, he saw the amulet that had fallen to the ground and picked it up along the way. Amiya Shiro took the amulet from his pocket. The girl smiled at this, meeting the boy's eyes. Besides sadness, there was no lingering attachment in her gaze. Regret also showed in the girl's eyes, and her heart felt relieved. Her previous thoughts had merely been wishful thinking. The girl gently closed her eyes and whispered, "Kill me before I turn back into that monster." "Thank you, Mr. Amiya." The girl thanked him. Amiya Shiro wasted no more words, his resolve overshadowing his sorrow. His finger unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, and with a bang, Katsura Kotoha's head was pierced by the bullet. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous gunshots repeatedly pierced her heart and limbs, and her head was also shot several times. Amiya Shiro gasped for air, looking at the girl who had completely closed her eyes, seemingly at peace in death. He then placed the amulet on her body. Killed mutant biohuman blood demon Katsura Kotoha. Reward 1500 points, 1 D rank side quest. Looking at the information on his wristband, Amiya Shiro let out a sigh of relief. His legs gave out, and he fell backward onto the ground, looking utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. At this moment, Lu Mingqiu and Sata Kazuma, who had slid down from above, witnessed this scene. Hoshino, seeing Lu Mingqiu not resting properly and still moving around, became a little annoyed. She had already told him not to be reckless, and Kazuma too. How could he listen to his nonsense? Seeing the girl's unfriendly gaze, Lu Mingqiu and Sata Kazuma shivered. But the next second, a voice echoed from the wristbands of their reincarnation squad, led by them. Side quest completed. The end of the experiment destroyed one of the sources of the city virus. Team reward 1000 points, 1 C rank side quest, 2 D rank side quests. Looking at such generous rewards, Lu Mingqiu felt that this revenge was absolutely justified. Now, with the previous side quests and points, the things he could redeem had quite a boost. Image, Sirin card. Chapter 39, Escape. As the main god's announcement concluded, Yuri now and the others, having received their rewards, quickly drove towards the large crater in the middle of the Umbrella Foundation Hospital. For safety, Lu Mingqiu, in front of everyone, released Dustless Land to crush Katsura Kotoha's body and bury it in the earth, treating it as a burial. Not long after, the group climbed out of the crater again and, by coincidence, met Yuri now and the other two who had just driven over. Without pleasantries or wasted words, Lu Mingqiu was lifted into the back of the truck, and everyone else got in. They sped away from the area before Umbrella personnel could react. Yuri now had become increasingly skilled in driving over the past few days. Getting a driver's license would be no problem. However, due to the previous explosion, the Umbrella Company, which had requested support, also had planes flying in from another city. The smaller truck sped through the streets. Lu Mingqiu bit off a mouthful of compressed biscuits, then grabbed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down, trying to eat and drink his fill in a short time to restore his stamina and spirit, ready for the next challenge. Hoshino also bit into a biscuit, glanced at the 1 hour remaining reminder on her wristband, and looked sharply into the distance. Amiya Shiro and Sata Kazuma likewise bit into biscuits. The previous battle had consumed a lot of their stamina, and they had been affected by explosions countless times. If not for good luck, they would have fractured bones long ago. Sirin circled Lu Mingqiu, occasionally asking for details of the previous battle. Lu Mingqiu could only vaguely answer some questions. However, what surprised him was that Sirin's questions were mainly about how to snap her fingers to overpower other sounds, as she thought it would be super cool with her abilities. Recalling the scene where a single snap of the fingers directly caused a certain entertainment company to go bankrupt, Lu Mingqiu's mouth twitched. Still, he explained the alternative uses of Dustless Land. Sirin might not be able to do it if she learned it now, but there should be alternative methods when they return to the main god space. 50 minutes passed in calm conversation. Lu Mingqiu and his group had recovered some of their stamina. Akemi Hamura, through the drone, also discovered many black dots gathering in the sky towards them, and some vehicles were slowly approaching in the distance. The sun slowly rose on the horizon, casting a faint light, and the final battle for the reincarnation squad began. Carrying a sniper rifle, Hoshino loaded the most powerful armor-piercing bullets, aiming at the aerial units. As soon as they dared to dive, their fuselage or propellers would be shattered, sending them crashing down as scrap. Lu Mingqiu's golden eyes lit up, and he released Dustless Land to cover the vehicle. Even if the enemy threw bombs, it wouldn't have an effect, unless they could blow up the entire road ahead and block their retreat. Umbrella support troops had arrived. When they learned that the entire hospital and underground laboratory had been destroyed, they were stunned. The armed personnel even cried, lamenting that just 4 people had tormented them so much. They even speculated that 3 other people were nearby, so they searched for 50 minutes before finding a vehicle speeding away from the city. Look, that's the model of drone. The bomb tied to it is the culprit that destroyed our entire gathering place. The drone carrying the bomb streaked past. The Umbrella employee in the helicopter felt a chill looking at the familiar model, but it seemed the drone was bombing the vehicles below, which made him sigh in relief. After all, the scene of the helicopter being blown up before it could even climb was still vivid in his memory, and he didn't want to experience it again. Target acquired. Initiate fire coverage. Firepower strike. Yamamoto's death must not be in vain. According to the video transmission, there must be new individuals with superpowers after being infected with the virus. If they can be captured alive, do so. The command came from the headquarters on the other side. The people on the helicopter didn't hesitate. Gunfire flashed, and with a rattling sound, bullets flew out at extreme speed. With the combined firepower of a dozen helicopters, Lu Mingqiu's dustless land was completely torn away. This scene made the commanding officer of the Umbrella Company's division widen his eyes, and then a hint of madness flashed in them. A unique superpower. Capture him alive at all costs. With the order given, the helicopters became even more frantic, firing missiles and artillery as if they were free. Lu Mingqiu gritted his teeth, holding on, while Hoshino continuously used the sniper scope for precise strikes, shooting down several helicopters that exploded in sparks on the ground. Seeing that simple attacks had little effect, the command post changed tactics, blowing up all the buildings near the vehicles to prevent Lu Mingqiu and his group from advancing. Lu Mingqiu cursed at this, and the range of dustless land instantly expanded, catching all the high-rise debris to prevent the road ahead from being blocked. After several back-and-forth turns, Lu Mingqiu was already drenched in sweat. "Damn it, is time up yet?" Lu Mingqiu asked Surin next to him, and she looked at the time on her wristband and replied, "Mingqiu Gij, there are 7 minutes left." Knowing the time, Lu Mingqiu bit into a piece of chocolate, simultaneously releasing dustless land and recovering his stamina. He refused to believe he couldn't outlast the enemy. These 7 minutes felt like an hour and a half. Lu Mingqiu no longer knew how many projectiles and rocks he had caught. Hoshino's sniper rifle had already shot down nearly 10 helicopters, and the enemy vehicles on the ground had also arrived, forcing her to change targets. Amiya Shiro and Sata Kazuma used their rifles to spray bullets at the enemies behind the truck, aiming for tires or windows, mainly to delay them. 3 more minutes passed. The Umbrella command officer, seeing that they still hadn't taken them down, started to lose face. He directly ordered planes with special missiles to bomb the area, deciding that they could afford to lose this rare experimental subject. Watching a plane, completely unlike a helicopter, rapidly flying from afar, Lu Mingqiu and his group recalled the life-threatening explosion 2 days prior and were instantly filled with rage. Lu Mingqiu bit down the last piece of chocolate, chugged his mineral water, and then climbed onto the roof of the truck. Holding Hoshino's shotgun, he fired several shots at the vehicles behind, shattering glass and vehicle tires, causing the trailing vehicles to collide. Kazuma's luck always came in handy. Each shot from his rifle hit a tire, causing vehicles to slow down and crash into each other, but only a few times. Sometimes he also had to shoot at the enemy's aerial support, unable to cover so many places. As the missile approached, Lu Mingqiu told everyone to get close to him. Yuri, now in the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator and the truck sped forward at maximum velocity. A thunderous explosion spread from the center of the road, countless houses collapsed, glass shattered, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The truck, enveloped by dustless land, was also sent flying by the impact. A minute later, the remaining few helicopters and vehicles slowly approached the center of the explosion, but found no trace of Lu Mingqiu and his group, so they dispersed to search. But this sound made them regret it, because countless zombies were rushing towards them frantically, clearly attracted by the sound of the bomb. Zombies surged like an ocean, surrounding various streets and roaring with hoarse voices. Among them, there was a special zombie, whose eyes were fierce and filled with hatred as it roared, muttering, "Lu Mingqiu. Devil. Kill. Eat. Die." Image, Hoshino, what are you doing? Chapter 40, Stacked Burst. With 2 minutes remaining until their return to the main god space, Lu Mingqiu and his group climbed out of their damaged vehicle near a school entrance on the edge of the explosion center. Cough, cough. Good thing we had dustless land for cushioning. Is everyone all right? Takanashi Hoshino stood up and asked about everyone's condition. The others replied, "I'm fine, just my butt hurts a bit. I fell on my arm, but I can put it back. It just hurts a little. Sarin is fine. Now Wani-chan hugged me and Hamura just now, and Mingqiu-gage pulled us. Wani-chan seems to have fainted. I'm fine, just some scrapes." Everyone explained their situation. Lu Mingqiu had fallen on his arm, dislocating it, but he endured the pain and put it back in place. Amiya Shiro had some scrapes and a bleeding arm, but after tearing off some clothes to bandage it, the bleeding stopped successfully. Yuri now protected Sarin and Akemi Hamura, so the 2 girls were fine. However, Nao had hit her head and fainted, and the 2 girls were currently carrying her out, protecting her in the middle. Kazuma had only fallen on his, but nothing serious. After understanding the situation, Hoshino looked at the surrounding environment and said in surprise, "Isn't this the school we escaped from at the very beginning? How did we end up right back here?" Leave that for later. How much time is left on the mission clock? 2 minutes. Hearing the answer, Lu Mingqiu didn't hesitate for a second. "While no one spotted us, duck back inside. The aerial surveillance will be overhead any moment." His words sent everyone moving at once. Using dustless land's microsuction in the vacuum, Lu Mingqiu carried the unconscious Yuri now on his back, while wedging Sarin and Akemi Hamura under his arms and sprinted flat out. Sato Kazuma and Amiya Shiro followed right behind. Hoshino, meanwhile, stayed outside to hold off Umbrella. The rest had objected at first, but one look from Hoshino silenced them. Their condition was abysmal. Lu Mingqiu still had stamina to fight, yet as the team's shield he had to stay with them. Kazuma's outrageous luck could buy precious seconds if he stayed in formation. Shiro had to protect everyone in the classroom. He couldn't leave, and going out would be suicide anyway. The remaining girls, Sarin included, were spent. They could only obey their big sister and follow their brothers. Once the others dashed inside, Hoshino pulled a ballistic shield and shotgun from the wrecked car. The cold glare she'd once worn against the Caesar group when her hair was short returned in all-or-nothing fighting style reborn. A helicopter overhead spotted the anomaly. Rotors thudded as the undead shambled toward the school. Even zombified, a trace of will remained in Ito Makoto, and he let out a guttural roar. Facing such hopeless odds, Hoshino didn't falter. Draw their attention for 2 minutes and everyone lives. To her surprise, the approaching horde and umbrella troops began tearing into each other. Only a splinter group probed her position. Ito J spotted Hoshino first, his already vicious gaze sharpening, yet hunger lurked beneath zombified. He still clung to his twisted desires. Hoshino instantly felt his stare. Watching zombie General Ito Makoto direct the horde, she cursed herself for not telling Lu Mingqiu to finish him off earlier. But regrets wouldn't help. She waded into the melee between zombies and umbrella gunmen. Meanwhile, Lu Mingqiu's group reached the original classroom. Shiro gently laid now on the floor. Lu Mingqiu set the 2 girls down. "This place is still. Say the windows were shut earlier. Hard to spot. Shiro, Kazuma, hold the fort. I'm heading back out. No buts. After all that fighting, she's at her limit. If I don't go, Hoshino won't last." He dashed out, taking a different route to avoid the helicopter's eye. Shiro looked at the others, none of whom tried to stop Lu Mingqiu. They could only wait. Survive 2 more minutes and the mission would clear. At the school gate, Hoshino blocked bullets with her shield, her shotgun roaring as she dropped zombies, weaving between living and undead. Bullets that found her were stopped by her halo. Shells ran dry. She swung the shotgun like a club smash. Beat. shatter until the weapon fell apart, then switched to fists and shield. Umbrella gunmen stared in disbelief. Such explosive power from that tiny body. Had to be a virus survivor. But every ounce of her strength came from relentless training and her halo. Zombies couldn't even tear her coat, let alone infect her. In barely a minute, hundreds of bullets had struck her. The horde was simply too large. Even Umbrella's suppressing fire couldn't halt its advance. Ito-J watched her battered state, the grotesque zombie grin widening, eyes blazing with fanatic bloodlust and hunger for her power. Yet Hoshino never retreated. Sniper rounds couldn't drop her. She was no longer the girl she'd once been. Her toughness had skyrocketed. But Umbrella's men showed no mercy. The helicopter's chain gun carved a clearing through the horde, exposing her. Several operatives in a truck shouldered RPGs and fired. Rockets streaked in trailing smoke. Hoshino dove into the thick of the zombies, using their bodies as cover. Ito-J snarled at Umbrella and ordered the horde to charge the gunmen while he personally led a pack to swarm Hoshino. Though she avoided direct rocket hits, dozens of shockwaves slammed her into a wall. Her halo's defense neared zero, blood trickling down her forehead. 30 seconds left? That'll do. Crimson washed over her golden eyes as she stared at the grotesque, leering zombie Ito-J and reached into her pack for the last of her grenades and demo charges. Pink pretty hair wanted. Her vision blurred, head spinning, yet her grip on the grenade never loosened. Ito-J roared, but before the zombies closed within 10 meters of Hoshino, the crack of a rifle snapped their attention away. Golden eyes blazing, Lu Mingqiu's face twisted in fury. He emptied the magazine, then hurled the rifle with such force the air cracked. The rifle instantly dropped several zombies beside Ito-J. Lu Mingqiu accelerated with dustless land and smashed his fist straight into Ito-J's head, blasting him backward and toppling dozens of zombies behind him. Lu Mingqiu dashed to Hoshino's side, scooped her up without a word and ran. Yet the helicopter overhead wouldn't let them go, hosing bullets like money was no object. The girl's mind was hazy, but she felt herself being carried at a sprint, and a familiar stream of curses snapped her awake. Watching the chopper and the rising zombies, Lu Mingqiu nimbly dodged the tracers. His golden eyes blazed brighter, and the blood in his veins began to roar. Glancing at the girl in his arms, he clenched his teeth, released dustless land to catch every bullet, then hurled Hoshino into a classroom. Wait, Lu Mingqiu, what are you doing? To hell with you bastards, let's blow. Hoshino's wide-eyed scream overlapped his roar. Scales rippled across Lu Mingqiu's skin, crimson flames wrapped him, and his golden pupils blazed like twin suns. 20 seconds until return to the main god space. He hadn't read that book for long, and the memories from his dreams didn't match the pages, but if the power worked the same way, it should be usable. So he gave it a shot, tried to forget his humanity, and pushed his bloodline to the limit, and it worked. The force called blood burst reignited within him. His golden eyes flashed white, his physique multiplied in leaps, speed and strength exploding upward. Punching and kicking zombies to pieces, Lu Mingqiu fought like a madman, but Umbrella's men seized the chance. The helicopter swept low and rocket salvos pounded the ground, finally driving him back. He raised dustless land to block, clearly feeling his stamina drain away, and stared in rage and dread at the scene. Yet only 5 seconds had passed. The final 15 seconds felt like years on Earth. Even with his new power, amid the zombie horde and Umbrella's firepower, he was as frail as a mayfly. Ito-J charged in fury, rockets and bullets raining from the sky, countless zombies right behind, an absolute dead end that left Lu Mingqiu helpless. Blocking with dustless land, he retreated toward the buildings. Suddenly, several grenades flew out. Hoshino leapt from a window, yanked Lu Mingqiu to her, and stared straight into his eyes. Didn't I tell you to hide with the others? Why'd you come back? If I hadn't, you'd be dead in a second. Lu Mingqiu spoke the blunt truth. Hoshino flushed, words stuck in her throat. 10 seconds until return to the main god space. In that brief moment, Ito-J and Umbrella's troops were already upon them. Lu Mingqiu seized Hoshino's arm, made her let go, and facing the killing intent almost at his skin finally overcame fear and rage. Something in his mind shattered like a key turning in a lock. His consciousness plunged into darkness, then snapped back to light. The wild bloodline calmed, yet his empowered state remained made even fiercer by a new force. He released Dustless Land to hold the assault. A tinge of crimson flashed in his golden eyes. Muttering new dragon language words, he vanished, drawing the blade bound in bandages behind him. Hundreds of sword lights flashed. Calmly, he unleashed Dustless Land to grind everything to dust, even shredding Ito-J into powder. Dustless Land erupted at the center, its terrifying suction dragging every foe within 100 meters toward him. Blades flickered nonstop, enemies falling like paper. Even the helicopter was yanked from the sky. Thunderous explosions rocked the heavens. With 3 seconds left, Lu Mingqiu, exhausted to the verge of collapse, reached the stunned Hoshino and dropped unconscious. Hoshino hoisted him up as the main god's countdown began. 3 mission complete. Congratulations, Reincarnation Squad, you have passed the qualification test. Title of Official Reincarnator granted, +1,000 basic mission points. Time froze. Lu Mingqiu's group was teleported away by the main god's light. Umbrella Foundation Hospital's destruction was covered up as a lab failure. Rampaging specimens detonated the core armory. Image, behold my prime. Image, rather tall Akemi Hamura. Chapter 41. This main god has quite the resume. On an endless white void a circular platform appeared. 20 doors orbited a glowing sphere until they halted. Lu Mingqiu's team now stood bathed in white light, a beam over each person, every wound fully healed. New Reincarnation Squad, welcome back to the main god space. As this is your first mission, healing is complimentary. In future worlds, severe or fatal injuries will auto-deduct treatment points. Gene Lock Stage 1 detected. Squad evaluation raised. Per meta constitution, teams that unlock the Gene Lock will face slightly higher difficulty, but welfare points and side quest rewards increase by 2 tiers. In team battles, your name may be hidden valid for 3 uses. As the announcements echoed through the void, the 7 figures on the platform slowly woke. Lu Mingqiu clutched his splitting head, replaying the moment he'd picked the lock, recalling that instant of darkness, and muttered, "Seriously? Transmigrated, fine, but why dump me into a mess this big? It's not the world I know, yet being able to recreate some abilities is pretty sweet. Even if the tussle between dragons and humans repeats, at least it won't end as tragically as back there." Lu Mingqiu's mutter was soft, but still caught by those nearby. Nobody cared. Though everyone kept their own secrets, it was only a matter of how much you knew. Hoshino studied the ring of 20 rooms, glanced at the giant sphere of light floating above the platform center, then fixed her gaze on Lu Mingqiu. Facing the eager stares, Lu Mingqiu gave a light cough and said, "Congratulations on making it to the end without giving UPUVE survived. This is the main god space platform. The spot will return to after every mission." Lu Mingqiu began explaining everything about the main god space, covering every kind of reincarnation or 6-path cycle he could think of, laying out all he knew. 30 minutes later, most had picked their rooms and gone to rest, leaving only Lu Mingqiu, Hoshino, and Amiya Shiro. Looking over the gains of the past 7 days, Hoshino marveled that the high-risk, high-reward gamble had lived up to its reputation. Current Team Hall Summary. Lu Mingqiu, 6, 550 points, 1 B-grade story point. Takanashi Hoshino, 1 grade, 4 story point. Amiya Shiro, 3, 788 points, 2 C-grade, 1 D-grade story point. Sata Kazuma, 1 grade, 2 story point. Yuri now, 2, 300 points, 1 C-grade, 2 D-grade story points. Serin, Akemi Hamura, 2, 100 points, 1 C-grade, 2 D-grade story points. Added up, the team had over 20,000 points, and combining the story points gave an A-grade side case and impressive harvest with plenty to trade. Grinning, Lu Mingqiu opened the main god's exchange menu to see what was worth picking. Fourth Calamity Simulator requires 20 S-grade story points, 100,000 points. Effect can be inserted into a single universe core or a small/medium planes heavenly DAO source, initiating a game-style invasion. Locals of the target universe/plane enter as game players. Thereafter, resurrections consume the universe/DAO zone energy, a core item for any powerhouse invading universes or opening game markets. Main God Review, a stirrer of all the heavens universes. Once discovered, you'll likely be ganged up on by the void. Reincarnators, purchase with caution. Reincarnator Review, damn thing's a calamity machine lives up to the fourth calamity name. My team's wiped 8 times already. 8. Main God Refund. Devourer Medal, requires 10 S-grade story points, 50,000 points. Effect, lets you enter the abyssal domain. Pass the Devourer's trial for rewards above 10 S-grade points. Failure turns you into a Devourer's toy, though you still get some points. Reviews are mixed. Once they're bored, you're sent back to the main god space. Main God Review. The title Multiverse Devourer may be new to you, but beings like them are everywhere across all the heavens. Which Devourer fancies you is pure luck. Meet a true big shot and Congratio can more or less strut around the main god space. Reincarnator Review. Good item, but the pit is real. The odds are so low even the main god doesn't believe them. I bought it 3 times 3. Each time the Devourer played me like a drum, the reward was pocket change. Utter scam refund. Holy Severing Sword requires 50 S-grade story points, 1 million points. Effect, severs all source roots of personal karma, essentially cutting away the past for a new life. Causality can't trace you. Even searching past timelines won't let anyone kill the sword's wielder. Main God Review lets you cut ties with your reincarnator statusiri, still you, yet also still a reincarnator, but not really. Come and go as you please. No karma can track you. Even reversing past and future can't locate the real you. Reincarnator Review. Great item, hard even for multiversal heavyweights to find me. Problem? Useless beyond the multiverse. They still find you, still settle scores. My team's been severed 8 times, damn it, refund. Seeing these 3 top menu items, Lumingchio couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Those reincarnator reviews sounded suspiciously like the same person. Refusing to believe, he scrolled through the whole exchange list. Plenty of goods, many useful, but some item blurbs and reviews nearly made him lose composure. Mind Unleashed Physique requires 30 S-grade story points, 200,000 points. Effect, grants a Mind Unleashed domain. You can imagine a universal system. Being a replica, it can form a single universe. To ascend a multiverse level, pay more points. Enables analysis, energy conversion, and turning imagination real. Main God Review, a gift from some big shot. Reincarnators, beware insufficient imagination causes backlash. Worst case, the domain absorbs you into its imagined universe, and getting out is tough. Reincarnator Review, mother, if I hadn't saved enough, this thing would have drained me dry. Without an energy loop system or an infinite trait, don't touch it, you'll die horribly. Paradise Invitation requires 3 S-grade story points, 50,000 points. Effect, lets you enter another All the Heavens universe, joining the Void Paradise system. You can do missions, earn rewards, and power up like in the main god space, but only for 1 year. Main God Review, life's tough across all the heavens these days. Those wanting to switch sides or study abroad can try, though their ceiling isn't as high as mine. Choose wisely. Chapter 19. Reincarnator Review, you can go for an internship, but never team up with those hunters, especially one surnamed Sue, or you'll die miserably. Invitation of the Lord of the Six Paths, cost 4 S-level plot points, 10,000 points. Effect, similar to a Paradise Invitation, but with higher risk and reward. You'll travel to a universe of immortals and gods. Survivors return stronger, failures are stranded. Reincarnators, think twice. Main God Review, damn it, if those shameless thugs weren't threatening me, I'd never agree to this garbage. Don't go. Consider it a warning. Reincarnator Review, Nonsense. Six Paths offers amazing trades techniques and relics galore, plus personal guidance from the Lord himself. Brothers of the main god space, come try it, perks guaranteed. After scanning most of the exchanges, Lu Mingqiu fell silent. Hoshino and Amiya Shiro, watching him, felt puzzled, but they kept browsing their own lists, looking for anything useful. Lu Mingqiu finally forced a grin and couldn't help grumbling. This main god space sure has a lot of ingredients in the mix. Image, Hamura, look at me like that more often. Chapter 42. Telling everyone the truth. 20 rooms drifted slowly around the glowing orb at the center of the platform. Lu Mingqiu, having finished reading the exchange list, rubbed his temples. So many choices without the main god search and filter, finding what you need would be impossible. So many choices without the main god search and filter, finding what you need would be impossible. 2 hours had passed since they started browsing. Amiya Shiro had already returned to his room to rest. Only 2 people remained on the platform. Hoshino scratched her head at the dazzling list. With her halo protecting her, she leaned toward firearms. Any other enhancement was off limits for now. She'd decide after Lu Mingqiu explained everyone's situation. Lu Mingqiu knew what the girl was struggling with, but he said nothing. What she chose had to be her own decision. All right, stop studying the exchanges. Go rest, I'll handle the rest. Without any tact, Lu Mingqiu told Hoshino to rest and leave the rest to him. The girl, however, stared straight at him, one blue eye, one gold, unblinking. Lu Mingqiu stared back, his golden eyes flaring. If you glare, I'll glare harder. After 2 minutes of eye-to-eye combat, the girl sighed and obediently returned to her chosen room. Once Hoshino left, Lu Mingqiu dropped his relaxed look, his expression turning grave as he opened the main god's personal panel. Name, Lu Mingqiu. Bloodline, human, dragon. Attributes, body 2, affect strength, constitution, defense, bodily corruption resistance, mind 3, mental resistance, soul strength, neural response. Baseline human equals 0, 5 each. Abilities, Deathless Land, Instant of Time. Innate enhancements, Dragon Bloodline, Blood Burst, Layer 1, Gene Lock, Stage 1. Evaluation, nearly triple human physique, 5-fold mental strength. With Bloodline and Gene Lock, baseline power already mid-tier. Rookie reincarnator shattering walls and bricks is child's play. Data for reference only. Actual strength may vary under special conditions. Reading the main god's evaluation, Lu Mingqiu figured it was an underestimate. At full burst, he could obliterate everything within 300 meters. Stacking Gene Lock and Blood Burst was even more absurd. Battle makes you stronger isn't just a myth. Only growth environments and base physique differ. Skipping his stats, Lu Mingqiu clicked the world log below, his face turning serious again. Lu Mingqiu, Worlds Experience, Dragon Language World, Day of the Living Dead, names parsed by the main god. So it's not the world I knew. But why can I still activate golden eyes? Maybe this world's dragon bloodline is similar, just named and expressed differently. As he pondered, memories of the dream flashed back, along with the epiphany before unlocking. A flood of information hit him, and many things clicked. His transmigration was accidental, but he came from a multiverse of infinite sets. During the final war between dragons and humans, cosmic energy was absorbed, and he was swept through the void into this world. The newborn world consciousness, to survive, dragged him in and entrusted him with the authority of the 2 strongest dragons, though he's too weak to awaken it all yet. To preserve his fragile soul, the world will vanish, sending Lu Mingqiu into slumber until human civilization changed enough for him to reincarnate under the world's rules, giving him this new life. So although I transmigrated, in a sense I was also reborn. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Anything can happen. Lu Mingqiu couldn't be bothered to rant about his backstory. With Gene Lock, he now knew his origin. Coupled with Dragon Blood, he effectively carried 2 built-in enhancements. Still, he was curious if he could detect Gene Lock. Did the main god offer something similar? Acting on the thought, he opened the exchange menu, selected Bloodline, searched, and typed Gene Lock in big letters. When the relevant exchange popped up, Lu Mingqiu focused on the details. Gene lock enhancement. Cost 5 S-level plot points, 30,000 points. Effect. Raises physique and body control. Each stage is a qualitative leap even in no-mana worlds. Fits almost any setting. Rumor speaks of existences beyond 5th stage. Main God Review. Legacy of our ancestors highly versatile. Strongly recommended. Reincarnator Review. Great stuff, but you die fast if you think you can last till then. Come back alive and leave 5 stars. Gene Lock Enhancement, Skin Edition, requires 20 S-rank plot points, 100,000 credits. Effect, identical to the Gene Lock, similar ceiling, but its power is off the charts several dozen times stronger than normal Gene Lock boosts. Main God Review, same name, similar enhancement, but breaking through the 3rd stage is brutally hard. Once you do, your strength skyrockets. Anyone who can afford this is the elite of the elite. Reincarnator Review. This Gene Lock is explosively strong, but you die even faster, and breakthrough is pure luck. I try and buy it, folks. Lu Mingqiu stared at the 2 different Gene Lock enhancements and felt as if he'd just earned 100 million. Shoving aside his excitement, Lu Mingqiu sorted each teammate by their worldview and original power path. 30 minutes later, he was done. Tomorrow, once everyone woke up, they could choose freely. Second morning, 9 days left until the next instance. Lu Mingqiu spent 10 credits on some everyday items and asked the main god to custom build a TV that could extrapolate scenes from memory, basically airing the cartoons and games in his head. Beside the great ball of light stood a round table with 20 chairs, one for each reincarnator's room. Sitting in chair number 1, Lu Mingqiu cleared his throat and looked at the teammates beside him. After a full day's rest, you should all be ready for what's next. Time to come clean about what I known about you. Straight to the point, Lu Mingqiu shared what he knew, then pulled 6 discs from a bag and placed one in front of each of the 6 members, tone grave. These hold videos or game cutscenes of your futures. As I said before, that's how I got your intel. Maybe my world has versions of you too, just as games, anime, or novels. Because this involves personal privacy, whether to share is up to you. You can head back to your rooms to watch. Reveal anything only if you want. The moment Lu Mingqiu finished, Sata Kazuma looked at the diskettes cover sporting several pretty girls and excitedly asked, "Does this count as another world harem? I've got so many beauties around me." The instant those words left his mouth, 4 girls in the team shot him scornful glares. Kazuma clapped a hand over his mouth in fright. Crap got carried away and blurted it out. Seeing the mixed reactions, Lu Mingqiu simply coughed once and said, "If that's how you feel, go ahead and screen it for everyone. It's a harem story, what are you afraid of?" At Lu Mingqiu's half-smile, Kazuma squirmed, but since the cat was out of the bag, he went full scorched earth. His image was already ruined anyway, and the others only mildly despised the remark. Amiya Shiro said he was fine with going public, had no secrets left, and Lu Mingqiu already knew his situation inside out. Surin and Akemi Hamura also chose to share. They wanted to see what lay ahead, and pooling knowledge might spark ideas. Hoshino struggled a bit, but remembering how she treated her juniors, she decided to reveal all. Her old impulsive side would be exposed, yet the team would finally understand her. Since everyone agreed to share, Lu Mingqiu double-checked if anyone felt pressured he'd have words, but with unanimous consent he simply wheeled out the TV. By noon they had watched, in bits and pieces, what their original futures held. How could destiny do this? I trusted them, yet they ruined me and everyone like that. I was so stupid. I should never have believed QB. Surin puffed her cheeks in rage, both furious and worried for her companions. Akemi Hamura clenched her fists so tight she looked ready to pump a few bullets into the QB on screen. Yuri now felt lost that she wasn't the heroine but someone's girlfriend. She sneaked a glance at Lu Mingqiu. Seeing no reaction, she inexplicably relaxed. The girl recalled the instant the car exploded how Lu Mingqiu hadn't hesitated to yank her and the syringe she was protecting behind him, dislocating his arm in the process. Amiya Shiro scratched his head at his 5th war performance, resigned, and felt guilty toward Ilya from that other world. How could he, her big brother, only watch that golden guy perform a literal heart-rending act? As for Sato Kazuma, he'd crawled under the table playing dead, total social death. Arg. Scared to death by a tractor? And that so-called goddess of water, why are her powers useless in another world? Plus those nutjob teammates me otherworld life. No, my main god life is over. Calmest of all, Hoshino said little about being conned in her future, merely vowing inwardly that once strong enough she'd settle the score and teach Black Suit what students are not to be insulted means. Lu Mingqiu hadn't given long futures mainly to let teammates adjust, while making clear that truth always carries a price. Everyone understood. After they digested it, they moved to the captain vote, something the main god had announced before they woke. Within 3 days, elect a team captain and rename the squad. The captain may view a rough description of the next world. Without any suspense, Lu Mingqiu became the team captain. The moment he received the notice that his squad's rating had risen and the mission difficulty adjusted, his face went black. Pick a meme. Cute Sirin Chapter 43 First Strengthening. Looking at the main god's prompt that the mission difficulty had been raised and the rewards doubled, Lu Mingqiu's face darkened, his head full of question marks. In the end, he clenched his teeth, dismissed the message, and opened the team name interface. Please enter team name. Team name being entered. Entry complete. This Reincarnator squad has been renamed Ordinary Nameless Central Continent Squad. Whether to hide team name in team battles confirmed hidden. Congratulations, Ordinary Nameless Central Continent Squad is now officially one of the main god space Reincarnator formations. Plaza permissions have been unlocked for the team captain, who may at any time lead the squad to the main god plaza for trading, shopping, and other commercial activities. Reincarnator appearances will be concealed to prevent murder and robbery via purchase teleport markers during missions. Lu Mingqiu didn't think twice. He gave the squad an extremely ordinary name. After all, on the surface they came from every corner of East Asia, so a name containing Central Continent Squad fit perfectly. As for anonymity in team battle, who knew whether the main god space held an item that could resurrect an entire squad? To avoid later reprisals, the endless cycle of revenge, or being hunted to the last man, Lu Mingqiu believed in not provoking others, but not fearing them either. If they truly couldn't win, they'd hunker down, grow stronger, then go back and settle the score. Seeing the prompt about the Reincarnator Plaza, Lu Mingqiu wasn't surprised in the least. With all the oddities that had shown up in the exchange lists, even an invitation to the Gardena, few more stitched-in elements wouldn't faze him. If nothing were stitched, that would feel strange. While Lu Mingqiu handled the captain's paperwork, the rest of the squad were already pondering what to exchange. After learning fragments of their respective futures, they'd opened the category for items from their own worlds. Amiya Shiro in particular had already purchased the unlocking of Mage Circuits and Basic Magecraft Study. Basic Mage Circuits and Basic Magecraft cost 1 D rank plot coupon, 500 points. Effect: constructs 4 to 5 circuits of passable quality, allows basic spells such as reinforcement and projection. Caution: overdrawing mana from the external greater source can consume lifespan or cause death. Main God Evaluation. This system originates from a fantasy world richly documented in unofficial and official histories. Anything you can imagine exists. Danger coefficient approaches multiverse level. Locals will judge your power use. Reincarnator Review. The circuits work fine, but they're stingy on quantity. Fewer circuits mean weaker output and a tiny mana bar. If you're buying, save up for more. Amiya Shiro read the description. A pillar of main god light descended and unblocked his circuits. Yet the unlocking spiraled out of control. Instead of a handful, dozens of circuits erupted, totaling 32 and of superb quality, nothing like the passable promised in the description. Shiro wasn't surprised. According to Tosaka from that other world line, he should have had 27 circuits. His family had simply never told him about Magecraft, let alone awaken them. Now the main god had given him a bargain upgrade, boosting his strength so he could protect everyone in the squad. Feeling the 32 circuits inside him, Shiro began testing the 3 bonus spells the main god had tossed in: projection, reinforcement, and suggestion. He started with projection. In those future videos the other him had shown with this spell not outstanding, but Solitso specializing first made perfect sense. Projection begin. While Shiro practiced his spell, Akemi Hamura on the other side wrestled with her own exchange options. In the end, she steeled herself, spent 1 C-rank coupon, and purchased the Magical Girl transformation from her world. Wish contract Magical Girl transformation. Side effect scrubbed cost 1 C-rank coupon, 1,000 points. Effect boosts physical stats and mental resistance, doubled while transformed. Includes a Magical Girl outfit, chance to trigger a unique ability. The better your aptitude, the wilder the ability. Fate may tweak results. Main god evaluation. Alien tech flaws removed. Witchification eliminated, but combat power and mana slightly reduced. To lift restrictions, pay B or A rank coupons. Reincentrator review. Cross-dressing is embarrassing, but the transformation packs a punch, highly recommended for Magical Girl fans. Light enveloped her. Hamura completed the upgrade. She felt the soul gem in her palm, its violet pattern identical to the one she'd seen in the video. She tried transforming. Violet-white light flared and vanished, leaving her in her battle outfit though her hair remained in braids. If she swapped to long straight black hair plus an icy face, she'd entrance countless girls with that cool aura. Unfortunately, she was still the shy type, yet even so the Magical Girl suit looked adorable on her. The commotion drew everyone's gaze. Hamura lowered her head, cheeks flushed. It looks way better than in the video, Hamura. Switch to black long straight and you'd be drop-dead gorgeous. Yuri now flashed a V-sign, her grin practically shouting, change it. Change it, really wanna see. Chapter 20. Stop teasing her. Just looking at the round shield in her hand, it's clear she has time and space abilities. I wonder how much the storage capacity has been reduced. Takanashi Hoshino reached out a finger and poked Yuri now's slender waist, causing the girl to feel a momentary tickle. Chuckling, she turned around to consider her own exchanges. Watching Akemi Hamura instantly vanish from her spot and reappear nearby, Hoshino asked how long the time stop lasted. About 3 minutes, but I haven't tried carrying anyone. Perhaps the duration would be shorter then. Akemi Hamura spoke truthfully. Hoshino took her hand and asked her to activate time stop. The two of them remained in the static world for a full 2.5 minutes. Takanashi Hoshino called Surin and Yuri now over, tried again, and ultimately stayed in the static world for 2 minutes. Luminchio, Kazuma, and Amiya Shiro were also called over. The final test result was still 2 minutes, and everyone now understood the time effect of the time stop. After studying the time stop ability, everyone placed their belongings into Akemi Hamura's time shield space, which, according to her, was about 5 cubic meters. Wow, a space the size of a room. Although it didn't seem like it could hold an excessive amount of things, it was perfectly sufficient for storing basic supplies. Luminchio praised Akemi Hamura's exchange choice. Everyone applauded and encouraged her, as this saved the group the cost of a space ring or Cimero ring. Image. Gazing at the stars, blushing now. Chapter 44, Enhancement 2. With the interlude of Akemi Hamura's exchange over, everyone who needed training began training, and those who needed further exchanges proceeded with them. Yuri now thought about it, and finally decided to spend 1 D-rank plot point to enhance her superpower, and a C-rank plot point to exchange for the Shadow Assassin enhancement. Self-ability limit increase. Requires 1 D-rank plot point, 500 points. Effect. Increases the upper limit of the possessed ability, modifies side effects. Main god assessment. Those who possess innate abilities can raise their limit, literally. Reincarnator assessment. An absolute benefit for newcomers, but limited to those with innate abilities. Shadow Assassin enhancement. Requires 1 C-rank plot point, 1,500 points. Effect. After enhancement, grants innate elementary internal energy, allowing for chi manipulation and mastery of basic shadow assassin abilities such as movement techniques, combat skills, and fundamental martial arts. Main God Assessment. Skills originating from the Xuanwu Kingdom Assassin Organization, mastered through brutal practice, granting a series of killing techniques. Best suited for assassins or stealth-based reincarnators. Reincarnator Assessment. Although this exchange provides many things, some are miscellaneous, like haircutting, but in terms of actual combat, it is impeccable. Enveloped by the light pillar, Yuri now opened her eyes, a flash of scarlet passing through them. She looked at her hands, clenched her fists, and threw a dagger she carried forward. Blue light imbued the dagger, allowing it to circle nimbly around her. However, the knife fell in less than a minute. Yuri now understood that her proficiency was insufficient, and she needed much more practice with the technique. That wasn't urgent. She called out to the others, then disappeared right in front of them. Lu Mingqiu immediately activated his golden eyes, comparing the airflow and currents, and casually tossed a small knife. From the rear left, a metallic clang echoed in the air and sparks appeared mid-flight. Yuri now, holding the long sword Lu Mingqiu had given her, materialized, looking at Lu Mingqiu with utter shock. "Don't look at me like that. In a sense, I also have innate enhancements." Upon hearing this, Yuri now immediately felt relieved. Gazing at Lu Mingqiu's noble yet beautiful golden eyes, she paused for a moment but quickly snapped back to reality and went back to practice her abilities. Takanashi Hoshino also chose the exchange for increasing her own ability limit, but she went for the C-rank version immediately, which brought her a much greater impact. The halo above her head instantly flashed with a dazzling, sun-like light. Ethereal wings solidified from her back, and illusory pink feathers scattered like rain, adding an angelic sanctity to the girl. Feeling the wind pressure generated by the wings on her back, Takanashi Hoshino recalled several students in Kavodos who also had wings. They were incredibly powerful. But as Abida's strongest student, she could fight them head-on even without wings. Now that she had wings, could she just pick them up and beat them? Hoshino pondered this. After the wings lasted for about 5 to 10 minutes, they gradually became transparent and dissipated. However, the halo's boost to her did not vanish. Her physical fitness and defense capabilities experienced a qualitative leap. Falling from a tall building or enduring various high-explosive bombs should be trivial. Even Barrett rifles or heavy artillery would be like children's toys to her. It just goes to show how exaggerated the level is after an innate enhancement and limit increases roughly equivalent to a weak B-rank enhancement. Seeing the remaining C-rank side quest plot point in her hand, Takanashi Hoshino decided to keep it, saving it for the rest of the team or for a future exchange if a suitable ability appeared. Seeing that everyone else had exchanged for powers suitable for themselves, Serin, who was still scratching her head trying to figure out what to exchange for, decided to find an external brain. Her gaze drifted toward Lu Mingqiu, who, like her, hadn't exchanged anything yet. "Big brother Mingqiu. Serin doesn't know what to exchange for. Can you give Serin some advice?" Watching the girl run circles around him asking questions, Lu Mingqiu fell into contemplation. He was quite familiar with Serin's situation. Even setting aside the Hersher's core, a Honkai energy enhancement would definitely be suitable, and it only cost 1 D-rank side quest plot point. Moreover, if the opportunity arose later, even getting a Hersher's core for free wouldn't be an issue. Thinking even bolder, if the planning was good enough, there was a certain possibility of getting the power of the end for free. After all, in a sense, Serin truly was Honkai's favorite daughter. Even Kiana, the new soul born from the post-mortem split, had excellent treatment and even became the god of Earth through her own efforts. Since the clone could bear the power of the end, wouldn't the original body be even more suitable? There was even a chance to mess up the cocoon of finality. The more Lu Mingqiu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, but it required long-term planning, and he also needed to consider Serin's wishes. If the girl was unwilling, Lu Mingqiu would respect her choice. After all, there was more than one path to becoming stronger, and in a place like the main god space, as long as they survived, there were plenty of opportunities. Looking at the girl's curious and excited expression, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Lu Mingqiu. He flipped open the exchange panel, clicked the search bar, and searched for the so-called power of the path. As the search finished loading, the path exchange was revealed. Good heavens, the main god space really can stitch anything together. It even has this stuff. Elementary power of the path requires 1 C rank plot point, 1,000 points. Effect calculates the sum of all memories experienced by the reincarnator, combined with their current most obsessive thought, resulting in the acquisition of the power of the path corresponding to a specific aeon. The upper limit allows for promotion to an aeon, unbound by concepts. Main god assessment. As the highest entity of a path, being bound by concepts is truly pitiful. It is better to transcend the universe and complete the sublimation. Note: can be exchanged multiple times. Different paths correspond to different abilities, offering high cost-effectiveness. Reincarnator assessment. Ever since acquiring the path, my back doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt, and even my teammates give me thumbs up. But one thing to note, once you enter the world of the galaxy, you will be targeted by the God of Joy. Unless your rank is the same as his, just wait to be tormented. After reading the introduction, Lu Mingqiu shared this information with Sirin and also mentioned his previous idea. Upon learning of the two plans Lu Mingqiu offered, Sirin rubbed her head and thought carefully for a moment. Finally, she clenched her hands and looked at Lu Mingqiu with determination, saying, "Big brother Mingqiu, in order to help you and everyone else, Sirin has decided to try both methods. That way, Sirin can become Big Brother's worthy assistant and won't lose to the older sisters." Sirin, so that's what you were thinking? That's very brave, but Big Brother needs to plan carefully. Wait, what did this girl just say? Lu Mingqiu looked at the girl's confident, praise-me expression and reached out to pat her head. But before he could rub it a few times, he stopped. He processed what Sirin had just said and asked with a stiff expression, "Sirin, do you know what the meaning of worthy assistant is?" Big Sister Hamura said it means becoming a very important person who helps Big Brother, right? Sirin felt the warmth from above her head and looked at Lu Mingqiu with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Isn't this perfectly normal?" In a sense, you're right, but the specific meaning of that phrase is actually... Lu Mingqiu wasn't the type to let misunderstandings linger. He explained the meaning of good wife and mother, and then Sirin ran off, her face red, covering it with both hands. Akemi Hamura, who was observing Sirin's reaction from a distance, blushed even more intensely. Her earlier words had been exposed, and she felt a bit socially dead. Image. Now smiling a bit foolishly. Chapter 45, Enhancement 3. Sirin hid in the distance, her face red. Recalling her efforts for these things in the past few days, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. After a while, Sirin recovered. Remembering Lu Mingqiu's awkward yet polite smile as he told her the truth, Sirin couldn't help but blush again. Although becoming a wife was embarrassing, Lu Mingqiu's honest answer was much better than those who would conceal it. Sirin recalled her interactions and experiences with Lu Mingqiu these past few days. Her impression of this elder brother was quite good, just a little higher than Amiya Shiro. As for Sada Kazuma, how should one put it? This elder brother was a bit boisterous usually, but his nature wasn't bad. Aside from sometimes acting crazy and showing a devilish smile, there was nothing to dislike about him. Casting aside the thoughts in her mind, Sirin also proceeded with the exchange according to Lu Mingqiu's suggestions. Primary Honkai energy adaptability and resistance enhancement requires 1 D rank plot point, 500 points. Effect increases Honkai energy resistance and adaptability. Even a male with no resistance whatsoever can advance to become a Honkai warrior. Valkyrie surgery can be performed with a maximum limit of B rank Valkyrie. Main God's evaluation. Possessing this ability in a world tested by Honkai allows you to survive in an encroaching environment. Other similar energies can be shielded, but not as freely as with adaptability. Those in need can exchange directly. Reincarnator's evaluation. It was exchanged, but in front of massive Honkai beasts and terrifying Herschers, There's not much difference whether you have it or not. As her Honkai energy resistance increased, Sirin felt herself becoming lighter. Some of the past heaviness suddenly disappeared, and there was an energy within her, as if at her beck and call. She thought, this must be Honkai energy, and then she unhesitatingly clicked on another option. As the pillar of light descended, Sirin recalled her past experiences and current situation. Supported by her obsession, she successfully acquired a path. A paintbrush and scissors appeared in her hands. Sirin was somewhat puzzled, but quickly understood the use of this power. The power of imaginary energy and Honkai energy began to collide, forming a delicate balance and fusion. This not only granted her a powerful physique, but also, in the unseen, a sublimation on a spiritual level. She used the power of the path she had obtained and also called out to Kazuma, who was not far away. Sada Kazuma heard someone call him. He was thinking about what to exchange for, but he immediately ran over. Seeing it was Sirin, he instantly put on a serious expression, like a knight facing a princess, and said, "Oh, Princess Sirin, do you have any commands? Sir Kazuma will brave any danger for you." Watching Kazuma instantly act silly, the few people still practicing in the distance couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This guy is at it again. Sirin smiled, simply shaking the paintbrush in her hand, clearly intending to demonstrate its effect. Kazuma didn't hesitate, immediately nodded, stood firm, and waited for the princess's command. Sirin used the paintbrush to draw a few circles. The circles instantly transformed into streaks of light that swiftly enveloped Sada Kazuma, who was contemplating a problem. Immediately, Kazuma felt his whole body filled with power, as if he could kill an ox with one punch, warm and comfortable. His spirit also vibrated, his 5 senses became much clearer, and it was as if he was wearing an outer garment, but it was transparent and inconspicuous. Instead, a stream of light slid across his body. Sirin then used the scissors to snip forward, and Sada Kazuma's original buffs instantly disappeared, replaced by a sense of weakness appearing on his body. This feeling is so familiar, like staying up several nights to get game materials and items. Kazuma felt like collapsing into sleep, but this feeling was instantly dispelled, and the black stream of light on his body also disappeared. Lu Mingqiu was somewhat surprised by this, not expecting it to be the harmony path and with 2 effects, enhancement and weakening. If it was based on comparing imaginary energy for enhancement or weakening, that would be extraordinary. Lu Mingqiu called everyone over to try it one by one. In an instant, everyone's abilities received an exponential increase. Amiya Shiro's projection magecraft was smoother, of better quality, and even his analysis was twice as effective. Yuri Nao's understanding of shadow assassin knowledge became clearer, and even her invisibility effect was several times stronger. If Lu Mingqiu hadn't had enough experience, he might have truly been ambushed. Takanashi Hoshino's halo-enhanced wings could be maintained for over 20 minutes, and her flying speed increased significantly. Her strength was more than double. Akemi Hamura's time-stop duration increased by a full minute. This improvement was entirely percentage-based, making her a definite top-tier support. However, purely supportive combat power isn't enough. One can still be instantly killed. After a brief discussion, Hoshino immediately decided to give Sirin her accumulated C-rank plot points for a self-defense ability. Everyone also paid a portion of their respective points and plot points to safeguard Sirin's path to becoming a powerful support. Taishu Sword Chi retains Divine Sound Enhancement, removes Divine Sound side effects, requires 1 B-rank plot point, 1,500 points. Effect: complete mastery over Honkai energy control and transformation. Simultaneously, it can cause dual damage to reality and spirit. A total of 5 chapters. Heart, action, intent, soul, spirit. Sword moves are ever-changing, capable of offense and defense, quite comprehensive. Main God's evaluation removes negative effects, enhances positive effects. What Hershers? As long as my understanding, will, and Honkai energy are stronger than yours, one sword god can instantly kill you. Reincarnator's evaluation. This thing is indeed very useful, but it also has limitations. For those with high mental resistance, Sword God has little effect. You can only fight them head-on. Everyone paid a price for this exchange. Amiya Shiro lent a C-rank plot point to Surin. Akemi Hamura directly gave Surin 2 D-rank plot points, combining them into 1 C-rank plot point. And the last missing C-rank plot point was covered by Takanashi Hoshino. Yuri now gave her remaining D-rank plot point to Akemi Hamura, allowing her to exchange for a healing or self-protection item or ability. After all, without transforming, her true body, even if enhanced, was still very fragile. Now, Akemi Hamura's congenital heart disease had been cured by the main god, and she also exchanged for a self-preservation item according to Yuri Nao's suggestion. Protective Jade Pendant requires 1 D-rank plot point, 500 points. Effect: when worn, if there is a fatal attack, it will consume a certain amount of energy to block it. It can block a maximum of 30 times, or until its energy is depleted. It is cheaper and more durable than tech-based shields. Main God's evaluation. The Ancestors' items are indeed effective. Reincarnator's evaluation. That also depends on the combat level. If it's a punch that shatters stars, this thing makes little difference, but for low-tier matches, it's very useful. Looking at the Jade Pendant, Akemi Hamura put it on. This item had little effect after transformation, but before transformation, it was for saving her life, serving as insurance and reliance to stall enemies and instantly transform. Image: now, it would be better if your hand was higher. Chapter 46. Long Rainbow Sword Technique, Opening a Blind Box. Seeing that everyone had finished exchanging what they needed, Lu Mingqiu also began his own exchanges. He already had 1 B-rank side plot point, which could be split into 3 C-rank plot points, but overall, it was enough. After some thought, the 2 inherent enhancements he possessed would be extremely powerful if he practiced and explored them himself. So, he considered exchanging for other powers as an overt disguise, keeping his 2 inherent enhancements as trump cards. With this in mind, Lu Mingqiu split the B-rank into 3 C-ranks, then directly clicked on the enhancement he wanted. Long Rainbow Sword Technique requires 2 C-rank plot points, 1 D-rank plot point, 2,000 points. Chapter 21. Effect comes with 2 cultivation methods, totaling 5 moves and 24 sword stances. Beginner Internal Energy. Internal Energy effect is extremely rigid and purely yang. Movement technique Plum Blossom Steps on Snow. Stance change technique Fiery Whirlwind, and a cultivation method, totaling 13 layers. Sword control technique and Turtle Breath Great method can be used, and the ultimate move, returning to heaven and earth, living as long as the heavens, can be utilized. Main God's evaluation. The difficulty of missions these days is getting higher and higher, and, consequently, the price for exchanging cultivation methods has dropped. Previously, this would have required 2 B-rank exchange points. In a sense, this is a benefit for latecomers, but this sword technique requires years of consistent practice to achieve mastery. Reincarnator's evaluation. Great, great, great. It takes years to achieve mastery. If your talent isn't high, 10 years of practice will only make you 1/5 weaker than a certain great hero. Even those with good talent need 5 years. Unless you are truly exceptionally gifted, I advise you not to buy it. Lu Mingqiu felt the light shining down on his head, receiving the information regarding the Long Rainbow Sword technique. At the same time, a current of qi generated within his body. Compared to the power brought by his dragon bloodline, this gave him a feeling of being closer to nature. Orange-red internal energy true qi permeated around him. It was just as strong as, if not stronger than, Yuri Nao's shadow internal energy. Lu Mingqiu grabbed a common Changhong sword exchanged for 1 point and began practicing the Long Rainbow Sword technique stored in his mind. He activated his golden eyes, heightening his senses and perception. The gene lock was also stacked on top, allowing him to achieve microcontrol over his body. At that moment, his true qi grew stronger, and his comprehension and understanding of the sword technique soared skyward. In just one afternoon, Lu Mingqiu went directly from the introductory level to the minor accomplishment stage, and the amount of his internal energy true qi was quickly approaching the level of intermediate internal energy. However, this did not come without a price. Seeing Lu Mingqiu lying on the ground, unable to move and so weak that he needed to be carried, Takanashi Hashino sighed helplessly and had everyone help carry him back to his room. By this point, everyone in the team except Kazuma had exchanged for items useful to them. As for why he hadn't, he was struggling with certain decisions and planned to wait and see. Lu Mingqiu wasn't worried. Kazuma surely had his own ideas, and whether the exchanged items were powerful depended on how good his luck was. There were still 8 days until the second mission. Everyone had become relatively familiar with their own powers. Lu Mingqiu, now completely recovered, hopped out of bed, took Amiya Shiro and Sata Kazuma outside, and headed to the so-called Main God Plaza to look around. As for the girls in the team, they were preparing some basic supplies and, while they were at it, collecting some of the boys' points to exchange for protective items that could be used in this special place. White light flashed, and the 3 of them arrived at the so-called Main God Plaza. A blue and white sky and the sun covered the land, and the noisy shouts of vendors were incessant. The 3 of them had the illusion of being back in a real-world market, but what the vendors were selling immediately pulled them all back to reality. Countless shops were styled differently, such as small flat-roof stores, corporate buildings, or catering establishments. It looked exactly like an amusement park-style commercial street. New team loan program. 1,000 points returned within a 2-mission term. D-rank plot points are calculated similarly. Interested? 100 points for a D-rank supply blind box, 500 points for a C-rank supply blind box, 800 points for a B-rank supply blind box. Officially certified by the main god, so no need to worry about being cheated. Newcomers can come and try their luck. Newcomers interested in joining other teams, come here. This is the team member job hopping studio. Those with team conflicts can come here. Listening to the surrounding sounds, Lu Mingqiu understood the basic function of this place. However, that job hopping team was truly dangerous. Once someone from a team switched sides and developed hatred for their original team, intelligence information would definitely be the first thing leaked. However, looking at the sparse number of people stopping there, it was clear that business wasn't conducted during the day. Presumably, every team had already figured out countermeasures, or perhaps ruthless individuals from farming teams also had a chance for revenge, but that depended on the circumstances. Thinking of this, Lu Mingqiu was about to have Amiya Shiro and Kazuma follow him to look around at other stalls, when Sata Kazuma had already dashed into the blind box shop, arrogantly pulled out 100 points, and picked up a D-rank blind box that caught his eye. Lu Mingqiu's left eye twitched at the sight, and Amiya Shiro walked over helplessly and pulled Kazuma back. Kazuma gave an embarrassed smile, but he still opened the blind box in front of the 2 of them. Immediately, a flash of light burst forth, leaving both Lu Mingqiu and Amiya Shiro dumbfounded. Lu Mingqiu wasn't entirely surprised, but getting a flash of light the moment the box opened was genuinely absurd. This scene was witnessed by other reincarnator teams shopping in the plaza, and immediately, sounds of envy, jealousy, and hatred erupted. Damn it. It's the legendary flash, and the brightness is so high, it must be a massive payout. I drew 10 times and got nothing but D-rank trash that I can't even use. The highest flash for D-rank means there's a chance of opening a C-rank item, which high-leveled big shot is being favored by the goddess of luck. Hearing the wails of the surrounding passers-by, Kazuma suddenly felt flustered, but inwardly he was extremely smug, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Lu Mingqiu activated the shielding function. In an instant, the surrounding sounds vanished and Amiya Shiro let out a breath. Looking at the item Kazuma had pulled out, Lu Mingqiu immediately felt a sense of familiarity. After all, that combination of a bow and a blade strongly resembled the weapon of a character he had drawn before. He looked at Amiya Shiro next to him, then looked at this technological creation that was both a bow and a blade, and asked Kazuma to share the data information. Anti-Air Division Extreme Current Compound Bow requires 1 C-rank plot point and 500 points. Effect can transform into both dual blade and compound bow forms. It is covered in high-intensity electrical current. The material is specially crafted from a corpse's shell. Its quality is medium-high among C-rank items. When paired with matching arrows, it can unleash super-fast speed and power. Furthermore, it can provide an electric arc field around it, increasing the blade's power and even automatically return via the field after being thrown. Main God's Evaluation cuts metal like mud, handsome design. It is a decent weapon for archers. Moreover, the current will not harm the user, and it even provides a certain degree of rapid movement effect. Reincarnator's Evaluation. If you're not a melee master, you're not a good archer or mage. If it's a specific person, this bow is quite suitable for him in a certain sense. For some reason, Amiya Shiro had a feeling that the person mentioned in the Reincarnator's Evaluation must be him. It was an instinctive feeling of sudden enlightenment. Image. Now looking at the sunset from a tree. Chapter 47. Frenzied Blind Box Opening. Facing the item that Kazuma's burst of luck had yielded, Lu Mingqiu recalled the appearance and description of this bow. Wasn't this the weapon of the sickly guy from Anti-Air Division 6? Kazuma was amazing to have opened this. It was perfect for Amiya Shiro, who lacked a handy weapon. Furthermore, later on, Shiro could analyze its structure and even replicate it. The matching arrows could also be replicated and used in bulk, completely eliminating the need to spend money on exchanges. This was essentially an enchanted infinite bow. Facing Amiya Shiro's focused stare, Kazuma generously gave the item to Shiro. Although he had also studied archery, his proficiency compared to Amiya's was the difference between a student and a master. Amiya Shiro was much more suited to using it than he was. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Amiya Shiro attempted to analyze it, but he failed. However, since this was his first time, failure was normal. He just needed to work harder in the future. Kazuma, why don't you go buy a few more and try your luck? Maybe you can open something even better. I don't see any problem with that. I still have over 800 points, so I'll buy 8 D rank and 1 C rank. Deciding on the spot, Kazuma ran back to the shop. The middle-aged man who owned the shop widened his eyes, surprised that the young man who had just gotten a good item was back. However, he didn't worry. It was just a burst of luck, and it was impossible to have such an encounter every time. Watching Kazuma pay happily and leave, the owner couldn't help but shake his head. Young people were easily blinded by temporary luck. Where in the world did such double good fortune exist? But the next second, white light flashed again, 8 times in a row, instantly causing the surrounding people to explode in shock. Oh my god. Consecutive flashes. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Damn goddess of luck, is he really that pleasing to you? If his luck stays like this. Hiss? I think I've found a business opportunity. Looking at the dazzling array of items and weapons, Lu Mingqiu couldn't help but marvel at Kazuma's power in this specific area, something no one else could match. 8 flashes meant acquiring nearly 8 D-rank items or weapons. This was essentially the high-quality haul of an entire mission, completely exceeding standards. However, Lu Mingqiu didn't think it was excessive. In a place like the main god space, even with the best luck, you could still lose your life. These items were merely insignificant preparations made so they could survive. If regular reincarnator teams knew Lu Mingqiu's thoughts, their eyes would probably roll up to the sky. They struggled desperately to survive, yet they couldn't find a way to get so many treasures, and here he was, treating them as insignificant trinkets. Lu Mingqiu tallied the haul, a total of 3 items and 4 weapons. Among the items, there were 2 protective jade pendants, 1 tech shield, and 3 unlimited bullet Gauss pistols. He even drew a serious bow, which solved Kazuma's problem of not having a bow. The 2 jade pendants could be given to Serin and Yuri now. Kazuma was allocated a shield, and the 3 unlimited Gauss pistols were distributed, 1 to Lu Mingqiu, 1 to Akemi Hamura, and 1 to Hoshino, to prevent them from running out of bullets and lacking long-range output. After a reasonable distribution, Lu Mingqiu and Amiya Shiro also looked at the C-grade blind box in Kazuma's hand, wondering what it would open. They hoped it wasn't some junk. Kazuma exhaled. Lu Mingqiu took a bottle of mineral water from his pocket to wash his hands, and Miyashiro took out a rag to wipe his face, to avoid having black hands and black face bad luck. The two's cautious actions were so perfectly synchronized that the expressions of the surrounding onlookers darkened. They secretly wished that Lu Mingqiu and his group would suffer a loss, but the two of them went to such lengths to avoid a non-chief unlucky outcome, which was simply too exaggerated. They might endure the result of 8 consecutive flashes, but if it flashed again this time, they would definitely report to the main god overnight that someone was cheating. Was this really letting people complete missions properly? Without making Lu Mingqiu, Miyashiro, or the audience wait long, Sata Kazuma had already placed his hand on the lid of the blind box. Then, to everyone's shock, it flashed again, and it was another big explosion. Is there no justice left? C-grade flash, and the highest again, definitely a B-grade item. I want all of this kid's contact information now, immediately. Is this lucky young man interested in? At this moment, the plaza became chaotic. The three of Lu Mingqiu didn't hesitate either, clicking on the teleportation and making a timely escape. Looking at the empty main god plaza, many Reincarnator team members or captains wailed aloud. Some regretted not adding Kazuma's contact information, others regretted not being able to kill and seize treasures. Even more, a few new young ladies planned to wait by the tree for a rabbit, but unfortunately, the teleportation location would not stay in place, so they were destined to return empty-handed. The Reincarnator employee sitting in front of the blind box shop was also stunned. 10 flashes, 2 of which were big explosions, which was simply outrageous. He had never seen someone with such strong luck in his life. Looking at many Reincarnator captains banging their heads against the ground, he couldn't help but shake his head. If you couldn't seize the opportunity, you couldn't blame anyone but yourself for being unmotivated. At this moment, Lu Mingqiu and his 2 companions, who had returned to the main god platform, also wiped cold sweat. The feeling of being targeted by various powerful auras had disappeared. Fortunately, they ran fast. Having exchanged some basic supplies such as high-grade bandages, hemostatic sprays, liquid water tablets, etc., the girls who brought everything they could also looked at the returning trio with confusion in their eyes, wondering why they were back in less than an hour. The specific situation is like this. Lu Mingqiu explained, and the girls nodded, then looked at the open blind box in Kazuma's hand, very curious about the flashing items or weapons that came out. Everyone gathered around. Lu Mingqiu also distributed the weapons and items that had been opened earlier, and then looked at the new item on the table. Space Bracelet. Requires 1 B-grade plot point. 1,000 points. Effect. Possesses an independent small space, approximately 300 cubic meters in size, capable of holding more than 10 living creatures for 3 hours, with natural perception shielding, range about 50 meters. Main god evaluation, can carry a large amount of supplies and can even carry living people to escape. An essential item for home travel. Reincarnator evaluation, standard equipment for high-level teams, extremely rare in rookie teams. Being able to get one is truly incredible luck. I've never gotten one from a blind box anyway. Looking at the description of the space bracelet, everyone gasped, making an outstanding contribution to the global warming of the main god space. It seems we have to draw a card after every dungeon. And every time we open a chest or box, we'll leave it to Kazuma. Does anyone have any objections? Lu Mingqiu looked at everyone seriously. Everyone nodded in agreement. Kazuma felt flattered, but his heart was already blooming with joy. Lord Kazuma had finally ushered in his day of confidence. Image. Hoshino smiles, Masterin. A quick promotion for a friend's book. Those interested can check it out. My Clone Stream and the Chaotic Loop. This book has a faster pace, with updates of at most 1 to 2,000 words a day. But they call me Lord Godsoft? A friend recommended this book to me, so I'm returning the favor. Read it if you like, don't if you don't. Chapter 48, Kazuma. I want all 3 life-saving items. Lu Mingqiu unceremoniously hid the bracelet on his person. After all, This item was important equipment for the team, and it should rightfully be guarded by the strongest person. Otherwise, it would be bad luck if it was picked up by someone else. Kazuma looked at the remaining 1,500 plus points, then at the 2 unused C-grade plot points, and opened the exchange list that Lu Mingqiu had organized. Based on his outrageous luck, what suited him should be abilities like divination or life-saving, or something more comprehensive. As he was idly searching, he suddenly found something very striking. From the description, it seemed that multiple paths could be used simultaneously, and the main god had even removed the negative effects. Potion Trio, Open, Fooling, Deceive, requires 2 C-grade plot points, 1,500 points. Effect, gain 3 paths to becoming stronger. Abilities may overlap, but strength is formidable after advancement, and life-saving techniques are first class. Negative effects have been removed, so no need to worry about madness. Corresponding items can be exchanged for advancement. Main god evaluation, negative effects of madness removed, advancement materials and conditions increased, abilities unchanged, and all 3 paths are open. However, it is weaker in the early stages. Reincarnators are advised to exchange with caution. Reincarnator evaluation. Damn it, my team encountered a guy who advanced to level 4 last time. We couldn't catch him no matter what. Luckily, I also play the trio, otherwise I really wouldn't have caught him. It's a pity the opponent also had strong life-saving abilities. We only managed to defeat him once. Looking at the effect description, Kazuma was immediately tempted, but he was still cautious and gave the ability information to Lu Mingqiu for review. Looking at the exchange information Kazuma sent, Lu Mingqiu felt it looked more and more familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Although he had added this item when organizing, he hadn't specifically checked it yet. Now that Kazuma brought it up, he would also be responsible for Kazuma's safety. Lu Mingqiu searched for the advancement items for this path to strength. When he saw the various divine materials and exclusive seals, his mouth twitched twice, and he understood why Kazuma was able to find the potion trio. Seeing this item, he somewhat wanted to exchange for it, but he had to save his plot points. If he wanted to exchange for a single one, he would have to wait until after returning from the Resident Evil world. Seeing Lu Mingqiu confirm that this item was very useful, Kazuma exchanged for it without hesitation. Immediately, the main god's light enveloped him. In an instant, countless pieces of information flooded his mind. A white light flashed in Kazuma's eyes, and the enhancement from the trio also brought him new abilities. The effects of the trio increased his physical fitness and granted him various abilities. They were diverse, but all useful to him. For example, the stealing ability of Deceive. He could steal 1 to several items from a person without anyone noticing. Even if discovered, he could escape in time. However, this ability seemed to have no effect on teammates, which essentially prevented him from stealing things he shouldn't, indirectly saving him from social death or even being beaten to death in the team. Furthermore, this ability also enhanced his short-range combat, making daggers and short swords feel more natural in his hands. The open ability was relatively simple. Anything with the concept of passing through could be passed through, but it was limited to ordinary objects. Finally, Fooling, the strongest ability, improved his overall coordination and could slightly enhance cards and a series of performance or juggling items. Compared to Amiya Shiro's reinforcement magic, it was still weaker. Most importantly, it came with a certain ability for future fortune-telling, and he could even instinctively know if his next divination would be dangerous, compensating for the team's shortcoming in foresight. It can only be said that Kazuma was very satisfied with this exchange. Not to mention fortune-telling, just wall passing, intuition, stealing, and the ability to predict the opponent's next move, along with decent skill, already made it stronger than a single exchange. The abilities could be said to be very comprehensive. Of course, in a direct fight, he still couldn't beat others unless he advanced. Otherwise, he could only rely on technological equipment. Kazuma stretched his limbs and looked at Lu Mingqiu with a grin. Lu Mingqiu saw Kazuma's smile and knew what he was thinking, so he raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Kazuma-kun, having gained new abilities, Do you want to try a traditional Gekukujo overthrowing superiors? What kind of tradition is that? Lord Kazuma just wants to test the effects of his new abilities. How about it, want to try? Seeing Sada Kazuma wearing that stubborn, eager look unique to youngsters, Lu Mingqiu said nothing. He simply stepped forward and threw a punch simple, direct, and utterly unadorned. Kazuma's instincts screamed a warning. He jerked aside on reflex, only to be kicked flying the very next second. Ow! Kazuma yelped, rubbing his backside and hopping twice, his face a big question mark aimed at Lu Mingqiu. How'd you do that? Lu Mingqiu shook his head. The onlookers were equally resigned. Kazuma might have sharper instincts and stronger stats now, but he still didn't grasp the raw gap in pure numbers. Reality isn't a game. You can't dodge just by pressing a skill key. It's simple. Before you commit to your next move, I've already changed mine. Your body just hasn't caught up. More live practice. Figures. Luck really isn't on my side unless my life's on the line. Kazuma gave a wry grin, not discouraged. After all, he'd challenged the team's top fighter, someone who'd also bought new abilities and outclassed him in every way. Better master his own power first. By now the whole squad had unlocked new abilities, their overall strength climbing a full tier, though everyone was still familiarizing themselves for the next world mission. Serin sensed the Honkai energy and imaginary energy within her, similar yet distinct. The former eroded mind and soul, the latter leaned toward balance and stability. She sat cross-legged, contemplating Sword Heart. The earlier one practiced Taishu Sword Chi, the better. At her age, she was neither early nor late, right in the middle. Fortunately, she was already a seasoned master of Honkai energy, and now its intensity, quality, and quantity had all risen to new heights. Ripples stirred across her placid mental lake. Her consciousness sank as if into still water. Solidified Honkai energy whirled around her, forming a distinct zone. Under this calm, imaginary energy flickered with golden threads, cocooning the meditating girl. The picturesque, immortal-like spectacle made Lu Mingqiu sigh. Imaginary attributes truly were different. Nearby, Hoshino hefted the infinite ammo Gauss pistol Lu Mingqiu had handed out, drilling in a points-created shooting range. Bang! 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 The Gauss hand cannon's mighty recoil was unleashed in rapid fire, yet for the petite girl it might as well not have existed. Seeing everyone training their new powers, Lu Mingqiu wasn't about to lag behind. He headed to his own sector and began a hellish drill combining both of his abilities. Pick. Hoshino Chapter 49. Return to High School of the Dead. After 2 days of practice, the squad had mastered their new skills. Basic combat was second nature. Even Kazuma could dodge a few moves while Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino ganged up on him. Looking at his revitalized teammates, Lu Mingqiu wore the proud smile of a father watching his kids grow up. He glanced at his last 2 D-grade plot points and called everyone over to discuss their next step. There's another way to extend our stay in the main god space. Why didn't you tell us? The others, who'd been training non-stop with only the occasional break, rolled their eyes at yet another hidden detail. I wanted to see how motivated you'd be. Besides, with Kazuma's usual slacker streak, a little pressure was necessary. Hey now, Lord Kazuma isn't that hopeless. I've trained seriously, otherwise all those beatings would have been for nothing. Kazuma shot back, Lu Mingqiu just grinned, and the rest smiled along. Kazuma looked away, a tad guilty. Truth be told, he had slacked a bit, just a half-day breather, really. All right, stop teasing Kazuma. I did mention it, you were just focused on the exchange. Lu Mingqiu clapped for attention, then summoned a panel displaying their mission world info. Current worlds experienced, High School of the Dead. Pay 1 D-grade plot point plus points to purchase return days? Everyone checked their own panels, saw the same line, and instantly understood Lu Mingqiu's intent, relief washing over them. Amiya Shiro stared at his world entry, puzzled. A timeline countless Amiyas would envy? Were most parallel Shiros living miserable lives? Kazuma couldn't care less. Returning meant no more otherworld adventures and maybe divine scrutiny. Pass. Akemi Hamura wasn't in a hurry. She'd arrived at school only that morning, right before P. Even if Madoka had become a magical girl, she still had ways to change things. Here lay both hope and despair. Serin wasn't anxious either. Following Lu Mingqiu's plan, she'd one day crush both fate and Honkai beneath her and taste what it felt like to be a queen. Yuri now mulled the future. If she could copy or share powers, she might gather every ability on Earth, boosting strength and keeping everyone safe across worlds. Hoshino also chose to stay. Once strong enough, she'd wipe out the parasites infesting Kavotos at the root, solving her debt crisis in the process. Silence reigned. Lu Mingqiu waited calmly until, 3 minutes later, everyone returned from their thoughts. Since no one's rushing home, our goal is simple. Lu Mingqiu laid out his plan. The team listened, nodding or objecting, cross-checking every detail to leave no holes. With 6 days left until the second cycle quest, Lu Mingqiu and company pooled 900 points to buy extra days in their previous world. 3 months, about 90 days, was plenty of time for them to stir up serious trouble. One plan after another was queued. Everyone paid the points, and Lu Mingqiu, holding Hoshino's hand in one of his and Shiro's in the other, sandwiched between girl and guy, returned with 6 teammates to the Resident Evil world. The familiar dry air and the faint scent of wood shavings from the desks greeted his nose. Lu Mingqiu opened his eyes calmly. The other 6 beside him did the same, looking at the familiar classroom and sighing in nostalgia. After only 3 days away, it feels like 1,000 years. We're not who we were. If Umbrella shows up again, whoever they send will be wiped out without a trace. Kazuma, don't underestimate the world. Even with our power, a nuke still kills us. Stay cautious. Seeing Kazuma's cocky attitude, Lu Mingqiu poured cold water on the idea without hesitation. Kazuma scratched his head, raised a finger and said, "Hey, I was just trying to hype things up. Shooting me down so fast kills our own vibe. Forget it. As long as you're happy, just don't forget the lessons we've paid for." Lu Mingqiu sighed. Kazuma could be reliable, but he was still a kid at heart. If he really tried to solo Umbrella, he might not die, but he'd lose every last pair of boxers. Still, with that luck of his, nothing bad would actually happen, so Lu Mingqiu let him be. According to plan, their first goal was the U.S. military arsenal in District 11. Scavenge some weapons and ammo, ideally commandeer a ship to Big America, grab a few nukes, and while they were at it, pay Umbrella a visit and teach them what a mushroom cloud looks like. Without wasting words, they glanced at the morning sky and filed out of the classroom, casually slaughtering the surrounding zombies. Kazuma was no longer the old Kazuma. He slipped through walls with a little knife and stabbed skulls before the zombies even knew who hit them. Serin was even more direct. Haishu's sword chi flared and dozens of Honkai energy blades whooshed out, skewering a whole block of zombies. Hoshino and Akemi Hamura kept it simple. An infinite ammo Desert Eagle roared like a machine gun, 10 shots a second, as if it were child's play. Amiya Shiro projected 2 long swords. He hadn't spent his remaining C-grade plot point. Instead, he polished his own magecraft, occasionally tossing a projected grenade to make the distant enemies bloom. Reinforcement magic boosted the blade's quality and edge. Shiro slashed and blasted through zombie hordes with effortless style. Yuri now vanished in front of the zombies. No scent, no sound, no wind. She'd trained hard. Her shadow assassin skills were second nature, and even Lu Mingqiu, without golden eyes active, could be scratched if she ambushed him at full power. Blades flashed, heads flew. In less than 3 seconds, dozens of zombies were gone. Lu Mingqiu alone carved through the horde with basic kung fu, a reinforced longsword leaving after images. Every zombie that stepped close was pierced through the skull or finished off dead beyond dead. Pick Hoshino cute. Chapter 50 District 11 Big Beautiful Garrison, where's our arsenal? After a day of clearing, everyone had a new grasp of their power. Kazuma even used materials from his exchange to advance twice, making his wall phasing and thievery even sharper. Watching Kazuma's soaring strength, Lu Mingqiu figured the kid's insane luck made such speed only natural, no surprise at all. On an open lot, Lu Mingqiu produced a micro-stealth drone bot for 300-point control range, a ridiculous 200 kilometers, utterly invisible to current Umbrella tech, unless an AI hacked it, of course. But Lu Mingqiu had thought of that. an anti-AI intrusion suite for 50 points. With that, the 350-point super drone officially entered service. The entire city map was captured, far clearer than the old paper version. A generational upgrade. Spotting a mostly intact car dealership, the group took the familiar route, hotwire new rides, and head for the factory, while stripping gas cylinders from houses. Rumor said those packed a decent boom. Enter factory, grab TNT, enter police station, bag C4. The familiar routine began. They cleared out the most powerful explosives into the space bracelet. Guns, bullets, nothing was left, not even RPGs. With 300 cubic meters of storage, you could fit a tank, let alone crates of ammo. 2 days of looting cleared every missed corner. Along the way, they slaughtered zombies. Even after the main god space raised prices, 20 zombies for 1 point, the tens of thousands added up to over 500 points. After the first city sweep, the group stepped into a new town. As expected, since the outbreak, the globe had been too busy to help. Aside from superpowers, small nation cities were empty. Only zombies or high-tier mutated beasts remained. Sure enough, upon arrival, the team was greeted by a horde of nearly 60,000 zombies and unprecedented crisis. But against Akemi Hamura's time stop, they were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Time frozen, the team opened fire with everything they had. Skills flew wildly. Serin unleashed her ultimate, Taishu Sword God. Barely learned, it could only manifest a 100-meter blade, yet the skyfall pressure was still terrifying. Hoshino sprouted wings, her auto-loading hammer-fired shotgun roaring in full auto, mowing down waves of zombies beyond recognition. Sata Kazuma can hold his own in a one-on-one fight, but faced with this many monsters, he has no choice but to sweep his rifle in wide arcs, relying on the power of technology to rake in points. Lumingchio struck with a single rainbow sunset, rainbow piercing the sun, dragon soaring in the sky, riding the momentum straight into their faces. His orange-red inner force turned into a fierce, razor-sharp aura that wiped every monster within 100 meters clean off the map. Dustless land pulled them in, long rainbow sword technique reaped them an efficient combo. With time stop flickering on and off for roughly 30 minutes, the ambushing zombies were exterminated, and each member pocketed over 500 points. The large-scale zombie wave finally caught the attention of Umbrella's branch in the city, but Lu Mingqiu's group had already vanished. Thanks to Kazuma's earlier divination, they'd calculated the timing perfectly. Tracking them down was next to impossible. Report: the infected swarm in C district of Iha City has disappeared. Multiple blast residues detected. Shall we remain on station for observation? Probably another company team cleaning house. Ignore it. Their BOWs might have broken containment, so they cleared the area while chasing them down. At Umbrella Foundation Hospital in the city center, the commander-in-chief paid the bizarre scene no mind. His priority was cracking the blood demon genome. If the replication succeeded and the sequence was grafted into Tyrant and other ultramutant strains, a brand new superweapon would be born. Every Umbrella site in District 11 was chasing the same project competition in full bloom, white-hot, and unstoppable. What he never expected was that, while he tinkered away in base, the karmic disaster tied to the blood demon was already circling like a shark. Meanwhile, having mastered the routine, Lu Mingqiu's team strolled into the police department only to find Umbrella personnel already inside. Hey, shameless much? Copying our play and sneaking weapons out under the table. Kazuma fumed. He'd sweated blood planning this route and pickup point, and now someone had stolen the idea. Unforgivable. Easy first come, first served. A gentleman earns his keep fair and square. If they're the enemy, no need to show mercy. Lu Mingqiu's words snapped Kazuma awake. They fist-bumped, enlightenment dawning, and Kazuma's infamous creepy grin resurfaced, sending everyone else a step backward. Seeing the synchronized retreat, Kazuma's face fell and he cursed inwardly. Are you guys seriously stepping back in formation? Ahem, relax, Kazuma. It's just that your laugh is terrifying. Let's move. Work to do. Lu Mingqiu cleared his throat, easing the awkwardness, and they entered the precinct, mopping up Umbrella staff and commandeering the gear on their way out. Trackers, radios, anything traceable were destroyed on the spot, giving the enemy zero chance to respond. It might spook them, but they didn't care. It was only a matter of how much ammo they'd burn. With time stop lending extra minutes, touring the whole city in a day was trivial, let alone emptying a single precinct. Looting and dismantling as they went, Lu Mingqiu followed veteran wisdom. Leave nothing for the enemy. Everything went straight into his pockets. By day's end, Umbrella noticed the missing squad, yet found no leads, only another crater where the central hospital had been, every scrap of blood demon data erased. When everyone raced back, only a smoking ruin remained, dominated by a gaping hole at its heart. The setup felt eerily familiar, recalling the inexplicable assault a month ago, except now no records survived. A month later, at Umbrella District 11's internal summit, blurry footage of Lu Mingqiu's group appeared before the high brass, every face etched with dread. The reason? Nearly 30 city branches had been leveled, the explosives vanishing only to reappear inside their own bases in pillars of fire, phantom strikes impossible to predict or stop. Worse, only a handful of grainy frames had been captured. Even after alerting headquarters and tasking orbital satellites, they couldn't catch a single hair of the culprits. Then the District 11 Milicar garrison rang up, demanding to know how their own arsenal had been used without finding a soul. While Umbrella's local heads argued over countermeasures, the garrison sent a new, brutally terse update. F*******. Our entire stockpile's gone, mini nukes included. Where the hell is my ordnance? Pick. Swimsuit Hoshino. Haha, Chapter 51. Nice idea. Dangerous though. Sunlight glittered on a cloudless sea as Lu Mingqiu's group cruised the open ocean aboard a small yacht. Side quest complete. Destroy 90% of District 11's bioexperiment facilities. Reward: 1 C rank plot point, 1 D rank plot point, 1,000 points for the entire team. Watching the rewards roll in, Lu Mingqiu lounged on a skeletal deck lounger, shades on, basking in the warm sea breeze. Amid the laughing girls, he felt a rare calm, odd that the main god's space hadn't stirred up trouble at this juncture. He stayed wary. Each of Kazuma's divinations had steered them clear of disaster, yet stacking luck might detonate in one colossal mess, something he couldn't ignore. Though he looked relaxed, danger was accounted for. The number of mortars stowed around the yacht proved no one was letting their guard down. Chapter 23. Perhaps due to the virus, the monsters in the sea were also infected. Every 2 or 3 days, a group of mutated sea monsters would come to harass them, but they were all annihilated, which also counted as extra points income. Now, everyone's points amounted to over 2,000, which was completely comparable to the basic rewards of an ordinary reincarnation mission. As the sun hung overhead, Amiya Shiro also shook a bell, and its tinkling sound signaled that it was time to eat. In an instant, including Sata Kazuma, who was secretly planning to record the perfect moment with his camera, the aura of the 6 people changed dramatically. Their previously lazy state transformed into the ruthlessness of a battlefield, and each person rushed to the battlefield at their fastest speed. Whoosh! A strong wind swept across the cruise ship's deck. The girls in swimsuits reached the restaurant in less than 30 seconds, but unfortunately, someone had already occupied a seat. Akemi Hamura smiled, holding the omuris Amiya Shiro had just made, sitting at the dining table with a satisfied smile, enjoying it. Lu Mingqiu extinguished his golden eyes. His speed during that instant, combined with time stop, unleashed its full potential. Amiya Shiro looked at everyone's dedication to his cuisine, feeling both touched and helpless. Suddenly, he recalled the first thing Lu Mingqiu said when they first arrived in this world and came to the villa area, seeing him cook. Amiya mama, hungry for food. Thinking of this, Amiya Shiro felt a bitter sense of deja vu from his soul, as if once he started cooking, everyone around him would change their demeanor for food, either stopping a fight or fighting even more frantically. Shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind, Amiya Shiro still diligently prepared today's lunch, and everyone happily spent a peaceful day. 3 days later, at a beach docking area in Big Pretty, Lu Mingqiu and his group arrived near a base according to the drone's map. This should be it. According to the divination results and directions, there's super heavy firepower we need inside. Maybe we can even pick up an extra miniature nuclear bomb for free. A nuclear bomb, that's a crucial strategic resource. Big Pretty probably wouldn't just casually place it in a base. Not necessarily. In the current global environment, you can't sleep soundly without a nuclear bomb in your pocket. In a sense, that's true. Everyone walked and chatted, and thanks to the interference ability of the space bracelet, they reached the edge of the base. They stopped talking, their expressions serious, and skillfully dispersed to carry out their activities. Kazuma pulled out a coin to determine a direction. If it was heads, they would run. If tails, they would go around. He believed his path was in his hands, unafraid of falling into a pit. Akemi Hamura was even more direct. With time stop activated, she slipped directly into the base's monitoring room, pulling out various antivirus software bought with points, all domestically produced. 760, Great Eagle wallpaper, Penguin security guard. She loaded them all in a frenzy. She ran after doing the dirty deed, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, seeing Akemi Hamura emerge, Lu Mingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. However, with Serin's path synchronization, the time stop's duration effect was an explosive boost to one's consumption. Over 10 minutes of time stop, the things that could be done were far more than just a little. Everyone's experiences over the past month were not child's play. Their strength had significantly improved several times. Lu Mingqiu himself had trained the fire dance whirlwind to the 12th layer. With the 12th layer stacked with heaven and earth share longevity, plus dustless land, playing with earth-shattering star was truly possible. The necessary viruses have been dealt with, and the equipment and ammunition inside have been collected by me. The enemy has no more supplies. Lu Mingqiu nodded, approving Akemi Hamura's actions, then looked in another direction and said, "The communication network has been handed over to Yuri now and Amiya Shiro. Kazuma is responsible for planting bombs. With his luck, he should be fine. Brother Mingqiu, if we do this every time, will they really not find us?" Serin, who was by Lu Mingqiu's side, asked the question she had been pondering for days. Lu Mingqiu calmly replied, "Being discovered is only a matter of time. We still have 2 months. As long as we run fast enough that they can't catch our exhaust, it's fine. Moreover, we are constantly getting stronger. Maybe one day, our roles will be reversed." But Serin thinks that blowing them up one by one is a bit too slow. Lu Mingqiu looked at the well-behaved and sensible Serin in front of him, her large golden eyes filled with innocence, with a slightly surprised expression, wondering if what he had just heard was an illusion. Serin thinks that rather than blowing them up one by one, it's more practical to catch them all in one go. The girl repeated herself. Lu Mingqiu finally understood. He looked at Serin, feeling a pang in his heart, but on the surface, he encouraged and reminded her. Serin's idea is indeed good, but you have to consider practicality. When your strength is insufficient, guerrilla tactics and kiting are safer. Lu Mingqiu still explained the pros and cons between the two to Serin. At the same time, he secretly decided to find time to get a Team Stability Sutra, or Han Runrun's 36 Strategies, or Cautious Hero Classroom Knowledge Education books. At the same time, Lu Mingqiu also decided to correct the team's atmosphere. Constantly playing with explosions was truly inhuman. Look at what it had turned the adorable Serin into, an explosion artist focused on efficiency. This was not what he wanted. Just as Lu Mingqiu was painstakingly trying to reverse Serin's somewhat dark thoughts, Amiya Shiro and the other person returned from their side, smiling at the scene. As for Kazuma, he was still on his way to plant bombs, but he was almost done. After installing the Super C4 in front of him, Sata Kazuma wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pulled out a coin, flipped it forward, and slapped it into his palm. Heads. Good, no mistakes would be made. He glanced at the 2 miniature nuclear bombs placed nearby, a devilish smile appearing on his face. He took out his space bracelet and happily accepted this technological superweapon. After a few more flips, seeing it was still heads, Kazuma turned and ran, passing through walls and slipping out of the base. Image, Hoshino, just awake. Image, Hoshino in the past. Chapter 52. Big pretty bases bloom everywhere. The afternoon sun slowly set on the horizon. Lu Mingqiu and his group were currently sitting on the beach, having a barbecue. As for the big pretty military base, it had already exploded into chaos. F********. What kind of virus is this? Why are there so many ads and junk games? And why has the wallpaper changed? Damn it, those guys from across the ocean must be behind this. Bad news. All our ammunition storage is empty, and even the dedicated supply helicopters are gone. Report, sir. News from the neighboring base. A nuclear bomb went missing from the overseas garrison 3 days ago, and all heavy firepower vanished overnight without a trace. Damn it. Could it really be the so-called blood demon's curse, as the rumors say? The problem is, we didn't provoke her. The commander of the big pretty base was having a massive headache. Not to mention the viruses on every computer, seeing the ammunition depot emptied was enough to give him a hard time. Then, within 2 seconds, the miniature nuclear bomb from the end-zone garrison went missing. It was absolutely insane. Sir, our situation is very similar to the Umbrella Corporation's underground base in District 11. Could it be that we're about to explode any second? Nonsense. This is the big pretty. How can it be compared to a tiny place like District 11? Even if it really explodes, do they really want to detonate the nuclear bombs stored here? Aren't they afraid of nuclear radiation? As the supreme commander of the entire army, the officer's words were eloquent, silencing his subordinate beside him. But the subordinate's heart was telling him that it was indeed too similar, and he dared not gamble. After all, 30 consecutive bombings, 1 per day, was truly shocking. Just as the commander was about to refute his subordinate with more words, a beeping alarm sounded. A heavily armed soldier ran all the way from the underground backup ammunition depot, gasping for breath. Report, sir. Our 2 underground miniature nuclear bombs are gone, and a bomb has entered countdown. Professional bomb disposal experts are carefully checking the bomb's wiring. 1 wrong move and we're all finished. What? Shouldn't this be reported via communication? Why did you run over to say it? Sir, the communication system is abnormal, and every one of our devices has that antivirus software installed. There's just too much stuff. Even after deleting it all, more keeps appearing. It's endless, just like a virus infection. F*******. Hurry up and defuse the bomb. Tell that person to be quick. I have something to do, I'm leaving first. The commander gave the order without hesitation, then turned and fled without looking back. He wouldn't be like those idiots who stayed to die. However, what he never expected was that the bomb disposal expert, due to a mistake with a coin underfoot, cut all the bomb's wires, completing a spectacular bomb disposal, but at the cost of being engulfed by light. The calm wind turned violent. Traditional sound waves and explosions cut through the gaps in the leaves of the forest, spanning nearly several kilometers. Even in some areas where a few living people resided, they heard that loud bang. Golden light bloomed in the 1,000-meter clearing carved out of the forest. The scorching high temperature evaporated the land, and mushroom clouds rose from various bombs instantly detonating. The resulting shockwave overturned the surrounding soil layers, even uprooting lush trees, creating an immense spectacle. At this moment, Lu Mingqiu and his group on the beach looked at the mushroom cloud in the sky with a sense of emotion. Although it wasn't the first time they had seen it, each time felt different. The wind whistles, the river is cold, the bomb goes forth and never returns. But alas, there are goods in the base, take them and bomb again without pain. Kazuma also mimicked the awkward poetry Lu Mingqiu usually recited when bored. Lu Mingqiu merely commented blandly, "Alright, it was just a crazy bombing run. We need to change locations." After Lu Mingqiu finished speaking, he pulled out an RV from his space bracelet. This thing was the largest model they could find after searching over 30 cities, capable of accommodating 10 people. Without further ado, everyone got into the vehicle. Sata Kazuma sat in the driver's seat. Over the past month, he had undergone Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino's devilish special training, so getting a driver's license and maneuvering the vehicle was a piece of cake. In the following month, The tragedy of District 11 was reenacted here in Big Pretty, as Umbrella's companies in major cities were blown up, clearly indicating a targeted attack. Even heavily guarded locations were inevitably blown into massive craters. At this moment, the Umbrella members among Big Pretty's high-ranking officials were in chaos, especially several doctors among them, who were absolutely furious at Lu Mingqiu and his group, gritting their teeth and wishing they could eliminate them immediately. Yet the opponents seemed to possess precognition, breaking through their encirclement again and again, completely like slippery catfish that were impossible to catch. Damn it, those elusive bastards have already bombed nearly 30 biochemical research facilities. Even modified humans with special abilities who went after them were simply destroyed. Now they are carrying over 30 nuclear bombs. If they detonate them all in one spot, the consequences will be unimaginable. What should we do then? We can't even catch them, let alone study them. At this moment, a balding doctor in a white coat cursed loudly. In his eyes, besides hatred for Lu Mingqiu's group, there was mostly greed, especially as his gaze drifted towards the figures of several distinct girls in the few high-definition photos on the wall. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. How many girls in your lab have you tortured before experiments? You're even worse than those guys on the island. What do you know? Life is about the process of research. Besides, aren't you curious what kind of perfect creature would be born from combining curious humans and biochemical monsters? Don't listen to your ghostly theories. Compared to you, I'm practically a good Samaritan. Old bones, stop trying to glorify yourself. You have plenty of male servants on your side. I wouldn't dare associate with your level of depravity. Seeing the two biochemical doctors arguing, Dr. Weskier, who was in charge, did not stop them. For him, creating his own god or becoming a god himself was the most important thing, but he was also very interested in the existence of Lu Mingqiu and his group. It was a pity that the opponents were guarding against him, as if they knew of his existence. Even his clones couldn't last more than a few moves against them before being eliminated, unable to bring back any records before death. The more Weskier thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. However, he had mostly figured out the movement path of Lu Mingqiu and his group. Their ultimate goal must be to destroy Umbrella. Otherwise, why collect so many nuclear bombs just to use them as fireworks? Considering this, Weskier was no longer anxious. Coincidentally, the blood demon's new blood was also in his possession. Combined with the other viruses he was researching, perhaps he could create an even greater individual, or make himself a god. Image: Hoshino Meow Meow, Come Out Chapter 53, Open and Above-Board Infiltration. On a rainy night, in Big Pretty's safest city, Lu Mingqiu and his group watched the noble individuals coming and going, decked out in gold and silver, displaying utter luxury. Recalling the apocalyptic scenes outside, they couldn't help but sigh that this world was rotten from the inside out. They clearly have so many troops that could go out and rescue the survivors, so why won't they go out, and why aren't they willing to let survivors in? Serin's eyes held confusion and incomprehension. Akemi Hamura knew a little, but not in detail. However, Lu Mingqiu and the others, if not perfectly knowledgeable about the situation, certainly had a thorough grasp of human nature. Simply put, it was a matter of social standing. After all, the people inside the city were either rich and influential or those with certain means. Civilians were merely consumables in this country. Moreover, given the current global situation, a biochemical crisis was even less likely they would allow people who might be carrying the virus inside, as those noble individuals were the precious darlings of Big Pretty's chables. Serin, the world is just like this. You will understand once you experience more. For now, you just need to know that we are here to solve problems, and perhaps we even have a chance to resolve this world's biochemical crisis. Lu Mingqiu didn't say much, merely outlining a goal for Serin. Amiya Shiro also lamented the unpredictability of the world. Watching Serin being protected, he recalled his own younger sister. That child was sometimes confused, and before he came to the main god space, she seemed to constantly be murmuring to herself. Thinking of this, Amiya Shiro couldn't help but recall the video Lu Mingqiu had shown him. The scene where his sister was struck by the black tiger steals the heart move made him extremely uncomfortable. He wished he could grab a sword and strike the hand of Gilgamesh. However, he couldn't even activate his reality marble, so how could he challenge the oldest king of heroes? For now, he needed to honestly accumulate strength. When he eventually returned, he would also have to see if there was a so-called Holy Grail war around him. The patter of raindrops gradually lessened, and the dark clouds of the night sky receded. A streak of moonlight shone down, reflecting off the slick, bright highway. The roar of the engine sounded, and Lu Mingqiu and his group drove their RV past vehicle after vehicle. The roadside surveillance cameras were temporarily offline due to power supply issues, which avoided the risk of being discovered. Since getting divination, the probability of us encountering danger has drastically decreased. Nowadays, we can openly drive on the highway and still not be discovered by umbrella personnel. After all, we wear black robes every time we work. Even if they identify our characteristics, it's hard to prove we are the perpetrators. Coupled with your luck, the results of the divination always favor us. Even if a path shows a sign of great misfortune later on, you'll still have me change routes. Lu Mingqiu was driving, while Kazuma tossed a coin up and down beside him. The two chatted about the topic of luck, completely ignoring the city streetscape outside. Mingqiu, tell me, will the opponents we meet next be stronger? Previously, we fought people who used electricity, enhanced strength, or psychokinesis. If it weren't for our combined strength and the time-stop mechanism completely crushing them, we would probably have been chased by umbrella personnel all the way here. In gaming terms you'd understand, this first world is the novice village, just an extremely large one. The difficulty will gradually increase with the area, and that clone named Weskier is an example. Weskier, what a troublesome guy. Half of those 30-plus underground biochemical facilities were staffed by his clones. Their strengths vary, but every one of them wants to create a biochemical god theory practically comparable to fanatics. Kazuma also started complaining, recalling the bald guy he had a one-on-one battle with at the 13th Underground Biochemical Facility. If he hadn't possessed the ability to phase through things, the opponent's attempt at mutual destruction would truly have succeeded. After all, as the biggest boss of this world and one of the main troublemakers, Weskier is practically everywhere, but he's just hiding in the shadows. Lu Mingqiu actually didn't know much about the Resident Evil series, but he had read a little information about Weskier, though he didn't know which version it was. The movie version would be manageable, but if it were the game version, the difficulty might be higher, though still within their acceptable range. After all, with time stop combined with demolition, few carbon-based life forms could withstand it. Even a biochemical virus facing temperatures of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of degrees would simply be evaporated. Furthermore, regarding the Resident Evil series, there was very little information about Raccoon City, and they couldn't even find any records of Alice herself. Perhaps Umbrella had strictly kept the files classified. Thinking about various things along the way, the group finally arrived at their destination, a medical enterprise founded by the Umbrella Corporation, the Umbrella Foundation Clinic Company. The group got out of the car. Lu Mingqiu approached an armed Umbrella Corporation staff member with his signature smile, pulling out an identification card, clearly detailing his photo and information. Lunide Sakura Chio, General Administrator of the International High-Level Military Zone, Outer Umbrella, achievements include. Seeing the emblem of a high-ranking Umbrella Corporation official on the card, the subordinate staff member naturally recognized the authenticity of the mark, immediately stood ramrod straight, and respectfully said, "Good day, sir. Welcome. Should I notify Dr. Chuanden and have him come escort you, sir? No need for the trouble. I'm just here to discuss the new cargo with him. After all, human resources are essential if we want to resolve this crisis." Lu Mingqiu displayed his signature villainous smile. His cold, noble, king-like golden eyes made the staff member tremble, feeling as if he might kneel at any moment. The staff member took a deep breath, lowered his head slightly, not daring to look directly into Lu Mingqiu's golden eyes, and replied without daring to object. "Understood, subordinate. Should I escort you to the reception room? This is my first time here." Once the vehicle is inside, you can lead the way. Oh, and there are some things I don't need, so don't bring them over. As Lu Mingqiu spoke, the staff member glanced at the few people standing behind him. Two young people wearing black suits and sunglasses, each holding an extremely heavy barbell in one hand, the kind that could smash a crater if dropped, as that very scene had just happened in front of him. Chapter 24. Faced with such a show of force, the other member beside him was trembling with fear, secretly grateful that the person the higher-ups were looking for wasn't him, or he wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure. As for the four people behind them who were clearly girls, the employee dared not look, as that action would be equivalent to courting death. After all, every big shot in the military region knew that anyone who dared touch their women would die without knowing how. Lu Mingqiu and his group were let through, and their car drove inside. Inside the car, Kazuma took off his sunglasses, let out a breath, and said in a slightly lazy manner, "I didn't expect the identity entry card, bought for 100 points, to be so useful. One card solves the identity issue for an entire technological civilization world, complete with a full set of data. It's effortless for multiple people to use. After all, the main god can't let us be illegal residents forever. 100 points is only useful in a technological world. If we switch to other worlds like Xuanhuan, we'd have to buy scrolls, local green cards, and so on. We only have a little over 300 points in total. But changing our style to handle this kind of thing feels really slow. After all, we've blown things up so many times that the enemy has PTSD. Let's change our style to let them relax a bit. Besides, don't we still have over 20 days? No rush." Lu Mingqiu said this casually, but the group wasn't as relaxed as they seemed. After all, this time they were playing infiltration, not direct demolition. Moreover, the various experimental monsters inside were victims in a sense. If there were normal people, they should help them. As for where they went after being rescued, that wasn't their concern. Image. Who is Hoshino Blessing? Chapter 54. Losing money by blowing everything up. Everyone parked the car near a house. Lu Mingqiu and his group got out seriously and followed the staff into the building. The bald doctor in the white coat, who had already been notified and was waiting early in the living room, greeted them with a smile. "Oh my, what brings you all the way here, Mr. Leonid? I heard you have new results here, so I wanted to come and see if I could acquire some goods. After all, those elusive guys might set their sights on my place, and I feel uneasy without some monsters to take back." You, the manager of a large military region, are afraid of this? Although you haven't been in this position for long, with all the armaments in your military region, small infiltrators are nothing to worry about. The two engaged in commercial flattery, chatting happily, while Kazuma and the others just stood by without speaking, leaving all social matters to Lu Mingqiu. After half an hour of conversation, Lu Mingqiu turned around, took a box of gold carried by Hoshino, placed it on the table, and opened it to show sincerity, saying with a very serious expression, "I didn't come here personally for much. Give me a few brand new biomonsters. Oh, and also, give me some of those that are still in the experimental phase. I need to observe their reactions." Seeing the girls following Lu Mingqiu, Dr. Chuandang immediately understood and instantly revealed the expression that all men understand, speaking like he had found a kindred spirit. "Mr. Leonid is truly a straightforward man. Don't worry, the goods, the people, and the car will all be loaded up for you shortly. But I am curious, who are the people behind you?" "Oh, they are my partners. Two of them double as bodyguards, protecting the delicate ladies behind them." Lu Mingqiu spoke without pausing for breath, saying whatever came to mind, causing Hoshino to secretly roll her eyes. Delicate ladies, huh? He'd pay for this when they got back. 10 minutes later, Lu Mingqiu and his group were invited into an elevator. After all, when collecting goods, one must verify the quality of the items. If they were missing arms or legs, how could Dr. Chuandang continue working for Umbrella? Product credibility is extremely important. In less than a minute, the elevator descended over 100 meters, significantly more concealed than the underground facilities in District 11. However, to Lu Mingqiu and the others, It didn't matter how deep it was hidden, it was all going to be blown up anyway. The elevator stopped descending, and the doors on both sides opened. Lu Mingqiu and his group followed the doctor to the experimental subject area, where a shocking scene came into view. All kinds of experimental subjects were immersed in circular culture dishes. The majority of them were girls, none of whom appeared to be over 18, with the youngest being only 5 or 6 years old. This scene made Amiya Shiro want to draw his sword immediately, but he had to hold back. According to Lu Mingqiu, this biohazard site was different from previous ones. Not only were there swarms of tyrant-type biomonsters, but there were also tens of thousands of rare bomb-type monsters, like face exploder worms. They were all frozen using technology, and if released, the surface, or even the entire city, would be destroyed. Moreover, the leakage of the original virus solution would be troublesome. Taking this back might allow them to exchange it for points or plot points. They couldn't cause large-scale destruction, as they had lost a significant amount of money by blowing up too much previously, which is why everyone changed their strategy. It can only be said that points and plot points are the utmost priority for any team. Those who can sell them are generally high-tier teams, as their missions start at B-rank plot points. As for how they knew, Kazuma had already bought a main god space survival manual for 10 points before they arrived at the biohazard world. This item was considered a newcomer benefit, but Lu Mingqiu, operating under the traditional main god mindset, thought the team had a veteran member and initially ignored it. Kazuma only picked it up to read recently, and Lu Mingqiu immediately cursed, realizing how much they had lost. It introduced the basic functions of the main god space, although some older functions, like creating people, were not detailed. Except for high-tier teams, new reincarnator teams knew very little about this. Even Lu Mingqiu hadn't mentioned this, because with Kazuma in the team, if that kid got sucked into a land of tender affection, he really wouldn't know what to do with him. After all, the function of creating people was originally used to relieve reincarnators' loneliness. However, with the evolution and change of the main god's mode, this function became little known. Since there were numerous companions in the main god plaza, the need for creating people was basically eliminated. However, the function of exchanging mission items for points is quite good. What Lu Mingqiu's side lacks most are points and plot points. Therefore, they had to get their hands on all the various original virus solutions in the lab. They couldn't afford to luxuriously blow them up like before. Lu Mingqiu and Dr. Chuandang communicated cordially along the way, and Lu Mingqiu managed to inquire about the locations of many important facilities. At the same time, Akemi Hamura slipped away by initiating a time stop when no one was paying attention. Her objective was very clear. When Akemi Hamura reappeared in the team, less than a second had passed. Lu Mingqiu understood the meaning behind Hoshino's action of walking forward with him, and his smile grew even brighter. Dr. Chuandang, who was still unaware that all the assets in his facility had been stolen, was happily celebrating how much money he had made today, finding it absolutely delightful. As they passed one experimental site after another, Lu Mingqiu's expression gradually became strained. Sarin had already closed her eyes and was walking while holding Hoshino's hand. The force in her wrist and shoulder let Hoshino know clearly that the girl was reaching her limit. She lightly kicked Lu Mingqiu to give him a hint. Lu Mingqiu sighed helplessly. Akemi Hamura had disappeared and reappeared several times. Everything that needed to be taken should have been collected. It was time to act. Without any hesitation, Lu Mingqiu pulled out a Gauss pistol and fired a shot, instantly blowing up the head of Dr. Chuandang, who was too surprised to react. This scene stunned the heavily armed personnel around them. Before they could react, dozens of flying swords materialized out of thin air, piercing through their necks at terrifying speeds. Seeing Sarin strike with such ruthless decisiveness, Lu Mingqiu knew that this reminded her of the Babylon laboratory incident. Otherwise, given her usual docile appearance, her methods wouldn't be so cruel. Hoshino picked up a repeating shotgun and fired a burst, and the enemies died instantly before they could react. Amiya Shiro activated reinforcement magic on himself. His speed was lightning fast. Cutting bullets with his sword was no difficult task, a scene that stunned the armed personnel. As for the surveillance systems and so on, they had already been disabled by various viruses and interference. After eliminating the nearby enemies, Lu Mingqiu and the others immediately changed into pitch-black robes and began clearing out the facility. Firelight, sword light, and blade light flashed in various locations throughout the base. The gunfire never stopped, continuous and endless. Occasionally, two armed personnel would have their heads hit by a playing card, and only after being stabbed through the heart would they finally rest in peace. In a single night, the base personnel were slaughtered. The surviving victims huddled together, trembling in one spot. Lu Mingqiu and his group said nothing, threw down a box of gold, and left. As for the subsequent test of humanity, or the robbing, fighting, and killing, that was no longer their concern. After setting the necessary bombs, Lu Mingqiu, seeing that the underground biohazard facility was empty, pressed the button. Extreme heat and booming explosions spread through the ground. People on the surface felt violent tremors, and the Umbrella Corporation building began to sink. Hoshino in a swimsuit. JPG. I'm out of reserves. The author can only write code now. Chapter 55. Westgear, you're cheating. The collapse of the Umbrella Medical Corporation in the second safest city in Big Pretty caused the Umbrella staff to react quickly. They immediately gathered people to check recent files and surveillance footage, but found absolutely nothing. Currently, inside the surface company skyscraper above Umbrella's most important biohazard concentration laboratory, Westgear immediately got a headache looking at the data. Lu Mingqiu and his group's other actions exceeded his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that instead of clearing out the peripheral facilities one by one, they would strike directly at the core, instantly disrupting his deployment. Just who are these divine beings who have thwarted all my plans? Could it be, as Alice said, that God is coming to punish me? Westgear wore a thoughtful expression, but it quickly turned into a sneer. How could the words of a defeated subordinate and prisoner be true? Even if there was a God, he would have created him. Thinking of this, Westgear relaxed slightly, though he wasn't as calm as he appeared. He picked up the phone and used the power of his biovirus to alter his voice, saying, Dr. Westgear, as per your instructions, we have found the enemy's route of advance. Should we proceed with the encirclement? No need. Since they enjoy infiltration and explosions so much, let them walk right into our net. If escaping encirclement repeatedly was a coincidence, this time I will ensure they cannot escape. Listening to the clone's arrogant words, Westgear felt a bit helpless. Every clone had slight variations in personality, but their ultimate goal remained the same, only their methods and routes of execution differed. Since his own clone had spoken, he had to satisfy its request. Westgear said nothing. After hanging up the phone, he went to execute the mission. However, the operative was not him, but his strongest elite soldier, Alice the subordinate he had previously defeated. She had now been transformed through new biochemical technology into a monster even more terrifying than a horde of tyrants. Recalling Alice, who could move entire buildings simply through psychokinesis, Westgear couldn't help but feel he was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, for his plan to succeed smoothly, he had to complete his evolution before Lu Mingqiu and the others destroyed all the biochemical equipment. In a location in the wilderness outside the city, within a forest, Lu Mingqiu tallied the gains from this trip. Based on ideal estimates, all the biochemical virus files combined totaled over 500 points, and selling them to the main god would bring in an income of 300 points. Safely storing them in his bracelet, Lu Mingqiu looked at the people beside him and said, We still have 20 days until we return. We are only about a dozen biolaboratories away from completing the entire side mission. The difficulty of subsequent infiltration will only increase. Infrared, lasers, biovirus zones, many traps await us. Indeed, even if we change our infiltration method, the risk is still too great. Even Akemi Hamura's time power cannot be maintained indefinitely. Furthermore, a single base has so much equipment that we can't possibly move it all in just those 10-odd minutes. Once the time stop ends, we could easily be exposed to gun barrels and biosensing devices. Hoshino sat cross-legged on a sofa, summoned from her bracelet, feeling somewhat helpless about the difficulty of the upcoming infiltrations. However, she wasn't anxious. They had plenty of time to play slowly with Umbrella. If we want a safe and efficient solution, while also retrieving experimental samples and original virus solutions, we only have two viable options. First, lure the tiger away from the mountain, or second, total annihilation. Moreover, our technological means are insufficient to completely mask the network system, especially since they have an artificial intelligence. Even if we disable it, they still have a chance to activate backup power. Lu Mingqiu and Hoshino analyzed the situation between their side and Umbrellas. Surin and Akemi Hamura listened in confusion. Yuri now took notes. Amiya Shiro practiced projection magic not far away, and Kazuma was resting, as phasing through walls consumed a considerable amount of stamina. 3 days later, inside an Umbrella military base in the Big Pretty, Lu Mingqiu kicked away a guy who tried to launch a sneak attack under the guise of begging for mercy, holding his Desert Eagle against the man's head and saying, "Tell me honestly, or your little life will be gone." "Commander, why are you betraying us? We are clearly creating a god." "What commander? Don't talk nonsense. I am a genuine successor to socialism. For terrorists like you, even if I don't kill every single one I meet, keeping you alive to talk is already humanitarian enough." Lu Mingqiu spoke calmly, then casually released a Changhong sword aura with a wave of his sword, slicing the nearly defeated tyrant nearby into pieces. This sight terrified the highest commander on the scene. I'll talk. Spare me, immortal." Lu Mingqiu narrowed his eyes. The others finished their tasks and walked over. They were somewhat helpless seeing Lu Mingqiu holding a high-ranking officer hostage with a gun, but some intelligence wasn't necessarily recorded and required verbal testimony to be clear. As for verifying the truth, watching Lu Mingqiu pull out his phone and play a video of the 10 great tortures for the officer, everyone felt a cold sweat. When this guy got serious, he was truly terrifying. 2 hours later, Lu Mingqiu took out a rag, wiped the blood off the long sword in his hand, and turned to look at the others, saying, 3 questions, 7 answers were false, and only 2 had a 50% chance of being correct. Next time, during time stop, we should send a drone over to check things out and hack their system while we're at it. When Lu Mingqiu spoke, everyone understood the inherent dangers involved and nodded, agreeing to the method. Finally, the group collectively made a run for it. A button was pressed, the base exploded, a mushroom cloud rose, followed by the whooshing and clattering sounds of helicopters flying over, but they could do nothing about the tragedy before them. 5 days before returning to the main god space, Umbrella's bases had either been bombed or destroyed, leaving only the last one, the military base near the Lighthouse Palace in the Big Pretty. At this moment, tens of thousands of Umbrella troops were stationed here. Yet, none of these soldiers were calm, because behind them were zombies and biochemical monsters. Once the isolation wall disappeared, they would be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, the Weskier clone watched the countless drones flying in the sky. All of them were under intelligent control. He never expected that one of the artificial intelligences he designed would be defected by the enemy, and in a rather strange manner. He looked at the green cross symbol marked on the artificial intelligence, and feeling his scalp tingle, he deleted the software. However, countless advertisements popped up again on his tablet, surprising him like his own virus creations. Lu Mingqiu activated the drone's connection device. The existence of another AI defection system was unexpected, but it meant those 50 points were well spent, providing an unforeseen surprise during this final battle. Countless bomb-laden drones fell. The soldiers frantically fired their weapons, sweeping the sky. However, the shockwaves generated by the aerial explosions triggered a chain reaction, and the resulting smoke and dust blocked their view of the sky. At this moment, time stop was in effect. Akemi Hamura took out missile launchers and artillery vehicles, the rapid-fire type, from her bracelet space and activated them immediately. Missiles whooshed out one after another, creating utter chaos for the enemy. the sudden missile barrage shocked them. Weskier even wondered if he had picked the wrong enemy. It felt like the opposing side was using cheats. Image, beach trip, now. Image, middle school now? Chapter 56. Alice. I'm fighting the sword god, seriously? On the smoke-filled, fire-lit battlefield, Lu Mingqiu and his group continuously conducted long-range bombing, deploying endless varieties of explosives. Even planes attempting to intervene in the air were hit by mysteriously appearing shells, successfully joining the ranks of Shinju and Daigo by achieving the feat of crashing. Lu Mingqiu, carrying an RPG rocket launcher, continuously fired in the time-stop world, occasionally using Wuchen for cleanup. He felt no pressure whatsoever. Sirin deployed the Taishu sword array. Hundreds of flying swords spun around. She flew low, riding a sword, and everywhere she went, zombies and soldiers alike were pierced into hedgehogs. Thousands of tyrants began to charge, but under the effect of time stop, they were subjected to an aerial artillery barrage like lambs waiting for slaughter. Hoshino's wings unfolded behind her, and she unleashed punch after punch with terrifying speed. Tyrants had their heads smashed in. Her strength was immense, and her control was so precise that not a drop of blood stained her wings. Miyashiro activated dual blades. His mage circuits began to burn. As he continuously deconstructed the weapons in his hands, Asaba Yuma's combat techniques were constantly mastered by him. Electric arcs generated electric pockets around him, forming a net that immobilized others, forcing them to wait obediently for the blade light, rushing in rapidly along the lightning to harvest them. Yuri now was even more direct, using both guns and blades. Her ability to control objects with chi was developed to the extreme. Hundreds of guns seemed to have their triggers pulled by invisible fingers, and the simultaneous gunfire created a sea of bullets, harvesting wave after wave of enemies. As for Sato Kazuma, he had already sneaked into the enemy's main base behind the lines, arriving at Dr. Weskier's laboratory, the location of his true self, through a series of coincidences. Prying open the ventilation shaft, Kazuma fell onto the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Ow, that hurt. I'm never using a ventilation shaft again. Complaining under his breath, Kazuma glanced at his surroundings and immediately broke into a cold sweat. The faces of the surrounding monsters were reflected in his green pupils, and he felt utterly terrible. Without a shred of hesitation, Kazuma turned and fled, throwing a few smoke bombs to buy himself time for his escape. What rotten luck! How did I end up sneaking into a place like this? Kazuma cursed aloud, but fortunately, having advanced 2 levels, his ability to escape was top-notch. Flames generated around him, and he flashed away intermittently, running extremely fast. Tyrants, mutated spiders, and even Cerberus could only watch Kazuma, engulfed in flames, charge straight into the boss's room. They looked at each other, standing frozen as if their art style had assimilated with a certain someone's. Running past enemies the entire way, Kazuma finally arrived in a room bathed in red light, completely out of breath. He subconsciously put his hand on the wall for support. As luck would have it, he happened to press the highly concealed safety disarming system. Immediately, the red light disappeared. Infrared immediate alarms, laser corridors, and the ultimate vitality net coverage system all canceled their alert status. It was truly a case of one person pressing a button and all devices shutting down. The designers would go crazy if they knew. The red light turned into a pure blue and white color. Only then did Kazuma realize he had run into an incredible place, and it seemed all the traps had been disarmed. He cautiously stepped through area after area. In just 3 minutes, he arrived at the innermost biolaboratory, where Weskier's true self was located. Looking at the door sealed by various metals, Kazuma indicated that this was useless to him. As long as something had a gap, or the concept of passing through or opening it, he could phase right through. Furthermore, these materials were merely elements smelted using technological means, lacking any supernatural component, and were all placed in the ordinary category. Let me see, with such strict protection, what kind of treasure is hidden inside. Chapter 25. Sato Kazuma revealed his signature sinister smile, his whole face twisting into a wicked grin like a cartoon character, much resembling Tom the Cat, as he snuck into Weskier's evolution laboratory amidst his strange laughter. In the outer battlefield area, Time Stop had been activated intermittently about 3 times. The surroundings were littered with large craters and burn marks from flames. Lu Mingqiu held his long sword in one hand, watching the blonde woman floating in midair, surrounded by cannon shells and rocks. His expression was quite puzzled, but he remained vigilant as he said, "It seems the version of you in this timeline failed, otherwise Weskier wouldn't be conducting experiments everywhere so openly." Facing Lu Mingqiu's cryptic behavior, Alice didn't understand, but she knew one thing. The task assigned by her master was to guard this place and prevent anyone from entering. "I don't know what you are talking about, but Master said no one is allowed to enter here. If you dare take another step forward." Alice paused her words. Countless stones, propelled by her telekinesis, flew towards him like bullets. Lu Mingqiu deftly dodged them. He wasn't angry at this immediate attack, but when he looked at her empty eyes, he understood something. It seems Weskier has mastered some kind of brainwashing technique, managing to turn the protagonist of a generation into this state. "This battle won't be easy," Lu Mingqiu whispered softly. Without any warning, he used Qinggong to rapidly approach Alice, who was flying in the air. The sword in his hand slashed out 10 vertical lines of sword qi. The orange-red righteous energy sliced through the stones, approaching Alice without losing momentum. Alice's thoughts moved with her will, and she completely avoided the sword qi attack. However, a pressure came from above her, making her involuntarily look up. Sirin was surrounded by crisscrossing sword qi. Countless flying swords materialized from concentrated Honkai energy began to merge and overlap. A rune formed of pure energy expanded behind the girl, making her seem like an immortal or a goddess. A sound that shook Alice's mind entered her deep consciousness. "Use the heart as a sheath, nurture the sharp sword, 3 feet of water, forming clouds through adversity." A diamond-shaped mark blossomed with electric light on the girl's forehead. 100-meter-long greatsword, piercing the clouds in the sky, tore through the air and plummeted toward the earth with terrifying speed and wind pressure. Alice initially tried to control it using telekinesis, but this tangible, physical long sword refused to obey her command. Instead, immense pain instantly forced her to stop using telekinesis, and she plummeted from dozens of meters high. Countless stones and missiles she had controlled exploded instantly. Lu Mingqiu also took the opportunity to run, though he had been continuously gathering true qi, as if waiting for something. The Taishu sword god, both physically and spiritually, descended from the sky. Monsters within a 500-meter radius braced themselves as the terrifying blow sliced, minced, burst, and finally culminated in an explosion. Boom! Rumble! The world fell silent. Countless Deep Hyoliang soldiers knelt down as if worshipping a god, but before they could make their next move, countless bullets struck, taking them all out and sending them to their deaths. Lu Mingqiu's golden eyes shone. Dustless Step was instantly activated beneath his feet, and he shot toward the sky. He flicked the long sword upward. True Qi released beneath his feet formed a double jump, allowing him to catch Sirin as she fell from the air, holding her in a princess carry. He then stood on the sword and flew away from the battlefield. Image. What are you thinking now? Cheek pinch. Chapter 57. Weskier, is it too late to reconcile now? After unleashing one Taishu sword god, Sirin's Honkai energy was almost completely depleted. However, imaginary energy was available and could be converted into Honkai energy for sustainable use. She didn't convert much, though. Instead, she pulled out a bottle of water with extremely high Honkai energy concentration and immediately chugged it down. As for the issue of erosion, please, she was already a suitable candidate for a Hershers, and coupled with the power of Taishu sword qi, the more Honkai energy she had, the stronger she became. After finishing the bottle in the air, Sirin noticed Lu Mingqiu approaching and decided to rest, as there would be a tough fight coming up soon. A stream of true chi caught her like cotton, reducing the resistance of her fall in the air. Feeling the embrace, Serin looked at Lu Mingqiu, whose expression was calm. His golden eyes gave her the security of being protected by a king, allowing her to calm her mind, speed up her recovery, and making her heart beat faster. What are you spacing out for, Serin? Recover your strength quickly. I'm going to support the others first. Lu Mingqiu didn't delay. Seeing the girl respond, he turned and ran toward the front lines of the battlefield. However, before leaving, Lu Mingqiu used True Qi to activate the protective jade pendant on Serin and placed a dozen landmines around her. Several bombs with partially exposed fuses were buried halfway underground. As long as she felt a tremor, Serin could pull the wires to trigger the explosion. The protective measures were extremely thorough. Even though this was just a temporary resting place, Lu Mingqiu's cautiousness was extensive. Serin understood his reasons, but she felt a little regretful that the sense of security from being held was gone. The girl shook her head, immediately calmed her mind, and began restoring her Honkai energy. The imaginary energy belonging to the concordance around her transformed into long swords, forming the basis of her second layer of defense. With so much protection, even a tyrant would scratch its head wondering how to get past it. On the other side, Lu Mingqiu's sword chi surged fiercely from his long sword, utilizing the long rainbow sword technique to its maximum potential. Techniques like long rainbow setting sun, fire dance in 4 directions, 3 forms in 1 move, 9 changes in 1 form, 9 manifestations of the divine dragon, and return to 1 were used endlessly, slaughtering the enemies and flipping them head over heels. With constant artillery support nearby, it was like adding wings to a tiger. With continuous fighting and endurance, the cooldown for time stop ended, and Serin, having recovered most of her stamina, arrived on the battlefield and rejoined Lu Mingqiu and his group. A magic pen condensed from imaginary energy traversed the void. Its tip tapped the air, and golden imaginary energy formed a drawing around them like ink, creating one pentagram after another. Happiness magic. Wish upon a star, blessings for everyone. Serin showed a sweet and lovely smile. With a blink of her eye, the surrounding pentagrams landed on Lu Mingqiu and the others, instantly doubling their strength. Serin also cast a set of blessings on herself, immediately improving her fine control over Honkai energy and reducing energy consumption, allowing her to achieve greater output at minimal cost. The world of time stop unfolded, and the group began a new round of offense. On the other side, Sato Kazuma looked at the man lying in a glass vessel surrounded by various devices and instruments. His expression was as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He retracted his usual sinister smile, immediately threw a fireball to burn the wires opposite him, and simultaneously released lightning to destroy the communication system and stop the energy supply. Kazuma glanced at the jars still inputting energy, pulled out a large pile of glass bottles, and instantly filled bottle after bottle using his steel ability, cleaning everything up in less than 3 minutes. Having done all this, Kazuma turned and ran without hesitation. Flames burned around the outer perimeter of 50 meters, and he instantly teleported out of the room. Weskier, who was wholeheartedly enjoying the evolution process at that moment, suddenly sensed something was wrong. A primal fear made him subconsciously open his eyes. He saw that the battery channel providing energy was destroyed, and the piping inputting the virus was completely ruined. Even the virus stock solution inside was gone. In an instant, the half-evolved Weskier immediately overheated. The solution in the entire culture vessel began to riot, countless bubbles formed, and the glass started to crack. With a crash, the glass shattered. Weskier, with bulging muscles, slightly pale but shiny skin, and a bright bald head, stepped out. Having only evolved halfway, his current physique was far from perfect. He was essentially a defective product. Shameless brat. Stealing my source of evolution and ruining my path to evolution. I will make you pay the price. The main body Weskier trembled, and his biological fluctuations began communicating with all the biomonsters inside the base, demanding they capture Kazuma, that audacious thief. Just as Weskier inside the base was causing a huge commotion, determined to catch Kazuma, the clone Weskier outside was having a headache. Not only was the virus frantically obstructing his visual control, but the big pretty armed forces now had only about 1,000 people left, and the biomonsters and zombies had been reduced by 10,000, representing a loss of 90% of their fighting strength compared to before. Furthermore, the opponents seemed barely injured. Damn it, what kind of new humans have those people from across the ocean developed? Not only are their superpowers terrifying, but they can also perform sword flight like in their myths and legends, forge divine weapons out of thin air, and occasionally disappear for brief moments. Our forces have suffered heavy casualties. It's exactly as if time was paused, and they were unaffected. Clone Weskier was cursing internally, and yet, all his various speculations were confirmed one by the actions of Lu Mingqiu and his group. It made him feel like he had encountered a god while playing chicken dinner. In less than a second, the morale of the entire army and the biomonsters was utterly defeated because their forces had been cut by more than half again. A full 5,000 zombies were killed instantly, only 20 tyrants remained, and as for the soldiers, they were completely wiped out. Explosions boomed across the battlefield. Lu Mingqiu glanced at the scarce amount of explosives left in his space bracelet, immediately clicked his tongue, and told everyone to stop fighting, facing the remaining enemies across the distance. Just during these few seconds of pause, a riot erupted inside the base. Countless explosions rang out, and hundreds of tyrants and thousands of biomonsters stormed out. Meanwhile, a certain green-clothed man running at the very front yelled toward the sky, lamenting his compounded misfortune. "Aya, what nest did I poke? There are so many monsters, I can't defeat them all alone. Help me out, everyone. Help!" The frantically running Kazuma kicked up dust. The surrounding flowing flames provided him with instantaneous teleportation. Seeing the scene, Clone Weskier, standing at the top of the base, twitched and his face immediately darkened. Just before he could order his biosoldiers to cease the pursuit, given that the opponent was clearly cheating, the ground began to tremble, and he subconsciously looked down. A bald man burst out from the shattered rock crevices, grabbing his own cheek. The virus-generated flesh instantly devoured him, transforming into nourishment for himself. Feeling the power of his clone, Weskier finally felt a hint of satisfaction. However, a moment later, his expression became extremely grave, as he had not inherited the memories. If he were a fully evolved version, acquiring the creature's memories would certainly be achievable. Thinking of this, Weskier's expression grew even more sullen. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Sada Kazuma, who had already run to Lu Mingqiu's side, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Shameless brat, what if your power is mysterious? Surrounded by my hundreds of thousands of biochemical monsters, you are as tiny and powerless as a mayfly trying to shake a tree." As he spoke, he sensed his soldiers, and his expression immediately froze. Looking at the several thousand new biochemical monsters he had brought, and then at the soldiers who had no survivors, with only a few thousand zombies and over 20 tyrants remaining, he couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong with his brain. During his moment of doubt, Lu Mingqiu and his group seemed to stutter like a video frame skip. Then, his zombies and the newly spawned biochemical monsters were all killed, leaving nothing behind. Weskier, who had only evolved halfway and whose strength was only 2 levels above Alice, who could move buildings, felt an inexplicable fear. Moreover, one person among the group opposite had their eyes light up. That feeling, which struck directly at his soul, as if he were being stared at by a king of the world, made his legs tremble involuntarily. The virus was in a frenzy of fear, instinct and reason challenging his mind. A phrase echoed in his head. "Is it still not too late to reconcile?" Image. Does this count as a newspaper? Now. Chapter 58. Fire Dance plus Dustless equals Almighty Push Modified. The smoky battlefield was silent. The dark clouds were now covered by black mist, and the light became somewhat dim, but under the daytime glow, it was just like a foggy day. At this moment, the biochemical monsters and soldiers who had been slaughtered were piled up into mountains. The surrounding destruction was particularly distinct yet shocking. Sword marks hundreds of meters long and explosion craters tore apart all the tents on the periphery of the base, forming small canyons. Countless bomb explosion marks made the area pockmarked. If it rained, a distinctive lake would quickly form here. In the world of Time Stop, Lu Mingqiu and his group took out various recovery items to replenish their stamina. Amiya Shiro also used orthodox magic to restore his mana. Although there was a slight issue with the process of his projection magic, its effect was stronger than the original, and it didn't consume mana, which in a sense was his unique characteristic. After everyone had rested, Time Stop was lifted. Lu Mingqiu looked at Weskier, who had changed his appearance on the top floor of the base, and his expression almost broke, but he managed to hold it in to avoid bursting into laughter. However, Kazuma had fewer reservations. He laughed wildly and brazenly, shoving the large package on his back into Lu Mingqiu's hands. "How about that, old man? Everything you worked for your whole life is in my hands. I'd like to see how you're going to research new viruses to harm humanity now. And you're about to die, so just accept your fate." Listening to Kazuma's villain-like speech, Lu Mingqiu helplessly stuffed the package into his space bracelet, reached out, and patted the other's shoulder, saying, "All right, Kazuma, you did a great job this time. Not only did you stop his plan, but you also cut off his chance for evolution, saving everyone a lot of effort. Now, before his reinforcements and accomplices arrive, focusing fire to take him down is the right path." With that one sentence, everyone's demeanor shifted from relaxed to serious. The 7 people instantly dispersed, as if they knew what to do without a word. With north, south, east, and west all sealed off, Lu Mingqiu and his group rapidly approached the base from these 4 directions, preventing Weskier from escaping. Weskier recovered from his shock and, seeing Lu Mingqiu and the others charging from all directions, couldn't sit idly by. His extraordinary physical prowess, regenerative abilities, and various superpowers also gave him considerable deterrent power. Bioelectricity flashed with lightning flash, bat-like wings extended from his back, and a highly resilient, slender tail capable of piercing steel whipped around. Psychokinesis stirred up thousands of rock fragments, smashing them in all directions. Lu Mingqiu's 7 companions each displayed their unique abilities, dodging the shower of stones, and their respective long-range attacks were also launched. Armor-piercing high-temperature RPG rockets flew, tarot cards carrying the momentum of thunder and fire arrived at extreme speed. 2 different energy sword chi streaked across, and dozens of flying daggers spun, flying with terrifying mobility. Psychokinesis was activated, attempting to interfere with the incoming attacks through mental power. However, each energy carried the owner's mental imprint and was aggressive. Weskier's mental power would suffer extreme attacks upon contact. The psychokinesis interference failed, instead causing mental trauma. Weskier, who had already run hundreds of meters, suddenly froze. A black and white figure appeared behind him. A long sword burning with flames, carrying high temperatures, pierced through his heart, followed by a barrage of bullets and cannon fire. Blocked in place by these attacks, Weskier felt not only terror and anger, but also a deep sense of powerlessness and unwillingness welling up inside him. Countless attacks rained down, leaving Weskier covered in wounds. The power of long rainbow true chi seemed to specifically counter him, its intensely rigid and positive energy causing a burning sensation, like fire within his body. Honkai energy, however, gnawed at his spirit like a myriad of ants, making him feel as if even the virus itself would disappear in the next second. However, the virus's quantity and quality were high. Weskier ultimately did not perish directly under this combined assault. Instead, he resisted even more frantically. "I am the god of the new world. How can I lose to such completely unscientific things?" Weskier gritted his teeth, pushing the virus and his superpowers to their limits, clearly intending to fight to the death. The earth trembled, and lightning flashed across the sky. Weskier flew 100 meters into the air, demonstrating the ultimate power of the virus. Even though he had only evolved halfway, His full exertion allowed him to subtly command the wind and rain. Ha ha ha. This is the power of a god. All of you disappear. However, this was ultimately futile. Everyone present possessed transcendent characteristics. Sirin took out scissors constructed from imaginary energy, which then instantly grew enormous, splitting like two swords. They unleashed two streaks of pitch-black light, and a pentagram bloomed on Weskir's body, immediately reducing his power by more than half. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the earth only trembled slightly. The hurricane stirred by psychokinesis and countless falling stones plummeted, and Weskir himself fell from the sky, smashing heavily onto the ground. Impossible. What kind of power is this? How can my virus be so weak? As a god, I cannot lose. We've been waiting for you to unleash your full power. Do you really think I'm a fool who rushed in to die without preparation? Lu Mingqiu spoke calmly, his golden eyes radiating divine light. He uttered dragon language, and the rules between heaven and earth were at his command. The virus began to fear, and Weskir trembled uncontrollably due to his biological instincts. In his eyes, it was as if a giant dragon was staring at him, the strongest being on the entire planet, and supreme monarch. The feeling made him almost faint. But the subsequent impact instantly jolted him awake. An invisible pulled him into the sky. A long sword carrying fiery true chi pierced his chest, colliding with the burning long sword, causing a second wave of damage. Aha! Weskir screamed, and Lu Mingqiu listened expressionlessly. Then, with a dustless kick, he sent Weskir flying 1,000 meters into the sky. Both the impact force and the point-breaking destructive power blew a large hole through Weskir's chest and abdomen, a truly gruesome sight. However, no one relaxed. The recovery ability of biochemical monsters was well known. This level of damage had little physical effect. A diamond-shaped mark flashed on Sirin's forehead, and with a lightning flash, the sword god, condensed with all Honkai energy, was activated again. This time, however, she concentrated all her power into a single point, forming a sword god the size of a regular sword blade. Don't be fooled by its smaller size. The power and intensity within it were incomparable to a 100-meter giant sword. It was like the difference between the microscopic and macroscopic. One was area damage, the other was single-target damage, or perhaps naturally stronger against a single target. The long sword formed by the sword god pierced through heaven and earth, and terrifying sonic booms created shockwaves in the sky, rippling like lake water. Weskir's spirit was pierced and annihilated, but his physical body was still alive. Lu Mingqiu and his group knew this clearly. Lu Mingqiu briefly flew into the sky using Dustless. The long rainbow sword chi, transformed into a storm, was controlled by his long sword, unleashing the fire dance whirlwind. Heaven and earth changed color, thick dark clouds formed a vortex, and tree trunks and stones on the ground flew up. Lu Mingqiu's bloodline erupted, blood burst unfolded, and Gene Lock also activated, instantly making his power even stronger. He integrated the power of Dustless into his sword technique. True Chi swept across the earth like a storm, then converged into a point 1,000 meters in the sky, finally erupting. The terrifying impact destroyed the earth. Sirin and the others had long since fled far away. Lu Mingqiu's ultimate move was truly earth-shattering. And Weskir's physical body, under this operation, couldn't even leave a speck of dust behind. Image, it's white stockings, cute now. P.S. Recommending a book from a group member. MYGO. Living with Rana begins.